Fuck you in the ass, Uchiha. It also said in black and gray that a person with a moon mark should not touch the necklace. I exhale wearily, scanning the space of the island of Jashina, but no one else was here except us. Hagoromo necklace, Hamura earrings. Of the two of us, you are a woman, so it is logical that you should wear the earrings. Sasuke says peremptorily, leaning on a stone tablet. You never know, Zetsu got here. Oh, gods. Are you serious? Who the fuck gave up the grave of the youngest of the Otsutsuki brothers? Splashing his hands with displeasure, continuing to incinerate Uchiha with his gaze. I don't understand your screams. Sasuke stubbornly bends the line. We are on the same island, and nothing serious has happened. My is twitching nervously, which is why I can't restrain the impulse and hit the brunette on the back of the head with all the dope. Well, yes, we are indeed in the same place, but because of the power of Rikudo, I perfectly felt the demonic statue that was still in this world, and no less clearly felt the barrier that still stood in its place. You know, for all your genius, sometimes you're dumb as a pancake. What is a pancake? Okay, forget it. I look around, clinging to the statue of Hagoromo with my eyes, and it's not unreasonable anger that covers me. Of course, my dear descendants, you just need to go to my brother's crypt and pick up the artifacts. As a result, we ended up in the past, although it's completely Sasuke's fault and his cretinism, with these damned artifacts that do not understand what they are doing at all. So, the main thing is not to panic. It's like the kids are waiting for me at home, my husband will break his neck and other delights of family life. Yes, and Sari can hit Uchiha so that there will be no wet spot. It's not for nothing that I taught her to handle a frying pan. The most important thing is not to panic. And the fact that I can't get through to Hagoromo is a trifle. Why would I give up this necklace if I have no idea what it does? No, they were definitely artifacts created by the Otsutsuki twins, but stubborn Rikudo refused to tell me exactly what effect this or that item had. And not to say that I was particularly interested in this, since I just had to pick up these items. I didn't know what to do with them afterwards, and to be honest, I didn't really care. A terrible guess dawned on me, and I hurriedly pulled Sasuke by the sleeve. It's all happened before, only happened when I was still a brat traveling with Jiraiya. Is it really time? We're in the past. I confidently inform Uchiha, which makes his eyes comically widen. Is it time? That's right, honey. We hurriedly left the temple itself, and I tried to remember the events of that time and what I knew about the activities of myself from the future. We need to seal Biju Khan and Utakata, that's for sure. Throwing myself into Uzushio and faking my own death, I remembered that too. But the question is, how do we get back to our time? Since we were still on the island of Jashina, the first thing we started tracking was Utakata, whose chakra I could clearly feel in the land of fog. It's amazing how sensitive the paranoid Jinchuriki has not yet dumped from there. Then we can go to the Khan in the land of the earth, and there we will capture little Naru. How amazing everything is along the way. Gaara will definitely kill me if we don't get it done in a week. I'm supposed to be back tonight anyway. I shuddered a little, remembering how scary my husband can be in anger. Therefore, it is in our interests to deal with everything as quickly as possible. Uchiha nods, already clearly prepared to use Rinnegan to jump, but a light haze appears in front of us, which makes us noticeably tense. Not so fast, my children. We are stopped by the ghost of Rikudo, at whom I stared with all my eyes. To return back, you must correct the mistakes that you have made in the past. Oh, I'm never coming home. I sigh with resignation. I've been messing up so much that it's already getting scary. And judging by the way Uchiha shuddered, there were no less sins behind his soul. You have to correct the most serious mistakes in your life. Gives a hint to Rikudo, but that I roll my eyes. I haven't made the biggest mistake yet, and even if I tell Gaara that little Naruto is alive, it won't really change the situation. I just don't know where I could mess up, because I messed up everywhere. Similarly. Sasuke adds cheerlessly, frowning with his Rinnegan at the ghost of Otsutsuki. No, it is you who have already made your main mistakes, and they are both connected with your families. Hagoromo disappeared into thin air without explaining anything else. At this remark, I visibly shuddered. My only mistake is that Gaara thought all this time that I was dead. I didn't make any more mistakes, especially since I can't fix everything else in small things in this period of time, if I understood correctly what time we found ourselves in, but Sasuke clearly understood what his mistake was, so he turned strangely pale, which made me feel sick. I knew that something was gnawing at the young Hokage, but he didn't even tell me about it, locking himself in on some idea of his fix, and I felt that I shouldn't get into his soul, so I dutifully waited for the moment when Uchiha would be ready to tell about everything himself. After a little trampling on the spot, we decided that we still need to start with the pressing matters and only then get out of here. Unlike Sasuke, I didn't really understand my main mistake, but I still decided to try to fix what was bothering me. It's not a fact, of course, that it was exactly that, but it's worth a try. Our first target is Utakata. I shamelessly used my Rinnegan to the fullest, and, in my opinion, I scared the Jinchuriki a little. And after all, I knew that Hozuki suffered from a special form of paranoia, which did not go away even after he was restored to the rank of shinobi and he returned back to Kiri, so no, I had to appear right out of thin air so that Jinchuriki was as negative as possible to me from the very beginning. Yeah, our acquaintance didn't work out. He honestly tried to escape, but he hardly swam there. It's not so easy to escape from me, especially when I need something. And it was absolutely vital for me to seal Biju and warn this abnormal. Even if it wasn't particularly useful in their future, and the tree statue was still able to pull out all the Biju with its chains, but at least he wouldn't become an easy prey for Nisaku. The sad thing was that the man refused to listen at all, but he was very actively shooting soap bubbles, to which I rolled my eyes and twisted him with a Makiden for fun. It was possible, of course, with chakra chains, but it gave me a truly diabolical pleasure every time to see the dumbfounded faces of my opponents. Mokutan appeared to me when it became clear that the ten-tailed mind still had a piece of wood, and was not a simple piece of wood called a sacred tree, but a guardian spirit of Shinju. And this friend was so hungry for live communication that he promised to sign a contract with me, in exchange for the fact that I would look into the Yukai plan for at least half an hour. Wood techniques were too tempting an offer, so I signed the contract without looking. In fact, all these wood techniques were significantly inferior to Hashirama, due to the fact that I almost did not develop this ability, but I did not chase the absolute power of the first. I didn't know why I needed a Makiden at all, but the raking soul literally demanded this genome, which turned out to be very useful in desert conditions. And the ability to stimulate plants that were extremely difficult to get used to even in specially equipped greenhouses was expensive. But my greedy little soul didn't stop there either, demanding to create something of her own that will go down in history. And I did it. I had to explain very patiently and carefully to Seiken's Jinchuriki what was going on and who we were. Naturally, the six-tailed reacted extremely ambiguously, and even with all his coolness and calmness almost fell into hysteria, on the story that he took part in the war. There was a second round of explanations that it was necessary, it was an invaluable help, and who said that he had at least some choice at all? Utakata spat, threatened to release Biju, for which he received a calming seal, and I think he yelled with pleasure, but only his relatively calm nature did not allow him to do this, and I breathed a sigh of relief, starting to explain everything from the very beginning, since Jinchuriki finally calmed down. Neither more nor less, we were busy with Hozuki for as much as a day and a half, to which I rolled my eyes and was wildly angry, since in theory I should have been home by now. Jumping in space with the help of Rinnegan did not work out so, but Hiration was more familiar and convenient to me, so Sasuke carried us to the land of the earth, who did not have any difficulties with dojutsu. I will not hide it, I liked this ability of the Eyes of God, but Rinnegan attracted me many times more, although there was a big question here, but why should I? Rinnegan allowed me to wander through parallel worlds, but I didn't risk getting involved in such adventures yet, and anyway, I still had to figure out exactly how to wander through them. My children are small after all, but in my old age you can try to pull something like that. We spent 3 more days catching Khan, because as soon as a man noticed the surveillance, he immediately shed, changing the feeling of the chakra and starting to infuriate me incredibly with such tricks. How this truly gigantic shinobi managed to hide so well remained a mystery, but he covered his tracks qualitatively, and I had a suspicion that he most likely mistook us for Nasika. And we didn't really try, enjoying an unplanned vacation, which I haven't had for 3 years. At first, after returning from a trip to Uzushio, I actively got involved in the whole mess of cleaners, organizing a head office directly in the village where I lived. This, for the most part, was due to my dominant role in the organization, and it was I, as the head of this outrage, who reported to the Kage Council every year. Naturally, I had to do a lot of work to create such a brainchild, and develop means of communication between all the headquarters in each hidden village. The development was slow, because in addition to the cleaners, I also had my other job as ANBU. Well, do not forget about my beloved, the Council of the Elders of Suna, who dripped on my brain and Gaara almost daily, because we are married, and there are still no heirs. This constant scolding resulted in my full-scale hysteria and the collapse of the upper floor of the Kazekage Tower. We rebuilt everything back, and even the council quieted down a little, but still everything was not so simple, because but the elders continued to drip on the brain. The news about the pregnancy was very joyful, if not for some factors that literally brought me down from heaven to earth, and turned the remaining 7 months of waiting into a struggle with myself and incessant examinations, as there was a serious threat to the lives of children. Not to mention how hard it was for me the whole year after their birth, and so, finally, I was given a full carte blanche and allowed to leave the country of the wind with our small, personal mission from Rikudo, and that's what it resulted in. On the one hand, I really wanted to go home, because I was worried about my sons and about the moral state of Gaara, since I, disappeared from all radars again, as happened before. But on the other hand, I just needed a full rest from all worries and the opportunity to return to the world of shinobi as a full-fledged combat unit. Needless to say, for Sasuke it was the first day off in almost 2 years of his reign as the 6th Hokage. Tsunade tried to deal with most of the problems, and trained Uchiha as her successor for more than a year, but this does not mean that all post-war problems were solved at the click of her fingers, even if 3 whole years have passed since her graduation. Yes, even now, when almost 5 years have passed, there were still serious problems that required constant monitoring, so the Kage tried to deal with everything as quickly as possible, and both units of cleaners were not sitting idle. Uchiha almost does not see her son because of the huge amount of work. The good thing is that Sari is an understanding girl, and she herself was at war and saw all her horrors. Even in the med squad that in general, I was tired of chasing Khan through all the villages along the coast from Willow, so I just tracked him down by Kokuo, reaching for the familiar feeling of strength from the conscription concept. Although okay, it's in our time that he has become a draft animal again, now he still remains a full-fledged Biju. Not for long, though, for 2.5 years, but not the point. Naturally, the shinobi did not like such treatment, and even more so they did not like us as potential opponents, but I decided not to repeat the same mistake I made with Utakata, so I immediately began to explain who we were and why the fuck we were. By the way, we have been fighting for the 4th day, and we have been here for almost a week in principle, which assured me that my dear Kazekage will absolutely forbid me all subsequent outings, because I will definitely get into something, as it was with the Hydra Temple. Khan turned out to be a very pleasant man to talk to, although he was very laconic. He was generally very friendly, although his appearance and stern look could cause a negative impression. In general, Han and Kokuo got along well, although the five-tail was a very specific and hot-tempered nature, and it was even more difficult to communicate with him than with Kurama. At least now I was sure exactly why this huge pony's Jinchuriki had nerves of steel. In general, when emotions did not get the better of Gobi, he was very polite, almost to the point of gnashing his teeth. I still decided to warn Jinchuriki that his foe would capture Nasuka together, no matter how they resisted, so I almost tearfully asked him to calm the little kunoichi. As far as I knew, they spent about a year in captivity, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. She also told me that I and other Jinchuriki will definitely organize their search, and if Hachibi comes for them, it means that the war will come soon. Khan kept his wits about him, memorized all the information, and even agreed in advance to participate in the war. Oh, no, that's what you're going to tell my younger version when the whole mess starts. You will be a third party and will provide invaluable assistance that will help win this fight. I smile and pick up my kabuki mask again. How is it in the future? Khan suddenly asks a question, to which I thoughtfully tap my nails on the edge of the mask. It's fine. There is a united shinobi alliance, but it includes only the big five. Smaller countries refuse to join the union, so my organization is monitoring everything that is happening. Specifically, you are the head of the cleaners in Willow. Oanoki, of course, did not want to implement this system, but other countries showed good results, so he agreed, and the fourth Tsuchikage is so delighted that something like this exists in stone. Khan's amber eyes widened slightly, but he nodded in agreement, apparently appreciating the prospects opening up. And so, well, we gather together once a year in Sun for a holiday dedicated to the end of the war, and in principle we communicate with each other as relatives living in different villages. It's not even bad. Not only to survive, but also to gain something more valuable than winning a war. The man tilts his head slightly, hiding his eyes behind the brim of his hat. Well, why not? I say cheerfully. Okay, we have to go. Still, I need to make a good, savvy leader for a third party, because the knowledge that little me should get helped us a lot in the war and continues to help us to this day. See you later. Khan unexpectedly holds out his hand to shake Sasuke and me, to which I grin, but with confidence I shake Jinchuriki's hand. As soon as I get back, I will definitely send you a letter of thanks. Khan quickly disappeared from our field of vision, and I more or less breathed a sigh of relief. Well, at least this was sorted out, since it was an important detail in the construction of world history. It's just a pity that I didn't have time to help Rushi, but I knew for sure that the old man wasn't angry, and he considered death to be getting rid of the fate that he had carried since childhood. It remains only to get to little you. Sasuke slaps me on the shoulder, but I throw off his hand, trying to tune into the sensations of the chakra. And here is the main problem. G is only walking through the rain country, so we'll have to wait for a while. I was captured on the second day of our stay in Sakito, which means that 4 more days fall out of our schedule. In total, a week and a half to solve all the problems. I'm not talking about how much time we will lose to correct errors. Kizaru is habitually light in my palm, and I pathetically, with a snap of my fingers, light a fox fire on my hands. You can spend this time figuring out our jams and trying to fix them. Have you figured out what your problem was yet? I had a fight with my father before we left Konoha. On the verge of hearing, I already had to lean closer to our Hokage. We never reconciled, and after the war there was no one to put up with. So that's the thing. Sasuke, though he seemed like a regular bastard, but he loves his family madly, and of course, he blamed himself for what happened. Fugaku was a hard man, and my dear friend often quarreled with his father, but apparently the very fact that they never reconciled before his death left an imprint on him. Bad. But there is an opportunity to change everything. What about me? Well, I was going to tell Gaara not to worry, although I doubt he would listen to me, considering his reaction to everything that happened. And yet, it's interesting. If, purely theoretically, he knew about everything from me from the future, then what were all these performances for? Unclear. But very interesting. Should I warn the young Kazekage that there will be a moment in the future when I will disappear again, but everything will be fine, I hope, and I will come back, even if it is very late? Probably worth it, but I don't think it will really save me from his anger, knowing the character of the former Jinchuriki. With that, Uchiha and I said goodbye, moving each on his own business. How I would explain myself to the young Jinchuriki was a separate question. That's definitely not the best idea that's crossed my mind. I grumble out loud, completely merging with the surrounding environment and tracking down the young Jinchuriki. Although it would seem, what is the problem? Gaara went on a mission alone, there would be no more convenient opportunity to catch him, but I was afraid to go out to him. I'm older than a teenager, by 7 years, to be exact. I'm stronger than him, stronger even than the current Gaara, but I'm not talking about it out loud. After all, manhood, all things, I'm trite more skillful and dexterous than a teenage boy who was just returning from a mission. But all the same, it was beyond my strength to overcome myself and approach him. Somehow it turned out that Gaara always gave me a slight thrill and a desire to obey a stronger one, although I was definitely stronger than him due to some features of my life path and other circumstances beyond my control. However, Jinchuriki was for me the very wall behind which I could hide and pretend to be a helpless girl, knowing full well that the young Kazekage is able to protect both me and our children, even if I just stand there and do nothing. There was some inner strength in him, since childhood, but I began to notice it only when he himself began to show his mute superiority over the others. He never boasted of his level of strength, although he was undoubtedly the third strongest shinobi in the whole world, but he tried not to focus attention on it, dragging it to his political career as the ruler of the village. The young reformer, despite his outward coldness and aloofness, is certainly charismatic and has fans in almost every hidden village where he happened to visit. An ideal ruler who knows how to use all his advantages. I acted much more harshly, straightforwardly, without hiding my often lousy methods, and not the most pleasant character for people. I just hated playing some kind of role, trying to cajole people around me, and trying to pretend to be a charming, charismatic husband. I was the head of an organization that was engaged in stripping in the shinobi world, and this work was not just dirty, it was vile, and personified the very shadow world of shinobi. At some moments I felt almost like a danzo, although my methods were milder, but this did not change the fact that I was the reverse side of the alliance supporting peace. My hands were shaking a little, and I understood that this was normal in the current situation. Still, it was the second time in my life that I had to inform my loved one about my serious shoals, and on my return, I will have to bow for the third time. It was from the outside that Kazekage seemed to be an extremely calm person, kind in his own way, tough in his own way, but who, if not me, should know that his cruelty had not gone away, just found another way out. But still, the furious nature of Gaara Sand Waterfall could appear in everyday life. It was worth bringing him to an outburst of anger. He was perfectly in control of himself, but I also knew perfectly well that it wouldn't cost him anything to break my spine. He won't be able to do it, of course, due to some aspects of my strength, but he can definitely try to do it. I take a deep breath, as if before diving into the water, and in one jump I find myself right in front of the younger dog, but belatedly realizing that I didn't even prepare a speech. Well, how am I going to explain to him why his absolute defense didn't work, even though we were almost nose to nose with him? Perhaps the fact that I was slightly taller than him, due to the heels on shinobi sandals, was even funny. Okay, I got distracted. Naruto Uzumaki has been dead for several years, but in general, everything is fine with her. I begin, immediately catching the furious look of the teenager. Stop it, it's necessary. Who are you? The sand under his feet rushed to me, but I immediately seized control of it, not letting the grains of sand roll me into a sand coffin. After a little hesitation, I pull off my kabuki mask and hood, not even hiding my Rinnegan in my right eye. A wave of shock is clearly felt from the younger dog, but I continue to look at him calmly. I repeat, a small version of me is alive, but this does not change the fact that for the rest of the world she is dead. No one should know about this, so I ask you to keep quiet about it. I'm telling you this only because I want to go back to the future, because my dear husband will definitely not be happy if I stay for a longer period. Mischief flashes in my eyes for a second. I wonder how he will react to the news that we are married, spouse. Jinchuriki somehow says in a strangled voice, and anger envelopes his feelings, but his eyes still remain impartial. Amazing self-control, I must say. Yeah, husband. You and I have been married for 3 years in the future. Oh, yes. This utter stupefaction and confusion in his gaze was definitely worth all those nerves. Sign a draft contract, master the hermit mode, it will be useful to you in the coming war. Well, to put pressure on the council, otherwise they like to hound it. Married, Jinchuriki was still in confusion, to which I rolled my eyes. You do understand that this is all a mystery, as well as a staged death? Although, considering how you reacted to my resurrection, you didn't really believe my words. Lips curl with indignation. But it doesn't matter. Yes, we are married, yes, everything is fine with us, yes, you can draw up a prenuptial agreement, it will be useful to you. And I'll go, I still have to catch a younger version of myself. Naruto. Suddenly, the younger dog jumps up sharply, to which I raise an eyebrow in surprise. Will everything be fine for sure, with her? Yes, with me, I'm not sure. Why? Because I kind of left for a few days, but I've been gone for a week, and my beloved 5th Kazekage won't like it. I laugh a little nervously, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Well, let's hope that my Gaara won't swear too much. Well, let's smash a couple of polygons, well, for the first time or something. Okay, come on. And be strong, it will help you survive all that the future has in store for us all. Stop. It's coming from behind me, but I'm already running away from the Jinchuriki Hiration, otherwise I won't shut up for sure and I'll blurt out everything that is necessary and not necessary, and that won't be good. I still had to use Rinnegan's movement, since my plans did not include swinging my legs back and forth, and Hiration's tags were still not activated, and to be honest, I did not want to deprive the younger version of myself of such entertainment. Still, it helped me to distract myself when I first encountered Gaara, after my miraculous resurrection. And yet, Jinchuriki reacted more or less normally to the whole situation, so where do the legs of his anger grow from, with which he looked at me during the rescue from Nisaku? Now I just have to find out. I won't rest until I find out. I arrived in Sakido 2 days before the appointed time when Jiraiya and Naruto would enter the village, and I was frankly bored. I was not allowed to go to the city itself, so I settled down in advance in that stone forest, and began to wait for the little Jinchuriki, and Sasuke at the same time. Although it seemed that I had nothing to do, I was still immersed in work, checking and proofreading all the documentation for our friendly brotherhood, which I could not reach with all my hands. I rarely ever left something like this to clones, although I won't hide it, sometimes I had to. Sasuke arrived at the same time as Naruto, and I quickly began to initiate him into what exactly we need to do. More precisely, I will do that mostly, the guy only needed to move her to the island and come back. During the time that I was in the forest, I managed to estimate the location of the guys from the eclipse, who were now searching the land of the earth in search of Khan. Well, Bang Mujetsu, since according to Haydn, he was killed by unknown masked shinobi around this time. Whether he was killed by a couple from the future, or whether we would change something in the course of time was unclear, but it was not in my plans to risk leaving one of the Nisiki alive. And while there is an opportunity, you need to use it to the fullest. The next day, from the very dawn, we settled down in a stone forest, occupying high spires, and sat down to collect natural energy, almost completely extinguishing the sensations of the chakra hearth, and for sensors we were not much different from the same stones. I signaled that the little Jinchuriki had entered the action zone, and Sasuke grunted, getting into a fighting pose. She was meditating, calmly leaning against a high stone, and I just chuckled at that. So much naivety that it even makes you laugh. Once I believed that all my manipulations were ignored, but now I knew that many of the adult shinobi were very observant, and saw some inconsistencies. Most of all, of course, those who were next to me saw it, but I passed the loyalty test, which means they no longer care who exactly is in front of them. But that doesn't mean they trusted me to the end that I take out a kunai and throw it towards Naruto for the sake of interest, but I was aiming not at her figure, but next to it, so that the weapon would only scare the teenager and make him alert. I remember for sure that I used the call, which means that the gel should have been intercepted earlier, and preferably not within the radius of Jinchuriki's hearing. I throw another kunai to definitely provoke the girl to more active actions, and I smiled nastily when she activated the call. Jella was next to me in a matter of seconds, but he was in no hurry to attack, sniffing subtly and trying to figure out who exactly was in front of him. I hurried to take off my mask and gesture to show him that there was nothing to worry about. It's okay. Your own. I say, slapping the summoning beast on the muzzle and activating the hermit mode. It's necessary, so just don't interfere. But I have a request for you. The little fox has grown into a predatory fox. The Martin grins good-naturedly, to which I scratch him under the chin. I'm listening to you, Naruto. Tell the elder that the little me needs to be hidden. He once performed a purification rite so that no one could feel the familiar chakra. And let her get ready, the fox lights will call her in a year and a half. I step back, throwing an illusion over my eyes, but on the contrary, I create the appearance of two Rinnegan's at once, although I usually diligently hid it. I also pull the mask back on and command Sasuke to be ready. And now I need to make her worthy of the knowledge of our tribe. Without waiting for an answer, I literally fly up to the teenager, immediately grabbing her by the throat and pressing her against the cold surface of the stone. Otherwise, I know myself. If there was even the slightest opportunity to escape, would do it, but I need a steady flow of chakra, and the less it moves, the better. She looked at me so intently that I couldn't help remembering those years, and I looked at my younger version with interest. Young, naive, not yet got into all the shit of the shinobi world. Charm, what the hell are you doing? There is an angry growl in my head, but I know for sure that this is not my familiar Yukai, but still Biju, saving your skins. And don't argue, I've managed to free you all in the future, so show some respect. I don't change my face and continue to instruct my younger self. Soon, very soon, she will begin to see inconsistencies, but for such progress she needs complete isolation and knowledge of the clan. Remove the paralyzing seal. Ku is clearly unhappy with what is happening, but he also listens to my words. No. Understand, Kurama, I'm doing all this for your good and so that I can be proud of my Jinchuriki. I feel with all my being how the nine-tailed one is rushing around inside its vessel, growling angrily, and would definitely attack me if it were not chained. Nothing, Ku is a smart guy, he will quickly understand what's what. I repeat, why should I believe you? The teenager wheezes with effort and I slightly loosen my grip on her neck. Yeah, I overdid it. I'm sure there will be bruises too. That I didn't want to explain anything, for the simple reason that I would definitely blurt out too much, and I shouldn't have done that. The clone was already ready, so I just had to give the go-ahead to Sasuke, who immediately rushed to execute my dumb order. We had neither a leader nor a subordinate, we were always in an equal position. Do you think she'll listen to you? Sasuke starts right off the bat, as soon as he comes back to, of course not, you should understand that yourself. The main thing is that the stranglehold has tightened, the rest is not in our power. I slap the Uchiha on the shoulder, trying to calm the unpleasant sensations from this meeting. Let's go, it's time for us to get out of here, otherwise both you and I will be torn off for such a delayed. Mugetsu is left, and we can really get out of here. Sharinganist slightly shrugs his shoulders at the phrase about severed heads. Surely he remembered the heavy blows of Sari. What a disgusting phrase about a garrote after all. Well, what else can I call the situation in which I found myself at that moment? A dog garrote. The harder I try to pull away, the harder it will tighten on my throat. Therefore, she will sit quietly for the time being, and there are a lot of interesting things on the island. I find the feeling of someone else's chakra, and with a nod of my head I show the direction in which we immediately began to move. Yes, and Gaara already knows that the younger version of me is alive, so I can't say that she violates my covenants. Did you tell him? Uchiha raises an eyebrow in surprise. True, he was wearing a mask, but I didn't even have to look at him to know what his expression was at the moment. The fact that I didn't tell him that I was alive was my biggest mistake. I wave my hand vaguely, indicating that the conversation on this topic is over. Uchiha and I split up. Hokage went directly to Mugetsu, and I went to his partner, with a familiar Uchikovskia chakra. I could have saved him, tried to direct him to a different path so as not to hurt Shursui, but I also knew the laws of time perfectly well. We were allowed to change the course of history only slightly, and everything that was allowed to us corresponded to some plan. Thus, it turned out that we seemed to have freedom of action, but if we consider that something similar happened during our youth, then we still followed a clear plan. Time simply won't allow us to change something that wasn't part of his plan. A kind of Schrödinger's freedom, it seems to exist, but it does not exist. That I had already twisted my own clone, which now represented my younger version, and noted with displeasure that Jiraiya was moving in our direction. Well, maybe it's for the best, since this news will reach the fifth faster. They had some kind of game going on there now, and no one could find the ends, because Danzo's rats covered their tracks well. It was not difficult to twist Izuna at all, since such a shinobi, even in the rank of a personal ANBU, was not a big hindrance. I think I could even fuck with Madara on equal terms, no matter how pathetic it sounds. Of course, for the sake of such a prospect, I was not going to resurrect Shodai's wife, but sometimes I really wanted to check whether my estimates were correct. Also, I felt that G was already very close, so I just lit a fire, sacrificing a clone. This will not be the most pleasant sensations for me, but it was necessary, and I was well aware of this fact. Uchiha immediately tried to hide, as soon as the seals weakened, but Jiraiya fully managed to enjoy the spectacle of his beloved goddaughter burning alive. And even the pain of the clone, whose memories I viewed a little later, was not as strong as the one that Jiraiya experienced at that moment. But I didn't have time to do anything, because I literally disappeared into thin air, finding myself on the island of Jashina, very close to the statues of both Otsutsuki and, importantly, already in my own time. Someday I'll definitely wring your neck. Gaara says wearily, as soon as I enter the Kazekage's office, and my lips part in a slightly vulgar smile at this remark. You won't turn off. I come close to the table, bend over it so that the former Jinchuriki is as close to me as possible and run my fingernail under his chin, causing a small flock of goosebumps to run over his light skin. I'm a valuable specimen in your collection of psychos. Is there anything you want to tell me? The young Kazekage looks at me with his trademark blank stare, which gives me goosebumps, but I try to keep myself in hand. A similar question. You knew I was alive. Not a question, but a statement. Still, I needed to understand this strange detail that didn't fit into my picture of the world right now. I knew. As well as the fact that you are likely to stay on the island. The man does not shirk, to which I chuckle, starting to get more angry. Then why? Why are you angry? The red-haired one clarifies, and turns the familiar angry look at me. And what reaction would you have if I came from the future, gave out some kind of confusion of information, and disappeared without explaining anything, really? Was that all you cared about at the time? I go around the table to sit on its edge, right next to the younger dog, but, preferably, not to touch any of the documents with my ass. You'll get sick of sorting later. I thought you were going to kill me. Do you have any idea what kind of work it cost me to come to you before the war started? Is it just me, or are we starting to quarrel? The anger in Gaara's gaze subsides a little, but he does not stop looking me straight in the eye, like a boa constrictor at a rabbit. No, my love, you don't think so. I cross my arms on my chest and coldly look into the eyes of my spouse. You don't have to raise your voice to swear. What doesn't suit you personally? Kazekage sighs heavily, realizing that our conversation will not end just like that. Your reaction. All this time I considered myself guilty and was constantly tormented by remorse, and then it turns out that you knew everything, and at the same time, you didn't tell me anything. I easily run my nails over his unprotected neck, and if I press a little harder, I will rip open the thin skin, and Gaara knew this very well, but he allowed such manipulations, completely trusting. Or is he trying to make amends in this way? The former Jinchuriki looks away, trying not to look at me, at which I tilt my head to the side. Oh, gods, is he ashamed? Yes, it's the first time I've seen such a reaction since we met. I run lightly with the pads of my fingers higher up the neck, hugging the jaw line with my palms, and turn the younger dog's face towards me, but I don't let go, otherwise the man will start looking away again. Okay, forget it. At least now I know that everything is fine. The interesting thing is that the red-haired man was actually a little ashamed of his actions in the past, and that was enough for me. What's the result with the task? Unobtrusively translates the topic of conversation, and gently detaches my palms from the lower edge of my face, simply lowering them down and interlacing my fingers. Well, since I'm here, it means it's done. However, I did not understand what to do with the necklace. These artifacts work extremely strangely. And it's true, Rikudo never bothered to tell us why the hell he sent us to the island at all, except for the sake of closing the loop into an 8. You do realize that I won't let you out of the wind country now, right? Gaara is interested, and devils are dancing in turquoise eyes. Hey, that's not fair. I'll leave you without dinner, you'll cook yourself. Is that a threat? The gaze of the young Kazekage becomes mocking, from which I pout my lips. This is blackmail. Brazen and outright blackmailed, and you make me change my mind. Well, I'll make you. I mutter, tugging the fabric of the red cloak at myself and looking at the Lord of the Sand with a challenge. That's it, Kazekage's office hours are over for today. And I don't care that it's the middle of the day. He will walk with me barely audibly, will tell you about the new war, I'll hear crazy words. It's time for me and you to get ready. The Hobbit Shire, Gandalf the Grey. A year later, April. Gaara 23, Nara 22, Indra and Ashura. 2 years from the very morning I had a feeling of impending Peta. That's why I wasn't even surprised by the ghost of Rikudo, who materialized right in front of me, scaring the children and forcing me to stand as a wall between them and an unfamiliar uncle. My daughter, no, no, and no. This already smacks of problems. I interrupt the ghost of the Otsutsuki clan, and I see a frown on his face. But you still have to do it. Hagoromo insists, trying to focus my attention on his person, but I kept looking back at my children. You have shaken the balance of parallel realities during the war, therefore, as my heirs and prophets of the gods are obliged to correct what they have done. How much more will I have to correct in this world just because I use divine powers to free Biju? I mutter wearily, realizing that there is nowhere to go. I was bound hand and foot by contracts, as well as by the power that the gods gave us. You are not in my position to stand either. Happen. What should I do? A war has started in the world from where you summoned the Hokage, so you must go there and prevent the revival of Kaguya. And it is desirable that the Hokage of their world, and not ours, be revived. Hagoromo says majestically, and I'm already calculating the size of the rabbit hole they're trying to push me into. Well, what does the Hokage have to do with it? Even if some kind of collapse happens, and they revive ours, it will not affect the war in any way as a whole. I gently hug the boys to me, who have already begun to calm down and look with interest at one horny uncle. Thank all the gods, so far they have been silent and have not asked questions. Yeah, if Hagoromo continues to constantly come to us, then the children can consider this ghost a member of the family, no other way to, Madara. Oh, yes, in the canon, he was a man. But still, it's not clear. And what's the problem? Just in case, I'll clarify. Maybe I'm just stupid, and I don't understand the obvious things. Kaguya should not be reborn. Otsutsuki choose me, and I get a clear feeling that I'm really stupid. Well, even if she is reborn, we'll just kill her. Unlike our comrades from the canon, we have the strength to do this. Yes, and they should meet your ghost and get their powers. The man shakes his head, denying my words. Oh, that's interesting. What's wrong? I don't want to give them my powers. Rikudo suddenly informs me. I saw what it led to. The canon that you know is 5 years behind your world. I'm hanging out a little, looking at the representative of the cursed clan with all my eyes. Now I definitely don't understand anything about what is happening. Just do as I ask. Your worlds are interconnected, so it is impossible to allow the resurrection of my mother, otherwise it will attract too much attention to your world. I doubt you want to face the main branch of the clan. Haha, apparently my level of intelligence is not enough to fully appreciate the whole brilliant idea of the sage, but I already knew perfectly well that some kind of ass had come. Who are we? Me and Sasuke? Just in case, I clarify, realizing in hindsight that, as always, I will have to navigate on the spot. You, Hyena and Hades. I can only rely on the three of you. Oh, well, at least you can take Gaara with you, it's already more fun. And what about the decorations in the end? I still didn't understand what they were doing. No matter how I twisted these beads made of a strange black stone, their deep power remained a mystery to me. They allow you to travel through the worlds if you have a Rinnegan, and also allow you to return exactly to your world. He says, and disappears without explaining anything else. How it works, what to do, what exactly is required of us, is not fucking clear. I love fucking adventures like this. Is it worth clarifying how much Sasuke and Gaara were delighted from a similar perspective? No, Uchiha was just glad, because this is an extra opportunity to rest, but Gaara was not so adventurous, and figured out what to do and to whom to transfer his affairs to Kazekage. I had to figure out what to do with the children. I had to negotiate with Temari, who panicked wildly, as soon as she found out the reason for our absence, and already solve her organizational issues, handing over temporary leadership to her deputy. Admittedly, Kakuzu even put up an adequate amount equal to her bonus. We had a day for everything about everything. Finally, it dawned on me why it was necessary to resurrect the Hokage from their world, and the main reason rested on Uchiha. Once again, everything rested on Uchiha, only this time in the Avenger Sasuke. I had to briefly inform about everything that I remembered. I even had to use kurama, since Yokai's memory was much better than mine. It was also decided to take the former Biju with them, as an additional support. I took off my kabuki uniform, put on my usual clothes and threw a lightweight chunin vest over it. They were similar to the ones used in the song earlier, but they were made of lighter material and the model that I was wearing was used only by the Jonins. Outwardly, they did not differ in any way from Chunin's vests, the difference was only in those fuins that were applied to the surface of the fabric. Despite the fact that the alliance still exists, some military tricks still remain. Gaara threw on exactly the same vest, remaining in his long red raincoat, and Sasuke did not have to change anything at all, except to leave the Hokage hat in the office. After thinking a little, I encouraged the Kazekage to put on our cloaks, the prototype for which was the cloak of the fourth, with the only difference that Gaara had green swirls along the hem, which personified the wind, and I had black branches at all, as a symbol of a dead village. And naturally, there were inscriptions on them. The 6th Hokage, the 5th Kazekage, the 9th Uzumaki. It's pathetic, beautiful, you can't dig in. Why we needed these raincoats in a parallel world, I had no idea, but I wanted to fuck, yes, while I was searching for the most ordinary raincoats that we would put on top of all this. Sasuke, as an experienced dojutsu user, was trying to figure out all these movements. The paradox, I could deal with spatial technique and improve it, but I didn't have a good command of Rinnegan. After all, he remained a foreign body for me, since I wasn't born with dojutsu, and Sasuke used dojutsu perfectly, but he was a layman in movements. Gaara did not understand either one or the other, however, Hiration knew, although he rarely used it, so he was the head center of our team, as well as the most adequate and sensible of our three, since he was a kind of genius, which even the proud Uchiha recognized. That I carefully throw a traveling cloak over the shoulders of a young Kazekage, correcting the ugly folds on his shoulders, as I feel a sharp jerk, and the whole environment changes around us. I immediately turn my gaze to the dumbfounded Sasuke, who did not stop touching the earrings and looking around in confusion. Oh, yes, fine, we figured it out, so we figured it out. And how will we return home? Was it really so difficult for Rikudo to give us instructions for these things? I immediately feel the space in search of outsiders, noting that we are somewhere on the border of the country of lightning and frost, not so far from the combat zone. And the sad thing is that I don't feel the demonic statue, but there is already an echo of the ten-tailed one, which in itself was a huge problem in our case. Although okay, this was not a problem, rather an annoying nuisance, since I hoped that we would have time before such actions began. So, Sasuke, go to the Uzumaki temple, I showed you where it is. Rinnegan sees through techniques, so make sure under disguise that Orochimaru doesn't mess up with the resurrection technique. I give instructions. This is very important, because I understood Hagoromo's motives. Sasuke resurrected the Hokage to decide whether to destroy Konoha or not, so the Hokage of this world is needed, otherwise he will not choose the right side. If something goes wrong, adjust the flow of the mask through the negative. We have already done something similar when we exterminated cultists. Is the connection working? Yes, it's fine. Sasuke nods and immediately leaves through moving Rinnegan, only throwing a hood over himself, and I continue to expand the space of the network. I feel the first stage of the ten-tailed, as well as the weak beating of the Kage chakra. They need medical help, so I go to the dunes, where Katsuya is trying to heal the injuries of the injured Kage. I run my fingers through my hair nervously. How I didn't want to be here, who would know? You'd better go to Jubi, because the army is already there and many may die from wooden stakes, including Niji, as he was supposed to die in the canon. Your shields multiplied by Fuin will be more effective than I am on that battlefield. Good. That's all. Gaara nods, getting ready to move along with my clone, who will drag him through the Rinnegan. Be careful, you too. I nod, turning in the direction of Kage.in general. I wonder why Rikudo does not want to give his powers to local reincarnations? No, of course, I am aware that he used some special technique so that all his versions merged into a single ghost, and due to this he exists outside of time and space, only there was nothing on the tablet about the heirs of his will. Perhaps there can only be two heirs in all realities? But then it's not really fair, not in relation to others, but in relation to us. In the canon, Naruto and Sasuke no longer met with the ghost of the sage after he temporarily granted them marks for Chibaku Tensei, but it was not the first time that Uchiha and I were pulled. reminding us that we are his successors and carry his will to the masses. So what's the problem with giving the local reincarnation the same, temporary, power what was granted in the canon? Or does he not want to give Sasuke Rinnegan because he is not sure about him? In general, this whole topic of inheritance was very thin ice, and we often had to get out of situations, or do something that Rikudo asked for. Of course, it wasn't always something large-scale, like the extermination of cultists in the Hydra Temple, a jump into the past, or as now, a change in the course of the war of an alien world, but small requests like searching for information, or examining places were constantly, from which I concluded that we were the only pair of heirs, otherwise he didn't ride us with enviable regularity. The question is, why us? Because Sasuke is normal and adequate, well, almost, or because I'm from another world? And again, there are so many questions that remain unanswered again that I use Rinnegan to be right next to Katsuyu, who was already preparing to pour acid on me, but I put a paralyzing seal in advance, and as soon as I jumped into the epicenter, everyone next to me was paralyzed. I'm creating clones that will have to help me put Kage on alert. Of course, it was possible to stupidly drain Katsuyu's chakra and leave everything as it is, but then we will sit here until the second coming, so first of all I took care of Tsunade, leaving the rest in the care of my clones. The amazing thing is that I had never seen our fifth in such a state, so I had no idea what she looked like without her rejuvenating techniques, but now I had to pour a medical chakra into her, and help her heal the torn half of her body. How did she survive at all? I will never believe that thanks to Katsuyu. The strength of the Senju and Byakugo clan is possible, but not at the expense of the animal draft plan. The same purified chakra of Kurama was many times more intense in medical terms, which I took advantage of, putting on a golden cloak of Jinchuriki. I wasn't going to explain anything to anyone anyway. Our job is easy, to nail Madara, fix Obito's brains, split the ten-tailed and figure out how to get home from here. Oh, yes, another Zetsu slam. That's all. Tsunade was coming to her senses literally before my eyes and I could feel the current of her chakra stabilizing, evenly distributed among the slugs that she had summoned. Of course, my clones also treated Kage there, on top of the medical jutsu that was held on the Sakura chakra, so things should go more cheerfully. Hazel eyes stared at me in shock, and I barely refrained from waving at her, but this would disrupt the concentration of medical equipment. Senju wheezes, instantly coughing, and one of the clones gives her a wineskin with water, which she measured with an incredulous look. Drink. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't treat you like a child, by God. Or are the cause and effect relationships not working yet? Since she recently came to her senses, the slugs gradually began to fall off from the others, giving full access to my clones, still burning with the golden veil of Biju. It was possible without a cover, but this way the chakra was transmitted faster, and I wanted to move to the main battlefield and finish it all as soon as possible. I didn't particularly like the fact that I had to pull someone else's world out of my ass, but I don't have to choose, especially since it's already too late. I needed strength, I got strength, now please pay the bills. A kind of mousetrap that slammed shut before I had time to fully enjoy the cheese. Hey Dobe. Sasuke's voice is heard drooping. Okay, but I don't like this. You definitely did something wrong, right Sasuke? I exhale wearily, filling the seal of Byakugo with neutral chakra to the end under the gaze of Senju. Fortunately, while she was calm and silent, clearly waiting for the moment when all the rulers would be cured. Almost. 3, as it should be, are from this world, but there were problems with the first one. The Uchiha reports in a roundabout way, and the ass nerve begins to twitch violently. What problems? My voice rings with rage, but I try to control myself. Oh, something's been messing up a lot lately. The first from our world, and now he is moving to the battlefield to calm Madara. Phew, I was thinking. One Hokage will not bring any special problems. Although no, wait, can you at least tell him that this is another world and that Madara is not quite Madara? Just in case, I'm interested. He didn't have time. As soon as he heard that Madara was the cause of the Fourth World War, he immediately rushed to the battlefield. Well, P.'s debts. I say incredulously, taking my hands off the fifth and helping her up. I briefly examine the others, who seem to be already regaining consciousness. Although it will be funny. Okay, move to the battlefield, I want to finish everything as soon as possible. Naruto? A familiar voice distracts me and I turn towards the Kazekage from this world, and after thinking a little, I nod. I won't explain anything anyway, let them get confused. But how? Tsunade sighs in amazement when I take off the hood from my head. I'm from another reality. When there was a war in our world, or rather I, messed up a little, and now we have to help your world, otherwise all this can result in negative consequences for ours. I won't explain in detail, it's too long and tedious, so you'll have to put up with it. I wave off, checking each Kage for the presence of serious untreated injuries. They seem to be intact. Naruto. Gaara's voice crackles a little with rage. Here Hashirama is very actively trying to kiss Madara. Are you sure you didn't mix anything up? Oh, no, my dear Kazekage. Personally, I didn't mess up anything, make all the claims to Uchiha, he did something wrong. The eyes of the local Sand Lord widened amusingly when he heard who I was talking to. Now I will transfer the local Kage to the battlefield. How is the situation there? Jubi shoots back, but the shields are coping. Gaara's voice becomes calm again, and I allow myself a cheeky grin. Then I'm performing. The chakra chains envelop all 5 Kage in an instant, and I move Hiration along the mark that stood on Gaara, finding myself in the thick of things. Wow. During our war, I mostly kept the formation, so I didn't participate much in the whole mess, leaving everything to the clones, since keeping the ten-tailed was the first priority. And in general, I remember the whole war only as a blurred spot because of the huge number of events, a large flow of information from clones, and everything else that happened a little more than a day. At first, I thought to immediately rush to Hashirama to explain that this is Madara, not at all the Madara that he knows, but I was short-circuited by the picture that opened. The resurrected Uchiha was fleeing from the first of our world at full speed, and angrily shouted at him so that this abnormal would not approach him. Yeah, business. Can we leave it as it is? Hashirama is able to take out the brain of anyone, so let him be engaged in therapy of a negligent Uchiha. Naruto will successfully cope with Obito, and we will only have to bang Zetsu, and unify the ten-tailed one. It's a fucking idol. Jubi gives another volley of tree stakes and they sink back into the sand shield, which slows them down. I throw the Kage on the rest of the army. The T is not small, they will figure it out, and I figure out the optimal plan of action myself. That's what you can talk about for so long? The Hokage didn't even move in our direction, and for some reason Sasuke hesitates, remaining near his beaten double from this reality. Exactly, a doppelganger. Naruto has very little chakra, so it's worth sharing with him. I don't know why I need it, I just feel it's the right thing to do. But no, I know. If he throws off the cover, then Jubi will aim at him, since he will feel the chakra of all tailed ones, which is not beneficial to us. I rush to Naruto like a yellow lightning in the same cover, realizing that there is very little left of his chakra, and Kurama simply does not have time to collect all the chakra, since the little one has not yet figured out how to use it to the end, spending too much demonic energy in vain. I grab his face. Well, I'm sorry, I wanted to grab his shoulder, but someone decided to turn around at the wrong time, transmitting a powerful stream and restoring the reserve almost half with one touch. You can, of course, leave it that way, but he needs a full reserve. By Jadama. It sounds right in my ear, and I feel little fox paws trampling on my shoulder. I laugh, shifting my hand from my face to the shoulder of the teenager, passing the chakra as quickly as possible. I just want to go home, not that's all. Kurama easily jumps off my shoulders and galloped forward, taking on his huge Biju appearance on the move, which almost did not change when the seal was removed. The only difference was that now he appeared to be a really material nine-tailed fox, and not a translucent avatar with black patterns, so it was always clear where Kurama himself was and where I was in the Biju avatar. The fox general was literally collecting energy for the Bijadama on the move, getting close to the ten-tailed one, knocking off the course of the red ball and forcibly shoving it back into the throat of the former demonic statue. Spectacular, you can't say anything. Finally, Uzumaki's reserve was full and I hurried to remove the paralyzing seal from him, as well as threw off the barriers that I had set before touching the teenager. I didn't need anyone to interfere. Yes, they were shouting, yelling, trying to break through, but it shouldn't have concerned me, so I fully concentrated on my primary task of recovery, and as soon as the barrier fell, I moved to a safe distance, preparing to jump back to Gaara, but I was stopped by the familiar feeling of the chakra. Well, finally, although okay, these are just my claims, in fact they managed much faster than I thought. Sasuke's carcass lands next to me, and the hood flies off his head. Sakura was clearly hanging out somewhere nearby, as she heard the signature, Sasuke-kun, in her performance. Although in our world she called him that to make fun of him, in this world Sakura's feelings were still with her, and I felt humanly sorry for her. The finished bastard from this world didn't deserve such a beautiful woman that, you took a long time, topic. I say indignantly, tracking the changes in the tail. It looks like he is going to go to the second level, and then we will have to put up a shield of balls of truth so that we are not touched by the anomaly of heaven and earth. The first one left almost immediately, so I had to set the brains of my double myself. Sasuke says enough, trying to throw the hood over his head again, but we have already attracted a lot of attention, so such manipulation will not really help. Someone would have set your brain straight. I answer him with the same displeasure. I feel a familiar flash of lightning. A white and red cloak flew high up, obscuring the Jinchuriki Kubi from this world. For a moment, Minato's blue eyes widen in disbelief, but he quickly pulls himself together, pronouncing only one name, Naruto? Minato exhales in surprise, and I wave my hand in greeting. But how? We're on the battlefield here, actually. As if by the way, I note. It wasn't in my plans to sharpen the mistakes with the fourth one. But to measure strength with Madara, don't even think about it. Uchiha grabs me by the scruff of the neck, almost forcibly pulling me away from the fourth, and casts a piercing glance at her younger version from a parallel reality. If you mess up, a trifle, I'll wring your neck. Ugh, topic, how uncivilized. I easily leave the Uchiha's grip, standing next to him, keeping track of what is happening around with my eyes. Let you take care of Obito, I'll take on the ten-tail, and Gaara, along with the clone, will kill Zetsu. Is Gaara with you? Oh gods, how loud you are, Uzumaki. Well, at least don't get involved, for the sake of Rikudo. I throw in my hearts, angrily looking at my male reflection from another world. Distribute the chakra among all shinobi, as they are tired, they need to restore the reserve, as well as fight off Jubi. I'm asking you purely humanly, sit down and don't shine. You can treat your brains from a distance, but don't get in the way. Can we start acting already? The Lord of the Sand gave his voice, folding his arms on his chest as usual. Let's start. There's no plan, but you're holding on. I giggle a little, taking one last look at Minato and Naruto, throwing off the illusion from my eye and moving lightning fast towards the ten-tailed one. There were many advantages from the contract with Shinju, and one of them was the very demonic chakra chains with which Biju was once extracted from all of us, but now they will not work, since Jubi was unstable, which means it was necessary to eliminate the one who controls him. Madara was extremely busy fighting off Hashirama at a sufficient distance, and even from here I could feel the bewilderment of the first. Okay, maybe I'll explain everything to him later, but for now it was too convenient that the senior Uchiha does not fit into the general confusion of events. Obito would still be pushed off the tailed one, and you can start. Gaara's chakra was beating in a measured flow around, from which I concluded that the youngest of the dog but began to track Aloe with the help of a chakra in my clone. After all, his sensory abilities were not up to par, although sometimes Uzumaki's blood took its toll. Although it was heavily diluted, it left the former Jinchuriki only a huge reserve, branded survivability, and a small predisposition to Fuin. Well, red hair, yes. I completely throw off the cover and remove the traveling cloak so that it does not get in the way. Well, to make me look more pretentious, there's nothing to hide. It was worth removing the cover of the Jinchuriki, as all the attention of the Ten-Tail turned to me, as the chakra of all Biju, including his own, became perfectly felt. It's good. There's nothing to look at the combined forces. I have more chances than the whole army. Uzumaki was fluttering behind my back, distributing chakra to everyone, so here and there, miniature bonfires of red chakra flame with funny ears flashed. It's even cute, in its own way, if you don't get distracted by the whole situation as a whole. There's Uchiha already poking around, throwing Obito off the statue with a honed movement and not allowing him to come close to her. Still, Sasuke was the best option, since Obito was his sensei for quite a long time, and then a sparring partner at all. So many feints with ears will be nipped in the bud. To be honest, I didn't want to kill Obito. I certainly felt sorry for him, because he is just a tool in the hands of Madara, just like Madara is a tool in the hands of Zetsu. Everything is so complicated that it is very difficult to find the right or the guilty, but I was sure for sure that Zetsu must be killed, and Kaguya should not be reborn. I don't know how this will help in the future not to be discovered by the Otsutsuki clan, but Rikudo probably knew better. After all, he has already lived for more than 1 century. To extract the tailed ones, it was necessary to return the 10-tailed one back to the state of Geto Maso, and for this I need to seize control of the statue. Of course, it would have been easier if Sasuke had done it, but at least I had an idea of what to do, even though I couldn't say exactly how I returned Jubi to his original statue form in our world. Everything was so simple and so easy at the same time that I was already a little confused, but I pulled myself together, giving the chakra into my eyes. The extra thoughts in my head immediately disappeared, leaving room for clear instructions that I followed. Eye-to-eye contact, seize mental power, establish a complete connection, force submission. Interestingly, Sharingan operates according to the same scheme. Although, if we consider that Sharingan is considered a degraded form of Rinnegan, which in turn was a regression of Rinne-Sharingan, then it is quite possible that in general, there were always strange sensations from using Rinnegan. The right side of the face, starting from the middle of the forehead and ending somewhere on the cheekbone, was unpleasantly cold, as if from frosty air. As far as I knew, Byakugan caused similar sensations, only instead of tingling, there was a feeling of stretched facial muscles, while Sharingan, on the contrary, warmed up the skin, so that it even felt hotter in those places, as if the user's temperature had risen. I fold my fingers in a gesture of concentration, trying to tune in to the chaotic wave of the tailed one as much as possible. The contact was established, but it was too difficult to achieve complete submission, and it took me time. He still obeyed, stopping all his attacks, but the rage was still present in him, and this made it difficult to reverse the transformation into a statue. Sensing danger, I abruptly crouched down and rolled forward, thus dodging a huge gunbai. I never understood this weapon, although if you are an Uchiha, then it was very useful, except that it was bulky and heavy. I've had a chance to wave our Madara's gunbai. It's such a pleasure that I switch part of my attention to the enemy and click with displeasure. And what is Hashirama doing there, since Madara has come here? Ah, there he runs, and the campaign still did not understand that a man was in front of him, since he was singing no worse than a nightingale, singing the beautiful image of his beloved kunoichi. Yeah, in my opinion this is already a clinic. I reach for the contract with Shinju and surround myself with wooden stakes, which force Madara to retreat right into the raking handles of the first. That's right, squeeze there, but don't bother me. True, I was scared of what kind of scolding his wife would give the dead Senju in the pure world, but I would definitely look. Complete submission took quite a long time, during which I even managed to get tired of excessive use of dojutsu. Sasuke had already twisted Obito for a long time. The local Naruto was actively rubbing something into both Uchiha, occasionally switching to a bound one, and what the fuck is he bound for? The Avenger of this world, Hashirama still happily fucked with Madara, who also went into a fighting rage and did not notice anything around him. And I was finally able to completely suppress the will of the woody lump of rage and malice that I come close to Jubi, directing his own chakra flows into the negative. And forcing him to take his form of a demonic statue, but even perfect control was not enough for this. I frowned. Last time, it seemed like Kaguya herself turned the ten-tailed one back into a statue, but I didn't understand the principle of operation. But I was sure that this tailed one could be turned into a piece of wood. After all, it lacked the sealed Hachi and Q, which means the process can be started back anyway. That I was fumbling this way and that, people from the United Shinobi Army were already gathering around us, even Gaara had already found Zetsu, and I was still picking with this piece of wood. In the end, it all ended with my outburst of anger and abandoned in the heat, yes, so that you fall apart, and as if by magic, Jubi began to stiffen, taking the pose of a statue, and shackles began to appear out of thin air. However, we are not looking for easy ways, and if we find them, we do not know how to use them. I cover the Congo Fusa with the 10-tailed seals that Shinju told me about, and easily pull out all the tailed animals, grinning contentedly. Well, now the statue is not my concern. Although it is necessary to send it somewhere so that it does not flicker. I would throw it on the moon, but there is still not quite an adequate tonnery, and giving him such a weapon in his hands is the height of madness. I put my chin on the elongated muscle between my thumb and index finger, continuing to look at the statue of the outer path. Well, everything seems to have been sorted out, but what should I do next, Naruto? Minato distracts me by patting me lightly on the shoulder. Can I ask you something? Let me guess. I stare at the man, noticing Naruto looming behind him from this world. Oh, gods, have mercy, I don't want to talk to him right now. Do you need me to reprint the second half of the fox to the first, if possible? The fourth awkwardly scratches the back of his head, and for some reason this movement touches me. Nothing is impossible, you could see for yourself. I openly smile at the dead Hokage, pulling Uzumaki, who screamed in surprise, to me with chains. It will hurt, as well as destroy your body and finish Edo Tensei, so stand, talk, and when you're ready, you'll find me. I leave these two alone. I myself go to our Sasuke, who was diligently explaining something to his Avenger clone. As if that would help. Let's take him with us and hand him over to Kabuto for rehabilitation. I suggest, seeing in what shocked the eyes of the shinobi of the generation that studied in the same class with the petty Avenger Widen. He is still bad, he can either be treated or killed, there is no third option. It's better to kill, Sasuke says indifferently, giving the Avenger a savory slap on the back of the head. I don't want to mess with him. Leave it here, he'll do some more shit, and Rikudo will make us figure it out again. Listen, leave him in the care of a local Naruto, let him brainwash him. Do you really care about him? The petty Avenger's Sharingan's burning with rage rest right on me, but only bad luck, neither genjutsu of any kind acts on me or Sasuke because of Rinnegan. However, I couldn't miss such an attack from this bastard, so I was happy to put an overwhelming seal on his forehead, completely extinguishing the chakra and not allowing it to be used. However, the hearth was still functioning, but he could not reach it. Be careful on the turns, guy, otherwise you will get acquainted with my red-haired schizophrenia. He, you know, is very fond of human meat, especially if during his lifetime his meat had a Sharingan. The boy paled slightly, but tried to show off until the last, although I felt that his rotten soul was slightly frightened by such a proposal. I'm lazy, I can really let Kurama off the leash, and remember what the last of the uchi was called there. And then he's sitting there, shining flashlights, he's lost his fear altogether. Gaara literally materialized out of thin air next to me, brushing his hands off something black. And I thought he sealed the Zetsu, not killed it. But it's even better, to be honest. I saw Kazekage moving steadily in our direction, just like everyone else, but I did not take any action, waiting for a small performance that in general, we should now figure out how to go home, and not stand surrounded by our friends' doppelgangers from this reality. Anyway, these are, in fact, strangers, and our relatives and friends are waiting for us at home. And I didn't want to leave the children for a long time. They would find a way to smash Konoha without straining too much, and even others would be harnessed to this business. After all, genes are a terrible thing, and multiplied by the character of Uzumaki, it's generally a time bomb. Minato distracts me, indicating with a nod of his head that they have finished all the preparations, and I nod back to him. The reprinting took place quite quickly, since there was no special resistance from the second party, and this rite was conducted by a third person. It was me on the battlefield messing with Ku for so long, because I was almost exhausted and with a shitty concentration. Now things were much better. Tell Kushina that I fulfilled my promise and everyone was satisfied. Finally, I say to Minato, watching the paper crumble from the shining silhouette. Absolutely. The fourth one smiles, and I just can't help but smile back at him. What promise? Naruto dies, looking at me in surprise. I take a deep breath. I would not like to raise this topic. It is not known how an overly emotional Uzumaki will react to this. I promised her that I would resurrect my parents for my wedding, and I did it. I answer coldly, turning my back to Jinchuriki and moving back towards R3, noting that Gaara is talking quietly about something with a young Kazekage of this world. What wedding? Naruto's ringing voice carries almost over the entire battlefield, from which I massage my temples, but do not turn around at him. Yeah, how everything is running. I'm married, asshole. Or do you have a brain like a rubber duck and this information does not fit in your head? Still, I turn back to Uzumaki, watching his dumbfounded face. Well, also Tsunade and Sakura, but these generally did not understand why they reacted like that. For Sasuke? The sweetest smile blooms on my lips, and the Bijadama itself, quite by accident, yes, is formed in my hands. I feel that another elastic band is bursting on my hair, but I continue to press the forehead and move like an iceberg on the Titanic towards Uzumaki. I was joking. The kid immediately yelled, circling me around and hurried to hide next to our Uchiha, and I have a good sense of humor, inherited from the teacher, let's say. I still continue to smile sweetly and look at Uzumaki, who was already shaking slightly and peeking out from behind Sasuke. And take your hands off our Hokage, otherwise it will be considered harassment. This topic is a Hokage? Naruto yelled again, jumping away from Uchiha. Circus. Gaara comments quietly, watching all this. And you are the director in it, my dear Kazekage. I slap him on the shoulder, having extinguished the Bijadama. And yet, we need to go home. I'm sure that our devils have already managed to do something. Do you think the Hyuga clan's garden was demolished again? The younger one is indifferently interested in the dog, but, to which I roll my eyes. I would be very surprised if all the fruits in it are whole. Again, Niji will be blustering that our children have broken some very ancient and sacred tree. In fact, just give him a reason to be embarrassed. I catch the uncomprehending gaze of the Lord of Sand from this world and roll my eyes again. How everything annoys me. Yes, we are married. What have we hatched? Yes, I am a dog, but Naruto, yes, Gaara and I have children. This answer is dedicated to you, Naruto. I can already see how you want to ask this question, just take it for granted. Anyway, let's go home, huh? What are you mad about, Dobe? Sasuke asks ironically, knocking out the younger version of himself with a precise blow to the neck. If we are forced to save a parallel world again, you will separate the ten-tailed yourself. She grinned viciously in response, folding her arms over her chest. The hair was still moving threateningly, and Kakashi did not take his slightly frightened gaze away from me. You remembered Kushina, right? Have you forgotten anything? As if by the way, the red-haired one, who is used to such skirmishes between me and Sharingan, is interested. Madara, for example, and what about Madara? He's out. Hashirama has already brought him to Hysteria. I don't want to seal it. I don't know why your printing team hasn't done it yet. I shrug my shoulders, watching as the first one twisted Uchiha with vines, and took his face in his hands, stubbornly proving something to the brunette. Amazing naivety. It feels like he still hasn't realized that he's a man in front of him. Although, maybe it was the printers somehow immediately became animated, started talking, and finally stopped looking at us with all their eyes, as if we were animals in a zoo. This, without a doubt, could not but rejoice, since I was extremely stressed by such attention. I unconsciously twisted the Rikudo necklace in my hands, convulsively thinking that it was time to get out of here, and still hoped that my request would be heard, but the male genital organ was floating there. Small paws trampled on my shoulder and I absent-mindedly stroked Kurama on the head, completely ignoring Naruto jumping around me. I'm tired, I want to go home and sleep. I don't want to answer your questions, especially the questions of a hyperactive Uzumaki. He can also stone up to. It's not for nothing that he is the reincarnation of Ashura. They were all like that. I continue to twist the necklace in my hands, convulsively thinking about our future fate. It is logical that these two ornaments should act in pairs, and if the owner of the earring sent us here, then the owner of the necklace should send us back. But how to do this if Rikudo did not even bother to explain the principle of operation? We will reason logically. Hiraishin is based on a spatial formula connecting 2 points in space, the starting point, that is, the user, and the end point, the one that was on the kunai. The same principle applies here, but the necklace and earrings should be based on the end point, since they already had a binding on the user. The question is, how do you make all this shit work if you jump not just in space, but between spaces? So, we have a certain coordinate system, invisible to the eye. It is logical that when moving, the nearest coordinates were used, that is, the points of Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps the point of Gaara was also taken into account, since he was also with us, and therefore we were thrown to the nearest coordinates, leaving 2 points in the middle. To get back, you need to pull the same trick, but you had to jump to the points that remained in our world. Were they duplicated? And where exactly were you? Can the starting point be considered the starting point? I take out my notebook and pencil, plop down right on the ground and, ignoring all the glances directed at me, I begin to make approximate calculations based on those from which Hiraishin was built. Rikudo said that with the help of a necklace you can get into your world, so it was based on the initial coordinate points, respectively. This was our starting point. In theory, the earrings were based on the living points of the final path, which means that with their help we will definitely not be able to return back. Only the necklace can help in this difficult task. Hey, Sasuke. What were you thinking at the time of the transfer? I tilt my head a little to the side, with a tired look following another slap on the back of the head, with which he brought the petty avenger to his senses. That we need to move to the world where the Hokage came from, and it is desirable that we are not scattered along the road. And what? Uchiha clarifies with interest. I think it works according to the Hiraishin principle, however, like any spatial technique. And maybe I know how to get home. I get up from the ground and put the notebook back, taking a last look at the calculations. It should work. Well, let's go. He finally hits a small version of himself and walks towards me, while I move towards Gaara. I focus on my feelings, wanting to move back to the starting point, and just in case I give the chakra to the Rinnegan, and to my surprise it works. I probably should have said goodbye, but I'm so lazy. Such adventures. I'd rather sort the papers. Honestly, I confess, tiredly sticking my nose somewhere in the chest area of the young Kazekage. Someone else's hand runs lightly through my hair and I blissfully squeezed my eyes shut. Okay, see you later. Uchiha waves goodbye, instantly disappearing into a light funnel from Rinnegan. Home? Gaara asks jokingly. I look at the starry sky and exhale wearily. It's finally over. Home. 2 years later, September. Gaara 25, Naruto 24, Indra and Ashura. For years as usual, I scan the office space before entering it, and, as usual, when I find Shurajima in it, I knock on the door. Without waiting for an answer, I immediately go in. She bowed to me as usual, and after handing over some documents to the Kazekage, bowed again, leaving the office. I was always amazed at how she shuffled in front of me when I was in the form of an Akuma, even though they called me Undine, for my tricks about trying to appoint me captain of all the ANBU, and how contemptuously she curled her lips when I was in civilian clothes. The fact that I am in the service of the ANBU and am the head of the organization of cleaners was not brought out to the general public, and perhaps only the very top kabuki knew about it, without taking the information outside the elite unit. In ordinary life, I was just a kunoichi from another village who kept her own jewelry workshop and left her shinobi career for her husband. And I was quite satisfied with this position, since I did not want my children to be aware of my activities as a shinobi of the village. Gaara sighed softly, seeing such an attitude on the part of his deputy, but at my personal request, he did not say anything to Shurajima about it, allegedly not noticing. Personally, I had fun and got high from this situation, each time having fun with the reaction of this strange woman. Kazekage turned his gaze back to me, waiting for me to finally tell him why I came. The Chimera won't be able to go on that mission, so I'll go instead. Yes, and the captain of it is so. A slight tremor runs through the walls of the office, and I feel all the barriers activated, separating the curious kabuki from any method of wiretapping. Did something serious happen to him? Gaara asked indifferently, putting the documents aside. Well, he likes to knock a rubber dildo on the table when he extremely disagrees with someone's opinion, only before he tried not to do it with Kakuzu. However, at yesterday's meeting, he forgot that his dear wife was also present in the room. I tap a long fingernail on a porcelain mask. In general, she shoved this rubber dick up to his tonsils, so Haydn is temporarily unfit for service until Kakuzu finishes teaching him good manners. It's good that she doesn't know yet that he not only knocks with them, but also throws himself quite well, otherwise there would be less for one Jashinist. Why is there such an interest in this particular task? I blew my foot a little, innocently peering into the eyes of the fifth. Well, it's on the border with the Pearl Country. I haven't had a mission outside of Wind Country for a long time. Gaara raised an eyebrow skeptically, subtly hinting that he was already aware of all my outings. Okay, it hasn't been officially for a long time. You're not letting me out of the country after that incident with the Hydra Temple. Knowing you, I wouldn't be surprised if you got into trouble again. The red-haired man tilts his head slightly to the side, resting his chin on his bent hand. Well, I didn't get in, even though I didn't often go on solo missions because of the boys. I would prefer that the number of missions remain the same as for all reports, official, as well as those written by those who, allegedly, went to them. I lean with both hands on the table, looking at the Kazekage right at point-blank range. But it's useless to dissuade you anyway. I smiled fervently, although it was not visible under the mask, so, using the location, I began to learn the details of the mission, which I needed to know about as a superior person. Strange movements in a village near Sankan, people seem to be disappearing, a shinobi squad sent to investigate has also disappeared. Well, now it's clear why they wanted to send Haydn. He was an unkillable bastard. We will not take into account special methods of torture. Kakuzu, the financier, generally had a rich imagination, and Sasori, as a master of poisons, was friends, so he could get out of the mess. I can always dump Hiration, or into the Yukai plan thanks to Kurama and Shikaku. 3 days, I think. I remember the exact location of the village, nodding to myself. Maybe even faster than 3 days, but the ever-worried Kazekage does not need to know about it. Be careful. The dog sighs hopelessly, but that was my universal voice of reason, but he felt perfectly well when it would certainly not work to convince me. I'm always careful. The skeptical gaze of the turquoise ones burned through me. I hear this from a man who promised to just look into the temple, but in fact disappeared for 3 weeks. I am no less skeptical about Kazekage. Are you going to remember this to me now for the rest of your life? Joking bickering was part of our daily routine, and how the hell did I like it? It's quite possible. The corners of the lips are slightly raised, and Godame is already looking with a cheerful squint, carefully hiding his concern behind it. I promise I'll be careful. Finally, I bow to the ruler of the sand, disappearing in Shunshin from his office. It's funny how things work out when I disappear on missions of high difficulty. Gaara is constantly fussing and worrying, but he also drags himself on missions while no one sees, and in place of the ruler leaves my clone under the henge. Of course, we rarely go alone, mostly always together, but sometimes a similar force majeure happens. From the very morning I had an exciting premonition, as if I was 12 years old again and I was going to Suna for the first time, expecting something strange and incomprehensible. This did not happen often, so I listened very sensitively to the sensations. Well, not to say that it was a premonition of P.'s debts, but it will definitely be able to turn my life around. That I check the pouches, as well as the expiration date of the clone that was in the workshop and will go home instead of me. How convenient dense clones were. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do anything at all, with all this nonsense, and also the old rakage wants me to take a full part as a kage, otherwise, you see, he doesn't like that. He sees me once a year when I report on the activities of cleaners. In general, few people knew about my underground activities, the Council of Elders, the 5 kage, and the elite, the cleaners that all as one served in the NSA and were engaged in the direct search for criminals, and that they had a seal of silence on them that did not allow them to disclose information. It was easier for me, just because less attention was focused on me as the wife of Kazekage. And I didn't want to tell my sons about it until they become at least genins, or even better chunins. In the eyes of the child, the parent is God, and it's better for them to think that the mother is a simple civilian than a cold-blooded killer who ruthlessly cuts out any threat. They have something to be proud of, Father Kazekage, and I have enough of a simple position as a craftsman that I check how the connection works and am satisfied with the results. I've killed too much time to tie the whole Fuin into a single structure. It was no longer a single voice channel, but more like a telephone connection with the young ladies. The bottom line was that each of the elite wore the same earrings with seals, like those that Jinchuriki had in the war, except that now the fabric with Fuin was short and not as bulky as the first copies. The shinobi passed his chakra through the fabric and contacted the headquarters of the village, or the main headquarters located in the same song, and already the signalmen sitting there connected them with another shinobi wearing the seal. In general, nothing complicated, the main thing is that they must wear these seals constantly. I already had a personal seal on my right ear that connected me and Gaara, and I don't even want to remember what kind of work it cost me to create this particular seal that could work without touching. Although the first seal could work without touching, but it was necessary to have so good chakra control for such tricks, therefore there were 2 on modes. I made our seals with only one and designed only for our chakra. And since the dog turned out to be a kind of perfectionist, he had both ears pierced, to which I grinned and told him about other types of piercings. The theme of another world and everything that was connected with it, very much tightened the young Kazekage, so for all the time that we were married, he became quite prosherony, understanding many of my references, and he himself often using phrases that put seasoned shinobi in a stupor. It was even fun, especially when I told him why it makes me laugh every time the current Hokage took off the Hitayata from his forehead and showed his dark mark of the moon. And since Sasuke was also aware of why I was so wild with him, he quietly hated both of us, especially after he was presented with a staff like Sailor Moon for the inauguration. I shake my hand a little and jump up on the spot, checking that nothing is ringing for sure, and go into the room where the ANBU squad was already waiting for me, whose captain I became on this mission. They all knew me by sight and without a mask, so they nodded in greeting, showing respect not as the wife of the Kazekage, but as an equal, as a captain and as the head of the entire organization in which these shinobi were. By my call sign, rarely anyone called me, more often calling me just Undine, for the fact that I walked with a mermaid tail for 2 whole days, just not to stand at the head of all kabuki, but to win back for myself only a piece that became cleaners, and I even got used to it, not paying much attention to it that we didn't have to register at the gate, so I just wrapped chains around 5 ANBU, throwing them into the vicinity of Sankan, from where we had to move to an inconspicuous village where a demon was rumored to have settled. And I would even laugh at all this if I didn't know that gods, yokai and other evil spirits really exist, and our fellow magicians from the continent can summon real demons at all, such horned ones, and not particularly friendly. I scanned the space in search of alien entities, although I doubted that it was a demon. Such personalities have not appeared on the lands of the Land of the Wind for a long time. We will not count the giant centipede, as the ambassadors from the academy called, and dealt with it themselves, since one not unknown raccoon returned to his temple as a deity, and people suddenly remembered that many centuries ago Shikaku was worshipped as the guardian of the desert, who even had his own temple. Kurama just idly wandered around the lands, looking even at the big one, but in the end he still returned here and mostly lived in Suna, enjoying studying with our sons, who squeaked with delight at the sight of a huge 9-tailed fox. There really wasn't anything demonic on these lands, as well as on the nearby ones, so I doubt very much that evil spirits could really get started here. But the gang stubbornly mowing under it, it is quite possible. However, 2 Chunin detachments were already buried somewhere here, missing from all radars, so it was ANBU who had to take up the case. I feel a beating lump of chakra near a cave in the mountains, and with a gesture I command to follow me. Everyone who had a chakra and a desire to become a shinobi went to Sunu, either by themselves or by their parents, if the child was old enough to study at the academy. Since it didn't exist before, I had the idea to organize it, and those shinobi who were retired on disability gladly accepted my offer, choosing their specialization. Of course, not everyone knew how to work with children, but this was not required, since I did not want to introduce the same soft teaching methods as in Konoha. The desert was harsh, it took everyone indiscriminately if you were weaker than it, and it would be better for a child to interrupt his failed career himself than for me to look into the eyes of parents mourning their child who left them too soon. The dropout was decent, but much smaller than I expected at the beginning, and I was immensely pleased that there were too many stubborn and achieving their goals among the younger generation. Of course, there were those who went completely, such were sent for compulsory treatment to local psychiatrists, or were not accepted into the academy at all, but the whole idea was definitely worth it. The chakra beat unevenly, but not at all like when using the ways of Rinnegan. And there's nowhere for him to come from. The last pair of eyes was destroyed during the 4th World War, and I only miraculously got one of Rikudo's eyes, while Sasuke had his own. Of course, we could use the paths with one eye, as well as making puppet bodies, but it was easier for me to do everything myself than to manage 6 corpses. Therefore, the option of such a technique disappeared immediately. I would have felt if someone had awakened Rinnegan. It's still our duty with Uchiha to protect this world from catastrophes, since because of the barrier, the gods cannot directly interfere in the affairs of this world. Although it had been destroyed for quite a long time, but its traces still hindered the gods, so they entrusted the honorable mission of preserving the world to us, since they allowed us to use their powers, and even left a certain part. There was a feeling of something familiar, as if the wind grinds the earth with its powerful gusts and lifts them into the air, thus forming a kind of sandstorm. However, these sensations were different from those that I have ever felt from familiar users of the element of magnetism. Even Indra and Ashura, despite the fact that they are twins and inherited from Gaara, the sensations from the storms were different, as well as the sand they controlled. And that was already very interesting. As soon as we approached the cave, a storm of reduced proportions immediately arose. Only a dark, almost black curtain was moving towards us, casting steel in the sun, and I quickly put a barrier around us so that it would not touch anyone from my teams A and BU. Iron sand, a terrible guess struck me. Still, it's not for nothing that I felt that something would happen today that would change my life. I leave the barrier stationary, and I myself go beyond it, enveloping myself in fox fire from head to toe, and the iron sand that immediately tried to attack me settled on the dry ground with red-hot drops. I followed the dictates of my sensorics, trying to track the emotions of a child huddled in a corner of the cave, who was so desperately and furiously trying to protect himself. I throw off the fire, but I open the fans to reflect all the blows of the sand already with a futon, and so that the child sees me. I get as close as possible and understand that the child has a banal tantrum. He simply does not control the sand, but is desperately trying to protect himself. No, it won't work that way. I can control the futon even without seals with fans, although its chakra's consuming, but now I need to calm the frightened boy first of all, so I raise my hands up, showing that I am unarmed, and slowly approach the crouching figure of the boy who actively tried to merge with the wall, but it turned out frankly badly. When the child was only a couple of steps away, the storm became even fiercer, but I just waved off, knocking the course of the whirlwinds away from me, and knelt down on one knee in front of him. How are you, child? I say gently, trying to reduce the panic in the malachite eyes, but at the sound of my voice the child shuddered and crawled away to an even greater distance. He was thin, with dark brown hair sticking up, the usual light clothes that all the children of the Wind Country wore, and huge, dark green eyes, and the red pattern on his face looked too bright, as if blood was flowing from wounds on his head. Involuntarily I shudder. It was worth looking at the thin, doll-like hands of a child. I didn't know his age, but I had a strong feeling that he was the same age as my boys, although he looked a little younger because of the general thinness. It was easy to guess. Reason and feelings entered the fight again, but as usual feelings won, so I leaned forward and gently hugged the child, barely touching his hair and trying to convey my calmness to the panicking boy. Iron sand furiously slid down my hands, tearing my clothes, but I continued to stroke the child on the head and risked lifting him in my arms, continuing to press the tiny body to me in an attempt to calm him down. It was clear from the very beginning that the boy did not control the sand well, because I had seen similar explosions in my children, and this panic was familiar to me like no one else. The element of magnetism was the most violent of all. Although my self-created element of hurricanes almost did not obey at all, periodically jumping to the pure element of a storm, then to the element of a typhoon, very rarely remaining a pure hurricane from Swinton, Riton and Futon. Fortunately, I was the only one who went. I thought of mixing all three elements. But the fame as the devil of the raging seas was confirmed, because the spectacle was very, very impressive. Everything is fine, nothing terrible has happened. I pushed the iron particles away from the child with a futon, so as not to hurt him as well. On me, everything will heal quickly, but on him, come with me, I'll introduce you to people who have exactly the same element as you. They will teach you how to control it. But father said I was the child of a desert demon, and I should be here. I gritted my teeth, hugging the child closer to me and trying not to show my anger. Damn stupid people, he lied. You are the same person as all of us, and what you can do is called an improved genome. It appears from the mixing of the earth and air chakras. I leave the cave, gesturing that everything is fine. There is nothing demonic in this, which means only that in the future you will make an excellent and strong shinobi. Shinobi? The child looks at me in surprise, and distrust slips into his not childishly serious eyes. Oh, gods, how could you do that to a child? Of course. Without seals, I create a clone, who immediately went to Gaara Hiration. No, I will definitely not allow this child to be taken to the orphanage. Come with me, I promise to take care of you and help you cope with this force. Can I? The eyes are still looking at me incredulously, waiting for a trick. How much he reminds me of Gaara in the first days of our acquaintance. The same broken child who was just left to die, hoping that the problem would solve itself. You can have a child, you can. What kind of bastard would you have to be to leave your own child to die in the desert, given that she is often not supportive even to adults? Okay, well, it's not a desert here, but it's very close to it, and judging by the fact that detachments have been disappearing here for about a month and a half, the child has been here for a long time. Throughout the Wind Country, people are well aware that the third owned iron sand, and the fourth owns gold sand, and even the fifth can control ordinary sand, not to mention what things he does with the help of Raiden, or combining sand with my fox fire or elemental chakra in principle. What is the difficulty in writing a letter to the fifth and asking them to take an unusual child away from them for training? Why was it necessary to leave him alone to his fate? I frankly wanted to wring the necks of this child's parents. Just for fun. For my inner demons were now raging worse than the sandstorms arranged by Gaara and Shikaku combined. I had not been afraid of this darkness for a long time, and now this darkness demanded blood. Certain blood. And severed heads. Yes, the back of my head prickled, giving me information about the conversation with Kazekage, and I mentally nodded. It's a pity the clone didn't have time to tell me who exactly I have on my hands right now, but I think Gaara already understood. Fortunately, he was interested in the canon, as well as the fragmentary information of that canon, with children. And most importantly, he supported me in the fact that this child will not go to the orphanage, and I will insist that he be in our family. The boys were just asking for a brother or sister, and considering that this child also has the element of magnetism. Yeah, the race will be happy that there is one more student. He can't even handle his own grandchildren. I slightly ruffle the hair on the back of the boy's head, gently stroking his back, realizing that the storm has finally subsided, and the iron sand has finally settled to the ground and showed no signs of life. Once again, I create a clone that draws on Ichibi's ability and lifts all the metal sand into the air, sealing it into a scroll and passing it to me. Well, we can go to Sunu, since the problem is solved. It hasn't been 3 days, really. My name is Akuma. I introduce myself by my call sign. But everyone calls me Undine. Get ready, now I will use one technique and we will find ourselves in the sun. I'm Shinki. The boy says softly, burying his face in my vest. Holy Rikudo, I didn't even think you could yell like that. Kankuro says wearily, flowing down the wall, as soon as we leave the meeting hall of the elders. It was the longest hour and a half in my life. The chief is generally beautiful. Haydn gushed happily that by pure chance he was on my way when I was literally flying to a meeting in a fit of anger. Even I won't be able to cover the top with such a masterly obscenity. But you're throwing rubber dicks smartly. I give the go-ahead to the shinobi standing next to me, letting them go about their business and showing that I do not need an escort. A bunch of senile old people. It's worth generally dissolving them to hell and recruiting new ones. This time in general completely, to leave only Chia, Ebizo, Baki, and race as the most adequate. Wearily, I run my hand through my hair, and exhale with relief. It feels like I've just finished the war, and not a meeting with old-timers trying to push their right to Kazekage's privacy. The fact that it would not be easy with the adoption of Shinka became clear from the very beginning, as soon as I crossed the threshold of the residence. The child, along with my clone, went to the hospital for examination, while I was almost forcibly dragged to the meeting of elders convened by the fifth. It was planned to simply put them in front of the fact, because we, as the ruling family, were simply obliged to report such trifles, and of course, the elders began to be indignant. Why Kazekage is someone else's child if he has two of his own? The boys are twins, both inherited an improved genome. The eldest son controls the gold dust, like his grandfather, and the younger one controls a new kind of sand, quartz, to be precise, although just like his father could take control of the usual. Yes, this foundling has a rare gene, but it can become just a student of the fifth or fourth. Why a dog but a headache in the form of a foundling? At first, Gaara tried to talk to them politely, as it should be at such meetings, but the elders did not want to listen, thinking that they could bend their line and impose a model of behavior on the young Kazekage, who has been in his post for almost 10 years, and it was under his leadership that Suna literally blossomed. But these assholes didn't care about the merits of the fifth, because they are older, and thought they knew how to live better than the former Jinchuriki. And when they began to drive through the childhood of the Gaara of the Sandy Waterfall, I could not stand it anymore, very brazenly driving through this statement in response. After all, the council proposed the same actions with regard to Shinki that they did with Gaara as a child, complete isolation from society, since the child cannot manage his sand, which means he is dangerous. I just reminded him because of whom exactly the little Jinchuriki became so embittered and killed right and left, as soon as he felt the slightest hint of danger towards him. Without being shy in my statements, I also took a ride on the mental abilities of individual elders, not hiding my anger and demonic ki that I could compete with Ki Shikaku in his best years. For an hour and a half, periodically switching to shouting, I cursed the entire council with a choice obscenity, bypassing only 4 people who were not against the adoption of Shinki, so everyone else got under the distribution. And when my tirade came to an end, Gaara silently stood up, and emitting no less terrifying ki said, "My decisions regarding this boy are not subject to discussion. I just called a council to notify you of some changes regarding our clan. Any aggression and attempt to kill him will be regarded as treason to the village." He did not raise his voice, talking in his usual tone with light rustling sounds. However, a vertical pupil appeared in his turquoise eyes, clearly indicating that Kazekage is furious and ready to crumble them into a salad using the hermit mode. In general, in moments of anger, the dog became like a taut string, and the eyes, so similar in their vertical pupil to the eyes of a gecko, scared the shit out of people who were used to the fact that the turquoise of the eyes of a young Kazekage is always monotonous, up to the pupil, which was still there, albeit slightly lighter than the main color, almost imperceptible. And when he was furious, he hissed no worse than a snake, showing with all his appearance that he only had to wish, and the hermit mode would immediately appear on him, making him not just a dangerous, but a deadly opponent that would end the life of a dozen Jonins in a split second. It's just that the council somehow forgets how dangerous Kazekage was, and how dangerous I was. Accustomed to seeing the most ordinary married couple from the dog family, and I was almost a civilian at all, many overlooked the fact that Gaara, despite the post of Kazekage, went on the dirtiest and most dangerous missions, just like me. Few people knew that we hid our faces behind identical masks, that we mirrored each other, and the council was just one of them. The fact that Gaara does not faint with his ears as in childhood does not mean that he has ceased to be one of the most dangerous shinobi of the Wind Country and the whole shinobi world as a whole. There were only 3 of us like that. Me, Sasuke and Gaara. We are the only ones from the younger generation who were able to achieve a full hermit mode and the ability to collect the natural chakra in any position, even at rest, even in motion, not to mention the fact that the three of us were contractors for former Biju, having full access to the abilities of sacred beasts, that in their demonic form, that in the form of yokai. I was a single anchor at all and could use the abilities of all Biju, and as the sacred tree was moved to its proper place and bloomed, showing everyone the spirit of Shinju, then also a little bit of wood techniques. It was pure pampering, compared to what the first Hokage was able to do. However, even this gave people goosebumps in herds. And if we looked ordinary and were no different from other shinobi, we should not forget that our three could organize an apocalypse and destroy the whole shinobi world in a couple of days. Well, in a little over a week, everything else. Vicar of God, this is not for you to shit in sneakers. Bastards. I opened the door to our building from my foot to change into my usual clothes. They think that the clan is their pet dogs, which they can push around. Are you sure of your decision, or are you doing it because it was in the canon? Kankuro hands me a bottle of water, which I greedily began to slurp. Wiping my lips with the back of my hand, I stare at my brother-in-law. You just haven't seen it with your own eyes yet. Even if there wasn't something like that in the canon, would still take him into our family. Kong nods in relief, staying in the locker room while I go to the shower to change into clean clothes. Gaara left us to deal with all the adoption documents, and I had to go home and talk to the children. Not to say that this was a difficult task. They, at the age of 4, often understood more than some adults, and I knew already now that in the future they would become good shinobi, living according to conscience. Yes, now they smash Suna once a week, causing just a lot of problems with their pranks, but there is an invaluable benefit in this. They were always looked after by chunins who planned to increase their rank, and looking after restless twins who could become a plug in every barrel was the best way to understand whether it was worth allowing these individuals before the check. Of course, for the most part my clone was with the children, if I was not in the sun, or they were in my workshop, making something out of clay under the guidance of Deidara, and when Race or Gaara was free, they disappeared at the landfills, trying to curb the element of magnetism, but due to age it turned out bad. But no one expected amazing results from them right away. I was just glad that children are learning not to cripple themselves and the surrounding space. Their mischief is the 10th thing, you still go catch them on it. Gaara and I were well aware of every joint or prank, as well as Orochi and Jiraiya, who lived in Suna from the very moment of their birth, but were scolded only for those they came across. Shinobi should be inconspicuous, and once caught, it means they tried hard. Although sometimes they messed up big, as, for example, it was with the slum areas that had to be rebuilt due to dilapidation, but all hands did not reach. But they got there when these red-haired devils got there and dispersed a little in their games, completely sweeping away half of the residential area. Fortunately no one was injured. Daily they snatched the nobles and along with everyone helped in the construction as a punishment. Surprisingly, the residents were not angry at them for their antics. Even the destruction of the quarter did not cause hatred and panic among the population. Well, they were scolded, well, they flew in from the two of us, but the civilians were very calm about such tricks, and many believed that it was better than the way their father had fun at the time. Or me. My jokes were always evil and I paid my abusers in the same coin, although it was too difficult to prove it. And I am more than sure that these stories spread among the people thanks to the white snake, and the very good-natured attitude of the residents to all the shoals of the twins had legs from there. For it could have been even worse, with such and such parents and their pranks in childhood. And so, a couple of houses were demolished, fences were painted, cats were chased, someone's greenhouses were demolished, a couple of landfills were demolished, but then they found water there, so they didn't really suffer punishment for this. It's all nonsense, and recoverable nonsense, and no one was hurt except my nerves and someone's little buggers. With a heavy heart, I crossed the threshold of the house. mentally preparing for a conversation with these restless imps that today remained under the supervision of my beloved grandfathers. True, the grandfathers themselves were annoyed by such treatment, and Ji and Orochi were still trying to get younger, despite their venerable age of 60-odd years. Jiraiya was talking animatedly, sitting in the common living room of the main wing of the house, and I leaned against the jamb, and watched the boys having fun with tenderness. As it turned out, it was quite difficult for Jinchuriki to get pregnant, and the fact that two turned out at once was a gift from heaven, no other way. Pregnancy was difficult, my chakra failed already in the 3rd month, but both children were healthy, having inherited the same scarlet hair of the Uzumaki clan as mine, and the only thing that distinguished them from the rest of the children was heterochromia. As the doctors explained, it was my fault, since during pregnancy I had to use the hermit mode more than once, coupled with the Jinchuriki mode. And as you know, in this mode I had ring heterochromia, and, according to doctors, this affected the twins, eventually giving out complete heterochromia. This was also my fault, since I didn't notice any ailments until the last moment, blaming my overwork on the fact that a lot of work fell on me at that time. But it's worth admitting that the different eyes, blue and turquoise, looked very funny, as well as the fact that the pupils in both eyes were dark, as it should be. The kids had the same scars, mustaches on their cheeks like mine, also, 3 pieces, the cut of their eyes, the shade of their hair, dark red eyebrows and a snub nose. But the oval of the face and the stubborn line of the lips clearly got them from Gaara, as well as light skin, which did not take the tan from the word at all. And the same hair sticking out in all directions, which they tried to grow, copying their father, but I stopped them, explaining that long hair would interfere with them for the time being, and, surprisingly, the children obeyed. Ji, Orochi, could you leave us for a while? The children immediately clung to me, as soon as they noticed my figure in the doorway, and I knelt down, hugging both of them. Is something wrong? Ji tries not to show the excitement in his voice, and I knew these two too well, so I felt everything perfectly. No, I pat the twins on the head, and taking them by the hands, I lead them to the sofa. Both beloved grandfathers temporarily withdrew, and I pressed the children closer to me, mentally gathering strength. They are good children, they will definitely understand my motives. It so happened that from today you now have a brother. I begin, seeing how the children instantly jump up from the sofa and stand in front of me. His name is Shinki and he also owns a Jitan, just like you. His parents left him to die in the desert, but Undine-san brought him to the village, and your father and I decided that the boy would be better off with us than in the orphanage. We're going to have a brother. The children screamed joyfully in one voice, deafening me with their pressure. And when? Today? Probably it is necessary to prepare his room. Indra begins, climbing onto the sofa with her feet and starting to jump on it already. And show all our toys. He will definitely like it. Ashura climbs on the other side, imitating his brother, also jumping on the couch. Well, they took everything very easily, from which I could not restrain a sigh of relief. It remains only to prepare a room for Shinki, and go to the hospital and pick up the child himself and all the recommendations that the Irionans will give me. The twins immediately occupied Orochi, without ceasing to tell everyone that they would finally have a brother. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at this questioningly, looking at me with all his eyes and clearly expected answers, but I shook my head, showing that everything was after. Jiraiya assured me with an oath that everything would be in the best possible way, and I showed the room, which would be a personal space and a stronghold for the brown-haired man, leaving with them a clone who would help these restless in arranging. And I went back to the Kazekage Tower to pick up the ready-made documents from Gaara. It was already a deep evening, but I did not hurry the young ruler home, because through my fault he had to put state affairs aside and take up the adoption of a child. Gaara met me with silence and buried up to his ears in papers, not even noticing my arrival. I go behind his back, gently placing my palms on his tired shoulders, and running a medical chakra through his body to relieve tension from the muscles. The Lord of the Sand leans back in his chair, throwing his head back and looking at me wearily. I massage his shoulders a little and kiss him on the forehead, in the place where the bright red kanji was located, looking at my husband no less tiredly. How did they take it? The dog is interested, but without taking his eyes off me attentively. Better than I expected. Such a stir has risen. I brush my bangs off my forehead, lightly running my nails over the light skin. I'm already afraid of how they will react to the news that they will have a sister. And seeing how the eyes of the ruler of the sand widen, I hastily clarify. Not now, in the future. Maybe in a year or two. A dry palm lies on top of mine, easily squeezing it in a kind of embrace. Now it became clear to me why Rikudo was talking about 4 children. Neither I nor Gaara expected that the firstborn would be twins at once, and the first year of their life was given to me by the heaviest postpartum depression, since it seemed to me that my whole life collapsed, and I collapsed with it. It was a state of constant depression, and a desire to escape far away, so far away that no one would find me. That year was the hardest year of my life, and fortunately this year a deeply pregnant Karen moved to Sunu for permanent residence with Suigetsu, and Orochimaru with Jiraiya, and I already felt that I was not alone in this big and alien world. Gaara supported me the most, giving me a full opportunity to recover and sending me on light missions outside of Suna so that I could take my mind off my worries. Over time, it passed, and I was grateful to my husband, who tried his best to pull me out of this state, to the point of trembling in my knees. And pulled it out, and then our personal hell began. As parents who had their first child, as many as 2, this is an important clarification. The famous uzumaki all in the ass did not allow them to sit still, and so the awakened Jitan at the wrong time became a real nightmare for all the inhabitants of our house. And if it was still possible to do something with leprosy, then with the element of magnetism that was getting out of control, it was worth the children to get nervous. There was no such easy way to solve the problem, and I myself had to master this tricky science of the elements. Fortunately Shikaku was always there and could help. They have not achieved good control so far, and what to want from young children. The main thing is that they did not cripple themselves and others, and everything else was quite solvable. Well, we also found out that Tanuki's eyes look very funny on me, and they look comical at all when a Jitan user has different eyes. The children grew up, played, demolished the house, brought the race to hiccups and gray hair, to Kenkuro's hysteria and to Gaara's nervous tic. I was the only one who perceived what was happening more or less calmly. Since I was initially ready for something like this, it was worth hearing from Rikudo about the number of children. And if you consider that Naruto will also be reborn, a uniform Adas will begin. Indra and Ashura managed to feverish the whole Suna, even though they were only 4 years old. What will begin when the unpredictable Kunoichi herself, reborn at my request, joins them? Naru, Gaara calls softly, distracting me from my thoughts. Yes, the sun. I smile affectionately at the former Jinchuriki, who gently got out from under my palms. Come on, the papers can wait until tomorrow, but the child can't. The red-haired man confidently says, throwing the green hat on his back, leaving it hanging on the strings alone. Come on, they should have finished by now. The hospital, as usual, greeted us with noise and bustling iron irons, but it was such a familiar picture that I didn't even pay attention. The doctors greeted us respectfully, and I, taking the documents from Gaara, went to the reception desk, explaining the reason for my arrival. The young nurse just lit up all over, as soon as she heard who we came for, and looked at the documents. Of course, of course. I'll walk you out now. We were led through winding light corridors, eventually stopping near one of the doors. Irony knocked softly and waited for an answer from the other side, immediately let us inside. Shinki sat quietly, nervously clutching the palm of my clone in the form of Anbu, and stared at us with great panic. I nodded to the Kazekage to take away the recommendations of the doctors, and she approached the child who was sitting on a high couch and looked at me with disbelief. Kneeling down, I took his small palm in my hands and smiled affectionately, running my other hand through my hair. I promised I'd take care of you. I'm sorry it took so long. It was necessary to get all the documents so that you could be released from the hospital with us. The child's eyes widened in disbelief, and he looked from me to my clone and back again. This is a shadow clone, because I couldn't be present with you all this time, but I couldn't leave you here alone either. Are you Undine-san? The child quietly clarifies, and I nod, without ceasing to smile good-naturedly. My name is Dog no Uzumaki Naruto. I am the wife of the 5th Kazekage, and from today your foster mother. You can call me Naruto, or call me Mom, as is convenient for you. But the fact that I am Akuma Undine will remain our little secret, okay? I stick out my little finger, holding it out to the child who clung to my hand with such desperation that I gently unclench his palm, explaining the meaning of the gesture with the little finger, and the child nods, immediately realizing what I want from him. As soon as we sealed the oath on our little fingers, I pulled him closer to me, lifting him in my arms with some trepidation, just as I had a few hours ago. Everything will be fine, baby. From today on, you are part of the Kazekage clan. No one will dare to offend or humiliate you. Neither I nor your foster dad will allow this, and your brothers will not let you offend. Brothers? The child says in surprise, shrinking in my arms. Yes. Indra and Ashura, they are twins and, just like you, possess the element of magnetism. We will teach the 3 of you how to use your powers properly so as not to harm yourself. I get up from my knees and go out into the corridor, where Gaara was already waiting for me. Shinki stared at the young Kazekage with all his eyes, about whom he probably only heard, and that's not a fact. But he gently runs his palm through his tangled hair, trying not to scare the child, and smiled at the corners of his lips, which warmed my heart. My name is Dog no Gaara, and from today I am your foster father. Kazekage says softly, trying not to unnerve the child, who has experienced too much today. We went home on the roofs, wishing that Shinki would be in more comfortable conditions as soon as possible than the cleaned gloss of the hospital. I released the child from my arms already on the very threshold of the house, confidently taking his hand, while Gaara took his hand from the other side, trying to give mute support to the confused boy at the end. As soon as we crossed the threshold, I ran my hand through the boy's hair again in a soothing gesture. Welcome home, Dog no Shinki. This, his in the mouth, is not fair. The Jashinist screams, to which I throw an empty coffee mug at him. It's just a pity that I don't get there. If you fuck, I'll tell Kakuzu not to give you a salary for this month. You will eat cat food if your animal forgives you for eating up its supplies. The mug returns back to my hands and on the way back still hits Haydn on the top of his head, from which he crosses his arms over his chest and sniffs resentfully. And anyway, what kind of jokes, Chimera? Weren't you the one who yelled the loudest that you didn't need another partner if it wasn't Kakuzu, and now you refuse to go on a mission paired with your wife? And don't tell me that you quarreled. You constantly swear and are alive only because you are both immortal and don't carry state property, only your own. You don't understand, Chief. We're getting divorced. Yes, you got married for fun and because married shinobi are entitled to benefits. It's hard to call you a married couple at all. I chuckle, seeing the gray-haired man's eyes widen. Did you think I didn't know that your marriage is fictitious? Haydn somehow immediately lowered his gaze and fell silent. Oh, Rikudo, is he ashamed? Let's just say you stop having my brain and calmly go on a mission. I don't care how, but you have to do it according to the charter. You can at least arrange an apocalypse of a local spill while you are swearing. The main thing is that civilians do not suffer. Wearily sinking into a chair, moving closer the papers on the mission. I know that you are a normal and adequate man and you can do it. Kakuzu is a complicated woman, and I don't want to get into your family squabbles. It's not the first time you've been fighting and reconciling, too, not for the first time. What prevents you from finally admitting that only the original goal remains of the fictitiousness of your marriage? Everything gets in the way, fuck it in the mouth. Haydn leans back no less tiredly. Everything was so easy when we were Nukenenstadt, no one forced you to get married. If a divorce gives you both relief from problems, then so be it. Marriage is a formal thing in our modern world. If everything has changed after the conclusion of the official union, it's worth thinking about whether this is your person. Have you changed a lot? The Jashanist is suddenly interested, to which I close my eyes. Nothing at all, except that we are now considered a family in the face of the people and the gods. It didn't affect our relationship a bit. I lock my hands together and look at the former apostate absolutely seriously. Nothing should change after marriage, if this is your man. We didn't fight more or less, nor did we love each other more or less. Yes, we have a routine, yes, we have a family, children, work, but marriage has not changed anything, in fact. That's why I insisted on living together in advance, to see how it would be and to understand whether it was worth it and whether we were suitable for each other in general. Of course, 6 months is a short time, but believe me, it's enough to find out how suitable your relationship is and whether it has the right to exist. Marriage is just an official piece of paper that makes you husband and wife in the face of the law, nothing more. Everything that they will tell you about the evil vixen wife that literally changed in a matter of hours after marriage is a lie. Before getting married, you need to get to know and understand a person so that there is no pig in a poke. This is a really serious step, but this step should not change anything in your life and relationships from the word at all. Everything at the same time is simple to the banal, and at the same time incredibly difficult. Our life is made up of such trifles. Now you're fucking my brain, chief. The Jashanist rises from his chair, picking up papers from the table. Everything will be at its best. Did you have a fight with Kakuzu again? A banshee floats into the room, and I focus all my attention on the new actor, breaking into a smile. It's about time, of course. The thin, sonorous figure of Anbu deserved special attention, like a doll, small, slightly taller than me, fragile, with long silver hair and the same silver eyes on a neat, as if carved from marble face. The banshee seemed to be a work of art by a very skilled sculptor. And many people behind their eyes called Anbu the Snow Queen, who for unknown reasons lives in the sun. And everything would be fine if not for one such thing. The banshee was a man and possessed the element of steel, easily bending his opponents with a slight movement of his thin hand. That's what I need, Takeshi. The guy pulled off his Hanja mask and sat down right on the table, taking off his hood and letting his hair down. I'm already afraid to even guess what it is. Undercover work again? Contrary to many laws, with such a delightful appearance, and many at the first meeting are 100% sure that he is a girl who was just unlucky with the size of her breasts, the banshee's voice was very low, leaving no doubt about his gender role. That's right, honey. I fish out the documents I need from the press, handing them into the hands of the Anbu. Running his gaze over the row of letters, the man grimaced. Okay, I'm not surprised at anything anymore. And even though I don't like this kind of work, where I have to look like a woman, this task is a weighty reason. That's why I loved Takeshi, so it's for the fact that he always knew exactly when to shut up, and stepping on the throat of his pride, fooling around on the issued mission. I thought that we had eradicated all the child slave trade in the Wind Country last year. Such a thing cannot be eradicated just like that. You kill some, others from neighboring countries will come. Okay, I gave everything to everyone, and maybe a clone can sort out the papers. I should go to the children myself. Don't you know? Takeshi frowned, taking all the documents and checking in the main scroll about receiving the task. The man has been engaged in the eradication of the slave trade since the first days of working in kabuki, constantly, almost with a fight, pulling out such missions. And then I came with my organization of cleaners, and the man finally got into his path, not limited by the LAW. As far as I knew, he was abducted from his parents as a very young child and sold into a similar network, which he has been fighting all his adult life. No one knew who he was, from where, to which clan he belonged, and no traces could be found. He chose the name for himself, and the Banshee call sign was already received from me, since the cleaners appeared 6 months after his admission to the service of the ANBU of Sand. He liked it here, no one laughed or made fun of him about his appearance, he was respected for his strength and inner core, which was never broken, despite many years of slavery and no less painful years under the roof of the one who bought him. At the age of 19, he managed to escape and get to Suna, where his talents and skills were appreciated by the 5th Kazekage, who had just accepted his post, picking up mentors for the fragile boy. Now only the outer shell remains of the fragile boy, in fact he was almost the most dangerous of all my dear wards. Not a gram of excess fat, just muscles, impossibly dry, a fighter resembling a tight tourniquet capable of cutting metal. A master of taijutsu, and the opening element of steel has made him a deadly opponent at all, if he gets close enough. He also mastered ninjutsu, but relied more on physical strength, entering only into close confrontation. Well, he was certainly a pleasant person. Despite his broken childhood and youth, he remained a moderately open and friendly fellow, slightly short-tempered when it came to a stupid nickname, and kind in his own way. The only sore topic that drove him to uncontrollable rage remained child trafficking and the slave trade in general. In the cleaners, it was strictly his patrimony, and he did not break off to fly across the entire continent to deal with a new focus of this epidemic. We said goodbye to him, and I, having straightened my light dress, went to the workshop, throwing an illusion on myself, since I was kind of at work in the forge, but not in the casemates of the ANBU. Entering from the back entrance, I gave a signal to my clone, and we switched places in the back room. I allegedly created a clone that will continue to fulfill orders, and I went out to the children myself, distracting them from the activities they were engaged in. Indra, as a user of golden sand, liked to work with materials close to him, such as gold and silver, but I did not allow him to work directly on melting metal and rolling it, leaving the child with a ready-made set of tires, filigree and wire, which he bent with pleasure and embodied his ideas. We left something, melted something down and made a new set, but the child was happy every time when another creative idea came out the way he wanted. Ashura was more busy with stones. Whether this was due to the fact that he controlled sand, not metal, I never understood, but the boy liked to study everything related to gemology and even visited some deposits, under the supervision of Gaara, of course. The child just liked to sort through the stones and tried to assess the purity of the breed by eye, based on the knowledge from books and those that he received directly from me. Shinki has been shy about the workshop so far, trying just not to shine and not to attract attention to himself, but I decided to let him read about metals, their properties, varieties and transformations. It was educational literature for blacksmiths, and it was difficult for the child to understand the wilds of terminology, so he was swimming in knowledge and confused, but stubbornly did not turn to me for help. Therefore, I myself had to sit down next to him and explain everything from the very beginning, using the most accessible language and sketching particularly difficult moments. Over time, the child got used to being able to contact me with any question, and I will definitely help him. In general, Shinka's socialization was a separate topic. He was afraid of boys, because sometimes even I couldn't cope with their pressure, let alone a child for whom such an attitude was generally wild, and it was very hard to get used to them, but he went everywhere with them. It was amazing that he was able to find a common language with Mitsuki, who was the most ordinary as a test tube baby grown from the genes of two Sanins can be, calm, and little Imai was not afraid of the child's isolation and detachment. With June, things were exactly the same as with the twins. My dear niece fully grabbed the explosive character of both parents, flashing her scarlet hair all over the neighborhood, and sometimes completely disintegrated into water, scaring Shinki to madness. He had almost no contact with Shiro. Gradually, the little, lost child joined the strange company of other children. He no longer shied away from the fighting mood of our little devils, got used to Karen's daughter being too loud, and became great friends with Mitsuki, who did not hide the fact that his parents were men and he grew up in a test tube. He also knew that we had other relatives in Konoha who were his named brothers and sisters, and some were just the children of friends of his parents. And I was dreading the arrival of our annual trip to Konoha, which was to take place in just a week. In general, the brown-haired man was calm and balanced. Especially when he realized that there was nothing demonic about Jiten, and that if he could not keep his power in check, no one would scold him, much less beat him. He still treated Gaara with a certain distrust, respectfully adding the prefix "san" to his name, while he addressed me simply by name. Socialization was slow, but no one put pressure on him, as I did at the time, having slightly broken the psyche of one young Jinchuriki, so the boy felt relatively comfortable and gradually opened his heart to us, and now, all three of them were sitting side by side, each busy with his own business and reading some scrolls, from which I instantly became alert. Usually, the twins ran all over the workshop, sculpted something, made something, distracted Deidara, or even went to get Grandpa Sasori. The grandfather shuddered every time from such treatment, but he did not say anything to the children, dripping on my brain already. For the sake of interest, I look into the scrolls, finding their information about the element of magnetism, more precisely, about the history of its creation. As far as I remembered, these were copies of the third's work diary, and it was very useful for the children to read this. Well, devils, do you remember that we are going to visit your godparents in a week? Shinki raised his head at this moment, looking at me in surprise. Of course, the child did not have a godfather. However, I think that Suigetsu is suitable for this role. We've even packed our things. Indra mumbles, not looking up from the scrolls. A month ago. Ashura informs, glancing at me fleetingly, and again buried himself in the scroll. One Shinki continued to look at me with interest. Well, that's good. I clap my hands, and almost forcibly take the information from the children. Let's go outside. It's not so hot there anymore and you can play in the sandbox. It was difficult to call it a sandbox. Rather, it was a separate paddock that was built for Gaara at one time so that he would not have any contact with children at all, but in our case both my nephews also gathered there, and sometimes other children who were friends with the twins and now also with Shinki also visited. They never stayed alone at this training ground, because children liked such a place, because of the huge amount of sand and the opportunity to practice a little in their elements. And what to hide, even I used my power, which I could take from Shikaku in small quantities. I could generally use something like this on a regular basis, but sand is not mine at all, and Tanuki's eyes did not suit me, so I used the Jiten myself only on objects, magnetizing them and attracting them to myself, as if I had the gift of telekinesis. It turned out so, but when you're too lazy to get up, or the pen rolled under the table, it was very useful. The playground was large, and in addition to a huge pile of sand there were other types of entertainment, such as swings and slides. True, I usually sat on the swinging, to be more precise, and it was more interesting for the children to pick in the sand, but it was their own business how and with what to play. On the way, I picked up June, who expressed a desire to learn Fuinjutsu, and showed just fantastic, for uzumaki, ability to work, diligently studying calligraphy, because without her in such a delicate craft nowhere. Mitsuki found us himself, as he knew the approximate time at which we were going to the playground. It's a pity that Shiro was still too young to take part in such fun, but as soon as my dear nephew grows up, there will be one more imp. Shiro also had his own difficulties, since he showed more features of the Inuzuka clan, and Hana was still considered part of the dog-no family, and the question of Inuzuka clan tattoos arose. Personally, we had nothing against it, but the head of the family was still Raza, who did not really like this idea, as well as the entire clan of dog lovers who remained in Konoha. In general, they were ready to tear Kankuro with their bare hands, for taking the hime of the clan from them, and a wonderful veterinarian. Naturally, the Ninken Khans moved with her, and that's as many as 3 dogs. Specifically, everything was very difficult with this marriage, because Hana was older than Kankuro, and even from another village, which the council did not like categorically. In fact, 4 years were not a significant difference, and the couple was colorful, especially with their patterns, but the elders didn't care, and our brave dog but literally won his right to marry for love. The swing next to me creaked slightly, giving away that I had a companion for today. But contrary to my expectations, it was Shinki who looked sadly at the children raging in the sand. The fact that by the end of their games they will be up to the top of their heads in dust, and most likely dirty, if June starts to show the clan features of Hozuki again, it became obvious from the very beginning. Is something bothering you? I call the child to me, sitting on my lap. Why do we need godparents? Brown-haired was just an amazing child. He could understand complicated things for a 4-year-old child, but it was extremely difficult to understand the most ordinary truths, like foster parents, and worries from strangers. But at the same time, he perfectly understood the essence of betrayal and the future career of shinobi. In case something happens to me and Gaara, the godparents will take custody of our children. I think Uncle Suigetsu will be happy to be your godfather. I push off with my feet, slightly rocking us in space. No need. Well, why? Need. If you want, you can choose your own godfather. The twins' godparents live in another village, and they see each other only twice a year. Maybe over time it will become 3 times. The child gets off my lap and takes his place on the second swing again. I'm scared to go to Konoha. The child honestly admits, hiding the lower half of his face under a light scarf. Because there will be a lot of strangers there? I clarify, noticing how the child's eyes light up with a panicked gleam. They will definitely like you. They are good people. They are my friends who have been with me since childhood, despite all the rumors that went about me. Rumors? The boy turns his head to me, and I completely stop the swing movement so as not to flicker. In Konoha, everyone considered me a monster and a demon since my childhood. The reason was simple: I'm a Jinchuriki. This means that a tailed beast was sealed in me, which escaped from my mother, who was the previous vessel, and destroyed Konoha on the night of my birth. People hated and despised me because they thought I was the embodiment of Kyubi himself. These memories make me a little sad. Not for myself, for little Naruto. Kyubi is kurama, right? The child clarifies, to which I nod. He was never evil, rather people made him so. And he destroyed Konoha in general while under someone else's control. But people have never cared about such trifles. I shake my shoulders a little, trying to get rid of the obsession. Those to whom we are going studied with me at the academy and became my friends, despite the way adults and their own parents treated me. They will never judge you because you are not good at iron sand, or because you are not our son by blood. I push my feet off the ground again, trying to push the extra thoughts out of my head, but they persistently continued to climb, causing me to be even more frank. Your dad was also considered a monster because he is a Jinchuriki. I didn't have a family and I didn't know what hatred and fear of the closest and dearest were. Uncle Kankuro and Aunt Temari were afraid of Gaara, and your grandfather tried to kill him more than once. It all got to the point where your dad stopped distinguishing between a real threat and a non-existent one, killing anyone who could harm him. He was feared and hated because of the demon inside. However, look, now he is the head of the village, the most outstanding Kazekage in the opinion of the people. People almost idolize him, forgetting about all that he did during that period of his childhood. He was an embittered and very lonely child who controls his powers well, but does not control his inner demons well. How did he get out of this? The child purses his lips, clearly amazed by such a revelation. He met me, the same demon child. I fixed the seal so that Shikaku would no longer be hurt and he would stop driving your father crazy. I just showed that his brother and sister still love him, even though they are afraid. Well, your grandfather stepped on his favorite corn a little and he almost killed me for it. I laugh softly, remembering this episode of my life. But I don't regret anything. If my life had gone in a second round, would have done exactly the same. They always saw us as weapons, a monster on a leash, but they didn't see people. But we were able to prove that we are no worse than the others. You are not a monster, you are an ordinary child, like Indra and Ashura. Yes, you have a rare genome, but that doesn't make you evil incarnates. I get it. Shinki nods at me, looking at the floor again, and I pat him on the head. Everything will be fine. The main thing is to believe in yourself and your strength. Whatever you do, within reason, of course, neither I nor your father will give up on you. Tears glistened in the child's eyes for a second and he hurried to take his gaze away from me, again studying the sand under his feet. Oh, gods, Himawari! I shout, seeing a pink cap in the hands of a child. Let's not dress up the chicken, okay, but pink suits him so well. The child says innocently, and I try to swallow my own laughter. Kurama's gaze becomes cautiously doomed, but still shrinks in size, dejectedly standing next to the younger Hyuga Inuzuka and allowing her to do whatever she wants. The child's hands were already shaking with delight, and Kurama just rolled his eyes that we were in our house in Konoha, slowly going to celebrate the winter solstice, starting to celebrate Yule. We always celebrated the new year with our family, but a huge company gathered earlier, with pleasure celebrating a pagan holiday from my world. On Yule, we always started to gather after lunch, giving the children a lot of fun and running, putting them to bed closer to midnight, and we sat until dawn on the longest night of the year, remembering childhood and adolescence. Rin, my flower, put down the fork. I pull the baby, who stared at me with all her eyes, simultaneously managing to hypnotize with her black pools like any other Uchiha, and at the same time look at everything melancholically, as only her father could. A truly strange combination, as strange as her parents. You'd better go help your father, or take a ride on Dad, since he's not busy with anything. I take the child by the hand, escorting her to the kitchen. Obito, take your treasure, you're still suffering from bullshit, Naruto. Your monsters have destroyed the Hyuga clan's garden again. Niji says indignantly, one has only to cross the threshold. Come on, I probably smashed him with them. Oh, judging by the way the head of the Hyuga clan looked away, his beloved daughter also participated in the general outrage. Did you steal apples again? Not so much this time. I shook my head at this, looking reproachfully at my sons. Thank you at least for the fact that they didn't involve Shinki in this. More precisely, he did not get involved, slipping out of sight of the restless couple in time. In general, Shinki followed me like a tethered one, as soon as we moved to Konoha. Outsiders did not scare him, but so far he did not feel particularly comfortable among such a crowd. I was afraid for the emotional health of the child, however, he very quickly found an approach to children. Despite his general taciturnity, there were not many children gathered. So far Hinata and Kiba came, a joyful Himawari was running ahead of them, Inogen was drawing something enthusiastically, sitting in the roots of wisteria and periodically tugged Saya, showing him his drawing, while Ino helped me in the kitchen. Kakashi and Kankuro dragged tables outside, arranging everything for the holiday. Orochi and Ji went after Tsunade and Dan, leaving Mitsuki in the care of the joyful Obito. So Niji and the deeply pregnant Tenten came to a common holiday, bringing with them a small Tirafaya, who took after her mother in character, and at the same time my sons, who first of all rushed to check the garden for fruit. Gaara was in the Hokage tower, and was talking about something with other village heads who also promised to join us. Something slammed behind me and I felt a slight stirring of space, already guessing what would follow. Oh, I shouldn't have agreed to leave this connection then, little sister. Uzumaki shouted joyfully and rushed to hug me, lifting me slightly off the ground. Naruto, for the sake of Rikudo, put me in my place. I say a little wearily, and surprisingly, the blonde man quickly puts me down on the ground. Is something wrong? You usually warn me if you decide to drop by. I'm getting married in May. The blonde happily gives out, adjusting the red scarf around his neck. Kiba choked in the background, staring with all his eyes at the happy Jinchuriki. Well, finally. I exhale happily. Still, our realities were connected, and even without the help of earrings I could wander between our worlds. Thus, the complexed and shy Hinata successfully completed a course of psychological help, after which she became more confident in kunoichi. It also played a big role here that one day our Hinata got involved with me, wanting to see what she would have become if it hadn't been for the timely intervention of Kabuto, not without my kick, and she didn't like this sight. Somehow sideways, she dragged Sasuke along with her, whom she managed to tie up and drag under my fucking eyes, also forcibly handing him over to the white hands of Kabuto. One sigh, it seems, went voluntarily. But this is not accurate. Well, then it went. Naruto, with the help of Fuin, could drag himself to me at any moment. However, there was a strict condition that he should give me a signal and receive a response signal from me, and only after that the blonde misunderstanding dragged itself to me. And often, it was not dragged alone. So Shikamaru looked at the happy family life of his double from our world and stopped pulling the cat by the balls, starting a full-fledged relationship with one blonde kunoichi from the sand. Ino decided to accept Sai's courtship, and according to Naruto, she never regretted it, although Sai had to visit Kabuto for a long time to turn a tree into a person. Karui decided to take a closer look at the good-natured Chuji, after seeing how happy her mirror version is in marriage. And I felt like it was time to open a wedding agency. The problem remained only with the Gaara of that reality, because the guy was deeply unhappy inside, and closed himself off from everyone in his shell of perfect protection, refusing to make contact with the word at all. The only person he ever talked to was my dear husband, but I never asked our Lord of the Sand what men were talking about. It's none of my business, and I just have no right to get into someone else's soul, since the mirror Kazekage didn't want it. But that doesn't stop me from finding him someone he'll be happy with, right? I need your help. After a little hesitation, Naruto suddenly says, blushing to the ends of his hair. You have Jiraiya as a godfather, read his books and you will figure everything out. I say with a grin, waving a greeting to Sakura and Rock Lee, easily lifting my godson in my arms and kissing him on the forehead. That's not what I'm talking about. Uzumaki blushed even more, turning his head away and trying to hide his burning face with his palms. I need you to create Edo Tensei, inspired by my example? I say jokingly, putting Metal Lee on his feet and slightly pushing him towards Shinki. Meet your sworn brother, Shinki. Shinki, this is Metal Lee, my godson. Nice to meet you. Shinki says politely, which makes the brunette almost stiffen, muttering something under his breath. Yeah, it's definitely going to be fun. So, returning to the topic of conversation. I turn back to Naruto, noting that he calmed down and stopped blushing. You need genetic material, turn to Tsunade with this, there should have been something left in the hospital. With Jiraiya, it was a ride. By the way, how is he? Of course, the fact that Naruto was left alone in that world hurt my heart, so I dug into the fifth of that world, trying to find the genetic material of Jiraiya. Nothing terrible will happen if I use Rinne Tensei to resurrect two people, I thought. Well, it didn't happen, but here I emptied my reserve almost to zero, first resurrecting a hermit and one Uchiha through Edo, and then resurrecting completely through Rhine. But Naruto now has a close and dear person who replaced his father, and Sasuke finally calmed down his overwhelming sense of guilt in front of his older brother. Itachi was acquitted, by the way, with my kick, of course. Finding documents confirming the innocence of one executioner turned out to be not so difficult when you are omnipotent, and you are also a plug in every barrel. Well, Uchiha Sr. at first did not understand what was going on at all, and stared at me and my dear Sasuke as two ghosts, for a long time, not accepting the very fact of the existence of parallel worlds. But now he seems to have calmed down, and they even stopped squinting at him after the acquittal agreement. What will become of him? Naru waved him off. Still writes his perverted stories. By the way, I also write these most perverted stories, and with the help of them I was able to win an argument with G and successfully marry him. I'm just reminding you. Who are you marrying at least? Hinata? Kiba is repeatedly choking on something in the background, staring at the two of us with all his eyes, and purely instinctively hugging his dear wife to him, as if I'm going to give my named sister in marriage to my named brother. Oh, gods, and when did I manage to get so densely overgrown with named brothers and sisters? Naruto first looks blankly at the scene that has played out, and then blushes again, looking at me somewhere behind my back. For the sake of interest, I turn around, catching the warm gaze of turquoise eyes, and gently smile back. Sasuke, standing next to the young Kazekage, curls his lips and rolls his eyes at this sight, not hurrying to hug me. After all, we haven't seen each other for almost 2 months, and he's pretending to be an ass here. Well, which one of the two is it? Gaara, or Sasuke? I scratch my chin thoughtfully, openly provoking the blonde. I really don't know. If Gaara, then everything is difficult here, since you are still Jinchuriki, and you can forget about the Hokage post. If Sasuke, then here I can only sympathize, because you have yet to make a more or less normal person out of him, but Itachi is here to help. Yes, it's not like that. Uzumaki interrupts me loudly, waving his arms randomly. This problematic one again. Nara pulls phlegmatically, covering her mouth with her palm and yawns long. In general, I will come as soon as I find everything. And scurried back without saying anything more. That's the number. Now my curiosity will devour me with giblets. I turn to my spouse, raising an eyebrow questioningly. Wasn't that what he was constantly talking about with the young Kazekage from another world? And if that's what it is, why didn't you tell me? So many questions, and the person who could answer them chose to run away, because he knew perfectly well that I would shake information out of him until I calmed down. Does Gaara know? I ask quietly, trying not to attract too much attention, but still all the eyes of those present were fixed on us. Yes. The Lord of the Sand replied indifferently, vaguely scrolling the brush in the air, and this gesture betrayed the thoughtfulness of the Kazekage. He showed such human traits only in the company of his own. Help to choose a gift. So, after all, Uchiha. Funny. I rub my chin with a sly grin. Funny. I am the girl Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke is my best friend and sworn brother, and the dog no Gaara is my husband. And he is the guy Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke is his spouse, while the dog no Gaara is his best friend and named brother. Well, exactly, the mirror, though a little crooked. I don't see anything funny. Sasuke says with disgust. We are rebirths of siblings, it's almost incest. Oh, come on. I push Uchiha in the side, joyfully hugging Tsunade, and her husband, Shino, and his pregnant wife come into view, and I hurry up to the head of the Aburame clan and gently hug him. Although the beetle leader did not particularly tolerate touching himself, he allowed me such liberties, since we saw each other once every 6 months. In general, Shino changed after the war, became more relaxed about the tricks of Kiba, who still worked with him in pairs, even though both guys were jonins. Perhaps it was his dear wife from the Zukovadov clan in stone who put him on such a change of character. It seemed to be a very distant and some kind of side branch of Aburame, but he chose Hideki himself. Don't you regret telling them? Sasuke says a little later, as soon as we step aside. Stop making a face with a hoe. I shove him in the shoulder, distractedly watching how the twins, together with Shinki, are trying to unobtrusively pull off the mask from Kakashi. You know, I do not know the canon that is about children, but I have seen them all deeply unhappy. My job is to tell, they made the decision themselves. They may be reflections in a curved mirror, but they are our reflections, and I want them to live and love according to the dictates of the heart, not public opinion. NGH grunts like an old grandfather, but still nods in agreement, joyfully picking up his son, who came with Itachi and Kumiko. Hi, godmother. How smiles happily, shining with his dark onyx eyes. Well, just a typical Uchiha, but who did he go to with such an easy character? Hello, baby. I give him a little pat on the head, also casually greeting Junichi, Itachi's son, and repeat the manipulations with hair tousling. Unlike his younger brother, Ju was a serious guy, sometimes reminding me of Itachi himself, especially when he frowned. The children were joyfully rushing around the winter garden, knocking down everything in their path in a frenzied snow battle, and I already imagined with horror what would happen in 2 years when these devils would enter the academy and begin to gain knowledge about the chakra in full and according to age. What can we say about how much fun it will be in the Namikaze house when they learn to walk on walls and jump on roofs? I think it will be necessary to hang Fuin again, so that they won't be killed for sure. Shinki gently tugs at my pant leg, shyly hiding his hands behind his back, and this seemingly innocent gesture makes me alert and squat down next to the child. The brown-haired man stubbornly remains silent, and does not want to show his hands, but gives up under my expectant gaze, showing a torn sleeve of a new jacket and a shallow cut. I gently pat the child's hair, healing the wound and letting him play on in peace, without saying a word about the spoiled thing. As if he was on purpose, really. I'm not going to scold him because they got too mad and tore their clothes. So, Indra and Azura constantly punched holes in their trousers around the knees, breaking them into blood, and the problem was solved only when both began to wear breeches. Maybe Shinki should look for something with a short, or 3/4 sleeve. He distracted my thoughts with Gaara, with a barely noticeable movement throwing a light blanket over my shoulders and gently pushing me to the table. This completely homely gesture, and even in the presence of friends, touched me almost to tears. But it is still difficult to show this in public, leaving all your love and tenderness for the family behind the closed doors of the clan estate, almost without showing such weaknesses even next to close friends. Whether the trauma of childhood was to blame here, when his own father did not disdain to use the child's weaknesses against himself, or whether this was an innate feature of the character of the Sand Shinobi, I did not know, simply accepting this feature as a fact that I was still thinking about Naruto and the strange tricks of life. Before, I had a plan that I had to follow. I knew the future, I knew what and how I needed to do to save this world, no less. So now I was afraid of all this uncertainty and ignorance of what might happen in the future. It used to be easier, just because I was alone, but now I had a family to protect, and this foggy future was really stressful, and also these forces, which, to be honest, I didn't get anywhere at all. Well, what good is it that we are recognized heirs of Rikudo and almost demigods because of the blessing of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu? Any force gives a certain responsibility, and the greater the force, the greater the responsibility, just as there is a larger predator for any predator. Did this prospect frighten me? Definitely. But responsibility did not frighten me, otherwise I would never have created Cleaners, the supreme leadership over which is only in my hands. The only thing I didn't like was that we asked for this power on a one-time basis. We didn't need it on a permanent basis, but the gods and Rikudo decided everything for us. It was possible to kick up, go to war against the gods, but what are we going to do? The three of us are nothing more than weak kittens in the face of divine entities, and risking our family for the sake of imaginary freedom, which we won't get anyway, is stupid. It's just as stupid as being subordinate to Rikudo and the others. Yes, we were not puppets, and we, in fact, had a wide choice of our own ways, and following orders was nothing more than another job, as if there was a common kage above us, giving us S-rank missions. It was a funny self-deception with a noose leash. You don't feel the leash or the collar, as long as you walk the way your master needs and don't dig. But if you make a wrong step, the garrote will unpleasantly squeeze your neck, reminding you of your place in the general hierarchy. A light pat on the head distracts me from unpleasant thoughts, and I look sadly in the direction of the former Jinchuriki, smiling weakly. Oh, yes, a holiday. The arrival of Naruto again stirred up the muddy mud in my soul, which I tried once again not to touch, supporting the stupid illusion of a free person. How stupid. Are you thinking about the universe again? Kazekage's voice barely rustles, and the smile becomes even sadder. I'm rather sorry I dragged you into this, too. I throw the edge of a warm blanket over the shoulders of the young ruler, distantly watching the snow battle of the children, joined by Cho-Cho. You yourself said that the Shinigami legacy can only be accepted voluntarily, and only if the blood of the clan is clearly manifested. Karen is close to the main branch, but she refused, as did Nagato. Kirito is also from a side branch, but Fuin did not show up in him. Taiyuya only has hair color and a small fraction of the clan's blood. Shinra is weak in health, and could not bear the seal. There are only two descendants of the main branch, you and me. There were no children at that time. Gaara says wearily, chewing the truisms for me for the 1000th time. You already have the seal of God and the seal of heritage on you, you still wouldn't be able to accept the clan seal. I'm the only one left. And this is strange. I snuggle up to Gaara's warm side and put my head on his shoulder. Uzumaki's blood enhances clan abilities, but she slept for all 3 generations, as if she was waiting for your appearance. The third had good reserves, but not like Uzumaki. The fourth only had hair color, and no more hints. And so, for the 3rd generation, everything was passed on to the youngest child: hair color, chakra volumes, health, and clan inclinations to Fuinjutsu, although not to the full extent. This is not normal, and I have no explanation for it. You come from the dog clan, but you wear the seal of protection of the Uzumaki clan. The 3rd pillar of the gods in this world. And I remind you that I accepted this role voluntarily. A bitter smile twists my lips. What good is it to carry someone else's burden? The gods didn't have enough 2 dogs, so they decided to have a 3rd one? I understand the meaninglessness of the conversation, but I can't stop. Always a single connecting pillar between the world of the gods, and this was the Uzumaki clan, with their seal of protection from the god of death. Sasuke and I are just random pillars, and after our death everything will return to normal. Hehe, are you forgetting about the 4th pillar, my dear niece? Someone else's calloused hand rests on my shoulder, and a pleasant feeling from the chakra envelopes me, like a smoldering tree. It's hard to forget about the one who bears the seal of Sin Senju and Uchiha. I jump up joyfully, hugging one harmful Uchiha, who smiled sunnily no worse than my grandfather. I didn't think you'd come, Hakuto. Naoki, I take it, came with you. Uchiha nods, and his disheveled, brown hair sways easily in the wind. That's like Madara's grandson with Hashirama, but it looks like their son. It combined the devilish beauty of the Uchiha clan and the charismatic solar energy of the Senju clan. Senju Uchiha Hakuto and his daughter were the last representatives of the secondary branch of Senju, being descendants of Hashirama and Madara. And, perhaps, they were the only ones who were able to get Makoto by inheritance, and not through experiments and contracts with the ten-tailed. I ran away to check on an ANBU. The brown, haired man laughs good-naturedly, hugging Tsunade around the waist. The brother and sister looked surprisingly harmonious. Oh, has Yamato Fortress not fallen under the pressure of Naoki yet? I laugh merrily, echoing the laughter of my named uncle, although he was the same age as Tsunade and was more likely my grandfather, but it's better not to remind him of this. Her character is similar to the first one. How is our cat still holding up? Yes, he just doesn't know what to do with all this happiness. Sasuke answers, shaking hands with the older Senju Uchiha. It means we're hanging out. But it's only a matter of time before Naoki leads him down the aisle. I grin. Will she drive? Just in case, the younger Uchiha clarifies. Not her. You just don't know what the great-granddaughter of the first is capable of. The children stayed with us until half the night, until tired, they fell asleep in the living room, dragging sleeping bags and futons into the living room. They refused to go to separate rooms, insistently assuring the adults that they would be better off here, all together. Fortunately, the living room was spacious, the sofa was taken outside, so all the children in the amount of 14 pieces were successfully put together in one place, and for a long time they had been snuffling into two holes, protected by barriers of silence from the revelry of their parents. Is it worth mentioning how many alarm and protective plates are hung on the room so that we can all rest in peace and not worry about the children? My gaze was attracted by a lonely figure sitting on the roof of the house, and after a little thought, I jumped in there, intending to find out the reasons for the solitude. My gaze caught on a dark blue shirt with the Uchiha clan mon, and in this crouching figure I recognized Obito, who was sitting on the very edge, with his face buried in his knees. I quietly sit down next to him, and without further ado, I put my palm on his head, instantly tangling my fingers in his short dark hair. She found our photos when we were still a team. I don't specify who exactly, because it was already clear. Even without the purple stripes on her cheeks, little Rin looked a bit like the Noera who died during the Third World War and served as one of the ways of Rinnegan for a long time. Obito takes a deep breath, wiping his wet cheeks, and in the pre-dawn silence looked at me with a sick look that conveyed much more than words could convey. All-consuming pain, and nothing but it. How naive I was when I thought that both men had already experienced this. Although I'm the same, I still haven't come to terms with Keen's death. She said she wanted the same stripes on her cheeks as this beautiful girl. Oh, Obi. Without further ado, I hug the man, hugging him to me as tightly as possible, and try not to twist my lips from the rolling bitterness and the desire to cry in the wake of Uchiha. How hard everything is, and how painful it stings somewhere there, under the ribs. We sat in silence, listening to the others having fun downstairs, while we stared unseeingly at the thin strip of the rising sun. Heavily. You didn't tell her, did you? Just in case, I clarify, feeling Obito shudder with my whole body. She knows that we named her after the deceased teammate, but she had never seen her before. The man breathes out in a trembling voice barely audible. So tell her. She is a smart girl and will definitely understand why you are against these marks. Kakashi's chakra looms behind me, and I turn around, bumping into the excited gaze of steel eyes. I leave both shinobi alone, going down again and plunging into the atmosphere of lightness and fun that still reigned at the table. Wow, time goes by, and almost nothing changes. There's Sakura giving Sasuke a savory slap on the back of the head. It's not clear for what, really, but apparently he deserved it. One Lee is racing with Guy running around the house on his hands, already noticeably drunk, but therefore no less purposeful and firm in their intention to prove their case. One Hana is scolding Kiba for something. Kankuro stayed at home due to illness, and at the same time decided to stay with Shiro, who could not move Hirashin yet. Temari shoves Shikamaru falling asleep on the move. Shino grumbles at our noisy company as usual. Karen laughs loudly with Saya jokes. Ino tells Gaara about new types of cacti that were brought to their store. The idol is straight. Is everything okay? Hinata asks quietly, to which I nod my head satisfactorily, not wanting to develop the upcoming topic. It could be better, but it will do. I think I'll go lie down, it's getting late. The brunette nods towards the company, as if saying that she will tell them everything herself. Well, that's nice. I quietly slip into the house, passing by the living room immediately to the second floor. It's hard to say nothing after talking to Obito. I can't imagine how hard it is for the two of them, because little Rin really reminded Noera in some way. She had the same brown hair, eyes, however, remained coal-black, soft facial features inherited from her daddy, and an impossibly gentle and kind character, not peculiar to any of the men. Although, as far as I could remember, Tsukumo was also a kind enough shinobi. Despite everything that happened, throwing off the blanket, I trudged into the shower, fishing out my pajamas on the go. Things were still stored in this house. After all, we visited here once every 6 months, and every time it was not the best idea to carry bales of clothes with us, so some of them stayed here. Not to say that a warm shower helped me a lot, rather, it made my falling asleep consciousness even more, so I was already half asleep, throwing pajamas on myself, burying my face in the pillow, knowing full well that my neck would not thank me for it. It was possible to drag Gaara away with him, but he did not want to sleep at all, and in general, he was hardier than me in this regard. Well, in the end, Tamari is also an extremely rare guest in Suna. Let them sit and chat. I could use Hiration at any time and cover a long distance, unlike the young Kazekage. Of course, he could also use this technique, but he didn't like this method of movement, so he almost didn't use it the way I was used to. My eyes closed by themselves, throwing me into the gray bosom of the subconscious. Now, surprisingly, it was clear and even almost sunny, except for the general bleak landscape of the exclusion zone. Red's familiar figure loomed on the loading crane, and I nodded to him in greeting, to which the stalker saluted me in return. I waved my hand in greeting to the swamp doctor who was collecting some herbs on the backwater, and went on, feeling a slight vibration on my hand, and knowing for sure that it was the message about Sametsuki's death that came again. The funny thing is that only mutants and recognized ghosts of the zone appeared in the subconscious, but not stalkers. No groups, no antagonists, no bandits, no vagabonds. No one. Only those who are considered legends. And it was funny, because they were all completely independent personalities, which at first scared me insanely, but forced me to accept. They didn't affect the subconscious in any way, on the contrary, they balanced it, so I just had to put up with their presence, since I don't understand how they were created. And you're here again. The cartographer says quietly, scribbling something on a piece of paper. Grumbling, he began to turn the sheet this way and that, hoping that something would change, but he spat on this matter and began to draw anew. Has something changed again, and you have to make new maps? I ask casually. This is a zone, it is always changing. Tropov answers me knowingly in order to hide in the bubble. Oh, if you only knew that this is just the subconscious, and not a real exclusion zone. Although, after everything that has happened to me over the past almost 20 years, it makes me build stupid theories, like that all this is unreal, and it is impossible to say with certainty whether it is the subconscious's tricks, or in fact another world. Where is the evidence to the contrary? Where is the proof that this is really my subconscious, and not the world allocated to me by Rikudo? Oh, him. I'd rather go to Prometheus. I'll sit. Or I'll go to the chakra hearth over there. Yes, it's probably better to go to the hearth. It still looked like a huge piece of black stone, which I dubbed a monolith. And for some reason, every time I came here, when it seemed to me that everything was going wrong. As if he could give me the answers to my questions. You're here again. The raspy voice of Professor O Consciousness is heard, who still looks too much like Professor Lebedev, although he was not. Are you worried about the fate of the world again, Creator? Very funny, document. I wave it off, standing right in front of the monolith. It's just as ridiculous as demanding the fulfillment of wishes from a piece of rock. Everything is relative in this world, Lady Luck. The doctor instructs, to which I raise an eyebrow skeptically. Still, it's very funny that they consider me a living embodiment of the exclusion zone, although in fact it was still my subconscious. And no matter how many times I tell them about it, they still think I'm joking this way. Well, so be it. Something's eating at you. Professor O, consciousness says confidently, and I shake my head. I'm wondering if I'm doing the right thing, and whether that idea will succeed. I wave my hand spatially, fixing my gaze on the black surface of the stone. Is there another way out? For the sake of interest, the doc clarifies. Maybe. But it's easier to do everything with your own hands. Fewer victims. The hologram nods satisfactorily before disappearing and leaving me alone. I retire to the Prometheus cinema and collapse right on top of the wooden seats, staring at the old ceiling. Difficult. Everything is very complicated. I close my eyes for just a second, so that the next moment I find myself outside of the subconscious. It doesn't immediately reach me what caused me to be pulled back, but as soon as I felt the familiar heaviness in the waist area, I immediately relaxed and snuggled closer to the hot side of my spouse. He only tilted his head forward for this action, sticking the cool tip of his nose somewhere at the beginning of the hairline and sighed softly. Tired? I ask in a whisper, interlacing my fingers. A little. Gaara answers me just as quietly, settling her hand more comfortably on her waist and sighing again. Is something bothering you? After thinking for a couple of seconds, I turn over to the other side to be face to face with my spouse. Temari. That's all the younger dog answers, but opening his eyes a little. Something's bothering her, but she won't say what it is. I nod in agreement, running my fingers over the man's temples, from which he closes his eyes. And he doesn't tell me. Black nails easily glide over the scalp, pressing on certain points and helping the young ruler to relax and fall asleep sooner. I'm worried about her. She's fine. She's just worried. The thumb slides off the cheekbone and returns back to the temple, continuing the simple caress. You know your sister, until she presses, she won't tell. It's useless to try to get something out of her against her will. I know. The Lord of Sand calmly agrees, exhaling softly. So, I've already started to fall asleep. Get some rest. We'll talk about it later. Traditionally, the day before the new year, I cancelled all missions so that my squad would be at home during this festive period of time. A huge Christmas tree was dragged from the draft plan in the morning, and a satisfied Jella decided to help the children dress up the tree. While I was torn between standard paperwork and reports, the Kage meeting was casual, except for the fact that Hei was again indignant with the fact that I come only once a year and do not perform the duties of uzumaki as expected. In fact, I didn't even know what exactly was part of my duties, and I didn't have a village, so I ignored such accusations. But the composition of the Kage gradually changed. Oanoki became very bad, so he still left the post of Tsuchikage, leaving him to his granddaughter, and Deidara was going back to Willow after the new year, since Kuratsuchi rehabilitated him as a shinobi Willow. Not to say that Tsukuri was rushing back. After all, Suna had become almost his home for so many years, but apparently his love for the fourth still overcame him. Sasori had been pouting for several days, although this could only be noticed if he was well acquainted with the puppeteer. For everyone else, he remained an impartial red scorpion with an extremely bad reputation. I wonder how long we'll be looking for an assistant for the puppet master this time. I skimmed through the Banshee's report on the latest case and grunt with satisfaction. Apparently, this year we literally exceeded the plan to seize the illegal sale of people, although it was still far from ideal indicators. Big countries, of course, tried to fight the slave trade, but there were still small countries where such an infection bloomed and smelled, trying to creep over to the big lands unnoticed, in the hope that no one would notice. But I didn't just take up the creation of an organization, and I didn't just call it cleaners. We not only monitored suspicious shinobi so that they wouldn't stray into new organizations like Nisaku, but also tried to prevent this kind of criminal activity. Funding was allocated to us from taxes from the alliance, although the councils of elders were largely against it, especially those in Sunday. They disliked me extremely, and tried to put a stick in the wheel to the maximum, demoralizing me in the eyes of the rest of the shinobi. And now, I was holding another footcloth in my hands on behalf of the council, where they reported on the termination of funding for the Sonovsky branch of cleaners, to which I grinned unkindly. As if they have the right to do so, naive. A tax of 5% is levied on each ordered mission for the development of the organization, and this did not apply only to those who are engaged in low-ranking missions, since they were paid so little for them. This law was introduced in all countries where there was at least one branch of the organization, and was adopted at the alliance level, so the attempts of the Council of Elders to deprive me of funding were completely ridiculous. Nothing, let them think that they have at least some power. I am distracted by a knock on the door, and with a loud sigh I push away the stack of papers that I still had to hand over to Kakuzu for verification. Well, the financier didn't get her salary for her pretty eyes, and Haydn turned out to be a smart accountant, too, so this couple coped with financial waste paper very quickly. Come in. I command absently, picking up a new footcloth, now from a stack of reports. Ugh. Haydn again. Thank you for at least not a single swear word this time. Hey, Naru. Kankuro quickly slips into the office, immediately slamming the door behind him. Something serious? I stretch my neck, looking tiredly at my brother-in-law. The puppet shakes his head from side to side, handing me another folder with documents. But this is already interesting. Usually the puppet master never brings me the documents himself, leaving them in the care of my secretary. Is it really something urgent? The grass is moving. The puppet master began spatially, from which I began to look at him as an idiot. She's always moving, that's why she's the grass. With a whiplash movement, I put a seal and a signature on the next report, sending it to the others already checked. No, you don't understand. Kankuro unceremoniously sits down right on the table. You needed to know if something suspicious started happening in the bloody prison. Yes, the problem with the Ark was not solved, so I asked to keep an eye on them. I nod in agreement, continuing to look warily at Kazekage's bodyguard. But as far as I remember, Lorelei was engaged in surveillance, and she hasn't brought any reports yet. So how do you know all this? I already remember that you were worried about the Ark and what is inside it. The puppeteer still hands me a folder with documentation, becoming extremely serious. His eyes widen in surprise, and his hands begin to tremble slightly. It was worth seeing the first page of the case of the bloody prison. After all, these creatures have found a loophole. Apparently, my plan will have to be put into action after all, and as soon as possible. The main thing is to convince a very stubborn person of this, who will never agree to put me in danger, but it's better for him not to know about it. The Ark required a huge hole in the chakra, and either the three of us or the Uzumaki clan had such a reserve. It is difficult to get to Sasuke, since he is a hokage, and besides the fact that he is a strong fighter, he is also guarded by a huge pile of ANBU, so it will not work to compromise him, just like Kazekage. It's the same story with me. I'm considered a civilian person at all, so the story with the doppelgangers can't say that it will somehow affect me and Sao a grain of suspicion. And there was Nagato, whom these morons from Kusa considered an acceptable option. Gaara has called an alliance council, and will try to dissuade them from executing the head of ANBU AIM, but Nagato will still be sent to a bloody prison. Very quietly says the older dog, and almost falls off the table, seeing my eyes burning with anger. So you'll cover for me. I confidently get up from the table, creating a couple of dozen clones. Should be enough for the time of my absence. You brought me the information that should have come to me only from my people. So you automatically become my accomplice. What are you up to, crazy? The puppet exhales in amazement, grabbing my hand and applying a paralyzing seal. Oh, I shouldn't have designed these little leaves especially for puppeteers, think about it. He won't survive there. I have a better chance. I completely stop the current of the chakra through the channels to reset the negative consequences, and then I give the fire chakra to Biju, burning the puppeteer's hand almost to blisters. Gaara will kill us. Somehow, Kankuro exhales in resignation, looking after the yellow lightning in which I managed to disappear, moving along the roofs as silently as possible when you have a huge scroll with a person sealed in it behind your back is not a pleasant pleasure, but I stubbornly continued to bend my line and tried not to catch the eye of the ubiquitous Akatsuki. After all, I stole their captain, and I still have to hide him safely, or even better, temporarily transfer him to someone's use. Uchiha, for example, but no one should be aware that the real Nagato is not clear where, because the less involved in this scam, the better. It would be possible to hand him over to the care of Kankuro, since he still knows what I'm up to, but I'm more than sure that the puppet master will burn down in the first few hours, and then the whole performance with clones will be meaningless. Are you sure exactly what you're doing? Kurama, stubbornly pretending to be a caller, is interested in between things. I'm just sure that Gaara will rip my head off after all this. I whisper, finally leaving the confines of the aim. But now it is possible to bring down Hiration from here, hear the unstable background of the natural chakra, and my splash in this cacophony will simply be lost. What are you going to do with Nagato? The former Biju impatiently wagged his tail, accidentally hitting me on the nose, from which I looked at him with an evil squint. Hide, what else? I have already left a note for the research institute so that she does not worry once again, it is harmful for her now. I throw the scroll off my shoulders and sit down next to him on the ground. It can be temporarily hidden in the Yukai plan, if her nobility does not mind it. Her nobility will definitely not mind you bringing her a new interesting toy. Kitsune and the palace should be entertained with something. Kyubi butted me on the cheek with his wet nose and jumped off his shoulders, taking his human form. I'll take it, and you go back to aim and start your performance. And call if you need help, do not try to solve everything alone. Oh, go already, Mr. Kitsune. I wave my hand at him and smile with distaste. Oh, and it will fly to me, the crystal on my neck pulsates slightly, it is worth putting a little chakra mixed with the energy of the Yukai into it, and now my disguise of Uzumaki Nagato will calmly hold on even under the special seal of the prisoner of the bloody prison, which was awarded to every prisoner. Nagato is safe, and it's time for me to return to his root, and do not forget to play my role as plausibly as possible. I'm not me, the cow is not mine, I don't know anything about the conclusion at all, let Herods go further down the list, but the problem started literally right away, as I was dragged not to prison, but directly to Yahiko, who immediately began to rinse my brain on the topic that he would come up with an escape plan for me, and in general, he believes his captain, well aware that Uzumaki definitely did not do something like that. And besides, Nagato has a pregnant wife there, did he even think about her? I sighed heavily and realized that in any case, this redhead would have to be initiated too, otherwise he would not leave behind. Nagato is safe. I stare blankly at the wall behind Amikage and shift my calm gaze to Yahiko. I'll try to figure it out as soon as possible. If Kazekage suddenly shows up here, you haven't seen me, but I really wanted to visit Nagato, who I didn't find. Yahiko groaned loudly enough, burying his face in his palms, and I lit up brighter than a Christmas light bulb in a garland. Yes, bringing people down is definitely fun. Your husband, Lady Yuzukage, could blow up my entire village if he finds out that I'm covering up for your adventure. Yahiko informs me very quietly, which makes my smile even wider. Blame it on me if you happen to get burned, that's all. I, so to speak, serve as a lightning rod in this situation. I shrug my shoulders indifferently, as if fully admitting my guilt. And now send me, I want to deal with everything faster and preferably without getting burned in front of my spouse. The ruler of the village only sighs in resignation and shifts his tired gaze to the door, giving an order to his ANBU to ferry a dangerous criminal. I didn't even really resist, just in case I didn't give myself away ahead of time, and just meekly allowed myself to be chained up and taken out of the ruler's tower, waiting to be transported to the bloody prison in Kusa. That I must admit, they delivered me very quickly. Hozuki Castle was not impressed by the word at all, as well as the local contingent. They even still looked decent, unlike the rabble, which periodically had to be dealt with. The shaggy one who called himself the local caretaker and stamped me was a less pleasant person than the local rabble, although, I must admit that I also had a selfish interest in sneaking into this prison and getting the seal of suppression from Mui. Of course, I wanted to save Nagato, but it was just a matter of principle to get such a technique into my possession. I won't be able to use it, but it will be a good addition to my collection in my personal diaries. Well, to be honest, it could have been my kind of vacation with privileges. I'm not going to sit in the cell anyway, running into the punishment cell right away and spending all my time on meditation and collecting the natural chakra in reserve. Mui produced an extremely unpleasant sensation, even more disgusting than when watching anime. Even through the seal of fire, I felt that he was nothing more than an ordinary shinobi, which could not pose any danger to me. However, I needed to get close to the arc itself, so I would have to constantly provoke this jerk and show that I could use techniques. Show off the famous chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan. The seal almost completely blocked the hearth, but it could not completely block the entire reserve scattered throughout the body, so I even managed to create a wave, reducing it to one seal, and I even hit this vile type, but I was instantly twisted by such pain that I had not experienced for a long time, from which I had to fall to my knees, otherwise my face would have met the floor. Therefore, it is better to kneel down than to open your back in front of these shinobi. Put him in the brig. The caretaker said emotionlessly, and I bend my head closer to the ground so that no one can see the corners of my lips quivering in a joyful smile. There is Mui-sama. One of the guards tries to kick me. However, despite the wild spasms from the seal, I was still in control of the situation and could not allow me to be injured in such a stupid way. If you can go, then get up. My legs didn't hold up very well, but I managed to get up the first time, and didn't even fall to my knees again when one of the guards poked me painfully in the ribs. Straight achievements, considering that every cell in the body is aching, but it also endured great overloads, which gives it a return from printing a third-rate shinobi. Okay, shinobi Mui may be normal, I'm more likely to be arrogant here, and this is not good, considering that I work undercover. I was literally thrown into the punishment cell. Fortunately they didn't kick me to speed up. I immediately flop into the lotus position, leaning my back against the wall and chasing the natural chakra through my body to remove the effects of the fire seal. Well, not to say that it helps a lot, rather I just waste my reserves, so I stop useless manipulations, focusing on the general sensations of the body. I think I will be able to understand the principle of the negative effect when I understand the print, but unfortunately, I'm not up to it right now. More important was the arc from which these freaking kusavtsi wanted to release Satori. More precisely, they wanted the fulfillment of desires, but in the end they will still release the demon. In a good way, this huge box had to be stolen and hidden in a safe place, which were the dungeons of Yuzushio, or even better, destroy the box to hell, but it was still necessary to find this very way. Therefore, so far the only working plan was my unauthorized desire to most brazenly pull the ark out from under the noses of the elders of the grass and hide it so that no one would find it. I even thought about sealing it with the help of Chibaku Tensei, and launching it into space to hang out next to the moon. To pull it down, you will need a rinnegan, but there is only one pair of it, and both Sasuke and I have seals for self-destruction, the dojutsu will explode in any case, and it doesn't matter in what period of time it was extracted, after our death, or during our lifetime, the result will be the same. The whiskies buzzed a little, and I immediately began to concentrate as much as possible on my connection with the former Biju. Kurama wouldn't just try to talk to me if it wasn't necessary, so I have to make every effort and tune in, even without the general flow of chakra, which basically connects us. It's not easy. Well, finally. Kitsune grumbles with displeasure, but that I roll my eyes without opening them. Nagato has regained consciousness, is tearing up and rushing, threatening to catch Shikaku and tell Gaara everything. Knock him out, otherwise he'll burn down my entire office and we'll all fail. In the subconscious, I heard the yapping laugh of the tailed one, from which I winced slightly. So, you are firm in your intention to steal their Pandora's box from these guys? It is dangerous to leave such a toy in the hands of such people. Their greed can turn into serious hemorrhoids in the future. Therefore, I prefer to figure it out myself now, so that my children don't have to. I shake my head from side to side, trying to drive away negative thoughts. There's no way I want my children to have the same fate as me. They will still have time to fight with her and with the whole world. I suggest we still drag this Rakuta box through the Yukai plan. Ku snorted, and I echoed him, still without changing my posture. Good idea. I nod, getting to my feet and stretching my legs to lie down on the floor and stare at the ceiling. If anything, you didn't see me, didn't hear me, didn't contact me, and tell Shikaku the same. P.F. It hurts me to be responsible for you, you'll figure it out for yourself. The feeling of Yokai's presence disappeared and I visibly relaxed, stretching my lips in a blissful smile. Completely crazy plans were wandering in my head, and I realized with horror that I had forgotten how to fully rest. Even now, when, it would seem, lie down and do nothing, I think about everything in the world, thinking through and building plans, behaviors, going through the information in my head and thinking. Recently, my life has begun to remind me of a crazy wheel, from which I still can't get off and even eventually adapted to its speed, almost accelerating it a little more every day. And remembering our agreement with Gaara, then most likely after this trick with Hozuki Castle, he will still hand over the command of Kabuki to me, since I promised not to get into any more stories, but it was all above me, and I couldn't do anything about it. Or I didn't want to, I didn't understand yet. Perhaps my double life was more stressful, which consumed the bulk of my energy. I could delegate the duties of the service to my assistant, plus, if I become the captain of the ANBU, then I will have a deputy in any case, and maybe they will leave Caleb, who was also part of Kabuki and an elite part of the cleaners. I wouldn't want the kids to know exactly what I'm doing until they become shinobi themselves. I don't think their ultimate dream is to know that their mother and father are the same devils in two persons who ruthlessly clean up territories and kill people. The fame about us was very bad, and if Gaara almost did not appear in his uniform, then people often shied away from me when I was wearing an ANBU mask. Although in fact, only those who were particularly impressionable shied away, the rest themselves understood that there was no way without it. And there was still a workshop in which Deidara, who is returning to Willow soon, and Kirito worked in addition to me. There were orders all the time, and I couldn't just leave my brainchild in the care of a clansman, and it takes time to train another person. Well, or two, to be sure. In general, I could not decide what to do with all this double life. On the one hand, everything was fine with me, but on the other hand, I often lacked a normal pastime with my family. Despite the high positions, Gaara and I tried to devote as much time as possible to children, but it was not always possible, especially if there were force majeure circumstances in the country or the Allies, which, of course, required immediate decisions. Everything was so tightly intertwined with each other that I was already beginning to get lost in what was happening, trying to find the best alternative way out of the current situation. But in the end, I put it all off again for later. Hoping that it would somehow resolve itself, with these thoughts, I closed my eyes, sinking into a blissful sleep. Today was my third day in the punishment cell, and I was starting to get annoyed that nothing was happening. Well, nothing happens. They put me in the punishment cell at night. During the day I challenge Mui to a duel, trying to show with all my appearance that my chakras are blocked, and after that they put me in the punishment cell for another day. The whole situation was starting to get boring, so for a change, I just walked past the warden, not showing in any way that I noticed him, or that I was going to attack him. Maybe then they will put me in my cell, and at night they will try to drag me to the basement to the ark. Picking at the tasteless porridge, I cursed the person who came up with cooking oatmeal in boiling water. Once again, I mentally ran through my plan that was actually sewn with white threads, and did not require any specific strength from me. All I have to do is get into that room, and then mentally call Kurama and Shikaku, who will kill all these comrades, while I will throw off the fiery shackles and steal the cube with the help of Hiration. After that, it will take me some more time to hide the ark itself, seal it, return it to Nagato's place and return home, but something tells me that upon returning home, I will be warmly welcomed by Kazekage, who will surely shake my neck with his hands for my AWOL. Even though I hope that my clones are smart enough not to give out exactly where the original is hanging around, and Gaara does not say that he distinguishes originals from clones well, but there is always a chance that the cunning Kazekage will guess about everyone. Hey, red-haired. Someone pushes me in the shoulder, and I turn my bored gaze to the guy with shaved temples. Oh, however, hello, you were in our canonical Ovashka, I remember that, kind of helping that blonde girl. What do you want? Someone else's voice hurts my ears, but I don't show it. After all, this is the first time I've opened my mouth in these 4 days. They say you are very brave. Or just stupid. I shrug my shoulders indifferently, showing with all my appearance how interesting this dialogue is to me, and go back to picking porridge. The food here is disgusting, of course, it's good at least the chicken carries food. People say a lot of things. Brave, or stupid. I answer him in the same tone, setting the bowl of porridge aside and getting up from the table. Listen, man, we're on the same side. Yeah, of course. I completely ignore this strange guy, who even in the canon seemed to me an extremely muddy type. Be there. I return back to the open courtyard, assessing each prisoner with my eyes. In fact, there were also illegally convicted people who were simply framed because of the volume of the chakra, or those who were objectionable to the state, or the military village as a whole. But they could not be called good people either. After all, a prison is not a sanatorium. If on the first day it seemed to me that I could relax here, then on the second day I began to be frankly bored, not knowing what to do with myself in a limited space without books, or at least an ordinary piece of paper and writing materials. I have long had time to sleep, relax, suffer bullshit, scroll through the plan of action in my head for the 1000th time, talk to Kurama, find out from Shikaku the approximate location of Gaara, because this asshole refused to talk about his Jinchuriki more than it should be, beat his head against the wall, calm Nagato, through Kurama, calm the Research Institute, through Matatabi, have time to get tired of idleness and start climbing the wall from a fun pastime. To her Biju, I was never as bored in isolation in Yuzushio as I am here. Definitely, we need to finish everything today and get the fuck out of here. The main thing is to kill all the elders, but leave Mui alive, otherwise the prisoners may escape, and then it will no longer be a secret operation, but a big problem. And not to say that I felt hatred for the warden. Yes, he was unpleasant to me, just as he was unpleasant to Sasuke from another world. One laid his own son on the sacrificial altar, and the other killed his own brother. I, of course, resurrected Itachi, eventually, but personally I have a little residue left. For the 1000th time I count all the cracks on the ceiling, waiting for the sun to set. It was the first time I spent the night in a cell, so there was no more ideal moment to steal me for their experiments, and I was counting on it. I would not like to waste even more time. When the sun began to sink below the horizon, I closed my eyes, completely turning into the natural chakra, and listening to every movement. When the lock on the camera clanged, a truly devilish smile played on my lips. As soon as the handcuffs closed on my hands, I smiled nastily, uttering the cherished phrase, "Kurama, Shikaku, Faz." Both yokai immediately appeared from the portal, instantly throwing off the human form, exchanging it for the Biju form. The shackles are easily undone. It is necessary to use a little more physical force than necessary, and I rise from the sacrificial altar with secret pleasure, pressing into the weak spot of the fiery seal, from which it crumbles from my skin like ashes. With a kick, I split the very altar opposite the ark, and I did not stop smiling, watching both demons torment the presumptuous elders. Yes, I definitely like this sight, although it should not cause positive emotions. While everyone was busy unsuccessfully trying to fend off the yokai, I came close to the ark, trying to figure out how this damn thing works, and how should I transport it. And it is advisable to deal with this as quickly as possible and get out of here before my dear Kazekage gets wind of my absence. Although I was sure that Gaara was already in the know, and on my return I would have a magnificent reception with a huge number of lectures. It is not for nothing that Senju, even when he was the 5th Hokage, together with the current wife of the 4th Mizukage, dragged the young Kazekage to bars. He read out sermons about the unworthy behavior of shinobi for several hours, no worse than Tsunade, and my eye honestly twitched from such conversations, because unlike the same 5th, the former Jinchuriki did not turn to shouting and did not lose his mind, bringing his many-hour lecture to the end. And then I had the feeling that I was a genin again, taking the Chunin exam. Simply put, I had a feeling that my brain was well fucked, and they had every right to do it. On trial, I wrapped the cube with tree shoots that slightly lifted off the ground and lifted up. Oh, there is a contact. That's how we'll drag him to Uzushio. A slight fatigue from using someone else's power rolls over, but I try not to pay attention to it, continuing to push the box up from the ground. We're leaving. I command, absently activating the mark on Uzushio. Well, it's not for me to drag it, but for Kurama, so the most important thing is to transport it and dump it directly on the island. Is Mew alive? What will become of him? A chicken in human form spits, and I involuntarily admired him. Often, Biju liked to take the form of a teenager, since people treated children more simply, not taking them seriously, than the clever Biju used. However, he was now in his normal form of one of the 9 Inari generals. The red hair, which had previously been no longer than a square, was now caught at the base with a tight elastic band, but this did not arrange the disheveled hair of the yokai in any way, except that the bangs pleasantly covered the red eyes with vertical pupils. He was tall, taller than Gaara and even Sasuke, statuesque, fully justifying Inari's words that even if Kurama swears like a longshoreman, the ladies will still look into his mouth. Yukai charmed. It was stupid to argue with this, and I was really proud that I had mastered this very charm myself, becoming a worthy heiress of the Fox General. Kurama smiled good-naturedly, clearly understanding what I was thinking, and I myself did not hide my admiration for this former Biju at all. He was as graceful as a wild animal can be, a predator in human form. I know only one person who made a similar impression, and to my admiration, this very person was my husband. On Uzushio, little changed from month to month, except that I tried to rebuild the village, and find the rest of the Uzumaki who managed to break through the barrier, but so far the results have been disappointing, as well as the results on the construction of the village. I didn't want to send extra people here, so the restoration of the village was only on my own. There was something wrong with it, for strangers to walk on the sacred ground for me. People from the Uzumaki clan were freely allowed to roam here, but any other person on this earth caused me wild outbursts of anger. Gaara was the official guardian of the sin, however, all the bestowal was on me, since I was a pure-blood Uzumaki. The purest of all who remained, the closest to the main branch. Yes, Gaara was the official guardian of the clan, but the duties of the head, as well as the responsibility, were on me. And it was hard. The sin was generally heavy. In ancient times, the Uzumaki clan asked for protection from the gods, and only Izanami responded, showing her affection for the young clan, giving them her blessing, which later became a sin, because people from the Uzumaki clan lived unacceptably long, thereby violating the laws of nature. Sin was transmissible, and was bestowed upon the strongest of the main branch in the current generation. But there could be only one sin. That I had the sin of being born. From reincarnation to reincarnation, I redeemed the sin of the first life, when a brother turned on a brother, thereby violating the natural state of things. They were both equal, and their battle to some extent destroyed a part of the world that has not been restored so far, and until it is restored, sin will hang on every rebirth of Indra and Ashura. Even though everything had been redeemed long ago, and the guilt did not hang like a sword of Damocles over two souls, we were still not free. In past rebirths, two brothers were able to fall in love with each other, and at this time recognize each other as relatives, although they were not related by blood. Naoki had the sin of birth, for mixing that blood that should never have been mixed, and this sin will never be redeemed, no matter how hard she tries. It must be admitted that sin did not interfere in any way, it only gave side effects that you learn not to notice over time. Although, to be honest, it interfered with life very much. But like I said, you're just learning to live with it. For any power, you have to pay a huge price. Sasuke, Gaara, and Naoki were the four pillars of sins on which the divine will rested. With the help of these sins, the gods controlled us, giving us a ghostly chance to redeem them. And if Sasuke and I got into this deep enough, so much so that we will never be able to find peace, then the dog No and Uchiha Senju still had the opportunity to escape. Yes, but knowing their character, we should be the dogs of the gods until death. All four of them, Kurama shifts into the guise of a nine-tailed, easily picking up the cube. It's easy for him to transport it now, but how is he going to drag it into the basements? It is possible, of course, to bring down the catacombs and make the cube fall down by itself, but I have a pretty bad command of the Doton for such manipulations. Should I visit the willow tree? I think the fourth will not refuse me a small request. And we fly with the birds. To look at this life from the end, everything will pass, but the light of your face, forever with me. I begin, feeling a general melancholy and some kind of hopelessness, continuing my way. It's been a long time since I've been covered like this. I wonder why. Do I feel a quick reckoning? There was no doubt that she would follow. Gaara would not forgive me for such tricks until she scolded and gave the appropriate punishment. The right shinobi to the marrow and bones. He was generally a heavy person in many ways, but I wasn't a straight Christmas present either. How long does he suffer with me? 10 years? No, more than that. 12 or 13 years old. I even felt sorry for him, literally for a minute, but I suppressed this feeling in myself, trying to return to reality, continuing to hum my favorite songs that came to my mind. And you're singing again. Are you worried? Right over my ear, and I didn't even feel his presence. And you won't even swear? I say wearily, letting Ku carry the ark in one and turning towards the young Kazekage. If it would help. He runs his rough fingers over his forehead, averting his gaze. Why are you trying to solve everything alone? I don't want to strain you. I answer honestly, without taking my eyes off my spouse. You can't bother me, we're married after all. Honestly, answers Gaara, returning the tired look of turquoise eyes to me. It's my duty to always follow you like a tethered one. That's what I'm talking about. You have too much work to do, despite the fact that I'm taking half of the papers, hoping to unload you. At the same time, you still find time to train with the boys and hold meetings of elders. You're pushing yourself too hard. You, just like me, take too much on yourself. I turn to him, belatedly realizing that I am still in the guise of Nagato, from which I hurry to destroy the crystal with an illusion, presented in its normal form before Gaara. Everything went smoothly and I knew that I had enough strength to deal with everything myself. You're reckless. Other people's hands fall like a heavy burden on my shoulders, and, to be honest, I feel ashamed. I appreciate you trying not to bother me with small things, but the situation with Nagato and this arc is never a small thing. But I was able to manage on my own while I was trying to come up with a normal plan to capture Hozuki Castle. While you were thinking, I have already put everything into action, and even stole this very arc from them. With a slight superiority, I throw my husband's hands off my shoulders, hugging him around the waist with pleasure. Let's drag him into the catacombs, I'll seal him up and we can go home. You're such a problem. Gaara exhales in the manner of Shikamaru, which makes me smile radiantly. But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? Dog Noheim, you need to undergo a full examination. Insists a young nurse, whose name I don't even know. Why? Like a cursory inspection is enough? I say uncertainly, voluntarily surrendering into the hands of the Irionans. Unlike many shinobi, I did not avoid doctors, I will be examined after each mission completely. After all, I am a combat unit of the Alliance. An important such unit. Yuzukage, after all, your chakra behaves strangely, so we need to check everything. That's not good anymore. The chakra behaves strangely, you say? But I didn't feel it in the bloody prison. The consequences of the fire seal or something else, taking advantage of the moment, the Irionans dragged me to additional examinations, and the more offices we passed, the more my suspicions were confirmed and the stronger the chill ran down my spine. Oh, apparently my help to my dear brother from another world has failed. And I don't care that he, in fact, was a reflection of me. I couldn't perceive him as anything other than a brother. Well, I can ask Sasuke to help them if my chakra starts to rebel, as it was before. I don't think Uchiha will refuse me a small request, considering that he adored me as his Amato. Although there was no blood connection between us, Sasuke seriously considered me a younger sister, sometimes bringing his guardianship to hysteria and a persistent desire to beat his head against the battery, as before. But I just have to attend my brother's wedding. When they gave me the results sheet, my eye twitched nervously. Oh, and that's how I tell this news to the Kazekage? But how happily the nurses shone, who were aware that I was an Akuma Undine, although not all, because I passed examinations only with Irionans I knew, whom I could dedicate to this secret. Apparently, the first time was not enough for them. When my mood changed faster than the speed of light and I wanted to cry, laugh and make an apocalypse at the same time. Or did you just miss the way I was carrying around the hospital here, clutching the sheet convulsively in my hand? I walked to the Kazekage Tower, hoping to calm down. Well, actually, I was just afraid that I'd fall off the roof. Since I have deviations in my chakra, it's not worth taking any chances. Oh, what fun awaits me. I entered Gaara's office without knocking, although I knew perfectly well that Shirjima was there. And since I am in my civilian form, and not in the guise of Anbu, I have already mentally prepared for a carefully disguised wave of contempt and anger from the personal secretary of Kazekage. Although this attitude was incomprehensible to me, I helped my sister. She is healthy, happy raising children, and all thanks to me. However, for some reason Shirjima thought differently. The paper with the analyses lies on top of all the other documents, distracting the Kazekage from work, and the younger no-dog turns an interested look at her, not immediately understanding what's what. I wait literally a minute until the Lord of the Sand finishes stupidly staring at a piece of paper and looks at me. Your dream of locking me up in the sun for a year or a year and a half has come true. I say sarcastically, brazenly snatching a piece of paper from their weakened fingers of a man. Shirjima, come out. Kazekage commands coldly, and something dark splashes in his eyes, which makes the personal secretary shudder and hastily vacates the office. As soon as the door slams shut, a red-haired man flies up to me, almost falling to his knees, which makes my heart go into a frenzied rhythm. Here he is, the inflexible Kazekage, whose will is as hard as titanium, and his character is as viscous as sand. Here he is, barely restraining himself from plopping down on his knees and burying his face in his still flat stomach. Have you been waiting for this moment for so long? I say jokingly, kneeling down next to him and putting my arm around his shoulders. Don't be silent, my desert son, otherwise I may misunderstand everything. I'm glad. Gaara simply answers, stretching his lips in a happy smile, from which even his eyes literally glow, and even crow's feet do not hide the bright gaze of the Kazekage. Of course you wouldn't be happy, otherwise I would have broken your neck. I just answer him, kissing him on the cheek. Rikudo said that she will remember everything only when the time comes, so as not to break the child's childhood and give her the opportunity to enjoy her second chance. You're going to be a great mother. A wide palm descends on Masha, slightly shaggy hair, and giving me confidence. Hey! Are you saying that before that I was such a mother to myself? I gently push my husband in the shoulder, to which he barely laughs, burying his forehead in my shoulder. 4. Just imagine. I thought Rikudo was joking, and now look, there really are 4 of them. Are you afraid of not coping? The red-haired man is slightly sarcastically interested, for which he gets another painful poke in the ribs and continues to laugh softly. I am the vicar of God on earth, consider, a demigod, the one who is called the devil of the raging seas. I can do anything. I say proudly, with pleasure watching the happiness shining in the eyes of the young Kazekage. But I was scared. It's, damn it, another child. It was scary precisely because I remembered the first pregnancy and remembered its consequences in the form of postpartum depression and a clear desire to kill both and then die myself. And what if the situation repeats? Gaara, as if hearing my thoughts, continues stroking my head, slightly burying her fingers in the red mane, easily running over the scalp. Nice. It's like all the sorrows and worries are going away. Well, I coped with one depression, I think I can cope with the second, especially this time it's just one child, not 2 at once, and not the first in a row. We need to please Uchiha, after all, he will become an uncle for the 4th time. I draw impudently, imagining how the face of the current Hokage will stretch. He generally liked regularity, so there is a high probability that the news about another niece will amaze him. He'll have time. Gaara says with satisfaction, easily lifting me off the floor of the office and circling a little on the spot. Oh, that was definitely cute. You're right. I say with relief. I should have stopped laughing happily. After all, Gaara was simply inimitable, completely different from the living corpse that I remembered in the canon. I think it was my fault, after all, with my excessive assertiveness and bad temper, that I was able to pull out the hidden features of the clan, but out. And I loved it wildly. Gaara was alive, with his habits, shortcomings that often brought me to hysteria and a persistent desire to yell at the Lord of the Sand almost with obscenities. Well, what to hide, we had enchanting quarrels. It's worth remembering only how many times we rebuilt the Kazekage Tower. He was an ordinary person, not an anime character. He frowned when he didn't like something, he laughed when he was happy, and generally tried not to hide emotions in a close circle, as if showing how much he trusted those people who were my friends. And they became more than friends for him, too. Those shinobi who stayed in Konoha were our family, even if most of them were only named, but we both felt an invisible connection with them. There was a separate topic with Uchiha in general, since at first it was difficult for Gaara to admit that Sasuke and I were really brother and sister, no more and no less. Without hints and continuation in the horizontal surface. We had 2 souls who carried the same sin, and I was grateful to all the gods that over time the young Kazekage was able to accept this as the truth. I love you. A barely audible whisper in my ear, which makes my whole body shudder. You don't have to say it out loud because I already feel it perfectly. It seems that at the moment my face is ready to crack with emotion, but I continue to hold on and not show how pleasant Jinchuriki's words are. Let's you tell the twins that they will have a sister. It won't work. Somehow, Gaara confesses dejectedly, and I already feel the catch. The father ate up all the baldness about wanting a granddaughter. Oh, well, I can tell the race myself, but you have a more difficult task ahead. After all, they recently had a brother. I think that Shinki will just take the news calmly, and the twins will start to panic and try to help. Their help is like the end of the world. The younger one, but exhales a little tiredly, which causes me to laugh loudly, and I feel how tense the ANBU are at their posts. Don't exaggerate, they mostly took after you in character. I wasn't that curious when I was a kid. I scratch my chin a little, trying to resurrect long-forgotten memories of a past life. I was generally a calm child and did not get into any adventures. All this came out of me at a later age. So I can say with confidence that Indra and Ashura are so curious about you. If you weren't a Jinchuriki, you would have crawled all over the Suna, like Kankuro in his time. So it's a family thing, I think. Speaking of family. Gaara will stay, returning to the table in search of some documents. Sign it, what is it? Incredulously, I take the paper with the very tips of my fingers, already anticipating not the most pleasant. More like another hemorrhoid. This is an order appointing you as the chief kabuki captain. Databayo. I knew you'd give me some kind of pig, not a pig. Calmly says Dog No, putting a brush with ink in my hand. It's just a circus. Yeah, the circus. To the point, dear wife. A satisfied smile plays on the lips of the Kazekage, which often played on my lips when another dirty trick succeeded. The devil, leaving an empty bowl of ramen, I stretched contentedly, and paid IM for the order. Ramen seemed like manna from heaven to me right now, and the only thing that didn't make me permanently sick. Under this case, old Tucci decided to organize another ramen, but only in Sun, and sent his eldest daughter here. And judging by the way one of the puppet guys is constantly hanging around in the shop, then IM will stay here for a long time. True, the boy is already shying away from me. Probably you shouldn't smile so strangely. A loud female scream was heard already on the approach to the tower, and I sincerely felt sorry for Gaara, in whose office a real storm was unfolding now, since I knew perfectly well the temper of the one who was nervous and hysterical in the Kazekage's office. However, Little Haim's tantrums were so commonplace that no one paid attention to it, at least from the employees of the Kazekage Tower. How she hadn't been redirected to my guys yet was a mystery. But since I know the main reason, she must have lathered up somewhere and she urgently needs mourners. For her being here, it will not be difficult to guess who will be sent to escort the capricious customer to our lair. On the stairs, a young girl almost flew into me, and I raised my eyebrows in surprise. A unique copper badge in the form of an adenium flower was attached to her jonin form, and was a distinctive sign of the inner circle of subordinates. Of course, few people wore them in everyday life, but if a large delegation was expected from the capital, or from other countries, especially those who were behind the collapsed barrier, then the whole tower would turn into something. Everyone was dressed in a standard shinobi uniform, most of them in hats, and it was possible to distinguish them only by such badges, well, or just by remembering who performs what duties, but it was still more convenient by the badges. In addition, they were very tiny, and you still had to look closely to see the pattern. Shinobi introduced themselves and said what department they were from, and even explained to the guests what the symbol meant, but there was still confusion. They reacted ambiguously to my proposal to replace the whole thing with badges, but they were in no hurry to change the structure established in all countries. The desert rose adenium was worn only by people closest to the Kazekage, for example, his secretary, assistant, or the head of the bodyguards. For many, this sign was a kind of medal of honor, but personally I didn't see much sense in them. It remains only to write your position on your forehead, for complete happiness. However, I did not deny that it was convenient for more civilian people who are not familiar with the internal structure of the suna. Since the girl is wearing it, it means a new secretary, or an assistant to this one who went. Or maybe I'm just in a crappy mood today, so I want to dig into something. The girl hastily apologized, and was about to run on, but stopped abruptly, almost falling down the stairs, but was picked up in time by one of the passing bureaucrats. I think the next time we fight and accidentally demolish half of the residence, the staircase will need to be destroyed purely on principle, and build something safer. The girl babbled something quickly, and bowed again, running down and leaving me in utter shock. I shifted my uncomprehending gaze to one of Aries' subordinates. Well, at least it seemed to me that he was from the analytics department. I didn't go there that often, never at all, to be honest, but he just shrugged his shoulders, returning to his route. Oh, it doesn't matter, I have enough screaming chemistry with my head, still to deal with the quirks of new people? Well, no, fire me. The closer I got to the door, the more unpleasant Miwako's indignation cut into my ears, which I would have gladly lowered down that very beautiful staircase, but it's impossible, the daimyo's daughter, after all. Well, in general, she wasn't a bad girl, but she didn't have enough belt, and she also needed to learn manners. Nothing will fix me, but I still knocked for decency before fluttering into the office, despite the fact that I did not receive consent to this. The little princess looked extremely displeased, but as soon as she realized who was in front of her, her face immediately softened, and her voice quickly subsided, moving from the state of ultrasound to something calmer. Without wasting time on unnecessary etiquette, she ran up to me, joyfully grabbing my hands. But Naruto will help me, right, Naruto? The brunette's eyes shone with some kind of otherworldly fire, which I didn't like right away. It smacks of trouble, and the wary look of her bodyguard, Reed, supervisor, unpleasantly confirmed all my guesses. I'm listening to you. And you didn't have to shout like that if you needed me from the very beginning. She unceremoniously pointed in the direction of Gaara, from which I involuntarily grimaced as soon as she turned away. And how does he tolerate her? Out there, he's sitting reading papers to himself, stubbornly pretending to work. But how to work in such a noise? I need an escort. I want it to be Undine. Yeah, stamp your foot again, seriously. Akuma is on maternity leave. You can choose someone. Yes, I know. The girl squeals, and really stomps her foot. Ugh, something is asking for ramen outside. It's just all so sudden. I urgently need to go to the Tanuki temple, but I don't trust anyone but her. The girl lowered her gaze, turning back to Gaara, who was defiantly reading the documents. Well, maybe not demonstratively, yet she has been crucified for a long time, and besides, only the deaf did not know the quarrelsome nature of the fifth daughter of the daimyo. Mr. Kazekage didn't react to the apologetic looks in any way, and I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Surprisingly, he talked quietly enough with the guard, completely ignoring the young Haim, but she turned all her attention to me, shining like a polished copper. Yeah, like I'm her last hope. With your permission, Kazekage-sama. I bow a little, and Miwako hurriedly copies my pose before leaving the office, where she was tearing her throat for more than an hour for no clear reason. She really can't. The girl looked at me with huge eyes, and if I started comparing her with someone, it would most likely be a Shrek cat. Have a conscience, baby. The end of the first trimester, I can't even eat properly, everything makes me sick. What kind of missions? And it was only worth shouting? The discontent that visited me earlier gradually faded away. Emotional swing, how I hate it all. If I hadn't screamed, you wouldn't have come. The girl pouted, brushing away the long black strands that fell over her face. In general, Miwako was a very well-mannered girl. Let's omit such tantrums, although they happened, they were not a frequent guest, but when she needed something, a curtain fell in front of her eyes, completely covering the boundaries of what was allowed with her train. Roughly speaking, in her anger, she did not see the shores. Naturally, the daimyo will be notified about this little performance, but knowing this fat oaf, he will again put everything on the brakes, as he did everything before. Kill him, or what? The first son, who was to take his place in the foreseeable future, was a much better candidate than the money-hungry daimyo. As soon as the war ended, all countries experienced some kind of difficulties that the daimyo could solve, even if not at the snap of their fingers, but still quickly enough and without too much fuss, not to mention the waste of human resources. In the land of the wind, the main problem was not particularly fertile lands, and the ossified way of thinking of people from distant villages, so the Shinobi Academy seemed to be the best possible way out of the crisis. It was also planned to make secondary educational institutions more accessible, where children could decide on professions and decide which way they should go further. And of course, all this required money. It is logical that nothing will come out of thin air. There could be no special problems with the academy. The council was ready for this step. Finances, albeit not large, were still available, as well as retired shinobi, even if not in excess, but it was better than forcing yesterday's genins to teach immature youth. There was also a building, very close to the training grounds, where classes were actually held. It was used as an additional warehouse, and for good, all the junk stored there could be remelted into weapons, and find a use for everything that lies there, thereby freeing up a 3-story building. Subsequently, this was done. Most of the rare weapons such as spears, halberds, axes and other evil spirits were melted down into lighter and more comfortable blades, short and medium length. Tanto, katanas and other edged weapons used by Anbu Konoha were not held in high esteem here. Blades, cutlasses, short broadswords and sabers, tanto was used only on missions, and then extremely rarely. The customs of the desert are very harsh and the mortality rate among the entire population is too high, which negatively affected the overall picture of the military settlement, and people survived with the means that gave greater efficiency. And it would seem that you still need, plans were given to you, advantages were explained, benefits were described, but our dear daimyo, so that this creature hiccups, decided that it was a waste of time and resources. The war has recently ended, and you are here with your improvement of peaceful and armed citizens of the country. It took more than 2 years to persuade this jerk to the right side, not without the intervention of the daimyo of other countries. And there the cleaners were organized so inopportunely, who, quite by chance, were under the leadership of a citizen of another country and were sponsored directly from the pocket of the alliance and other daimyo. In general, our comrade surrendered under such an onslaught that in general, we were officially called knights, but since no one knew the meaning of this word, we had to leave the original name of the organization. Yes, it's strange, yes, it was possible to come up with something better, but I didn't have much time to think, but it was clear from the name what we were doing. A kind of noble dark brotherhood. On Minimalka. So minimal Minimalka. But still, thanks to the separation of Suna, it was possible to put pressure on the ruler of the country, inclining him in the right direction. However, the time spent could not be returned. Meanwhile, I was waiting for the daimyo to finally retire. His son was a little older than me, and was completely ready to take over power, but this cockroach is too greedy for those crumbs of power that he still has in the eyes of people. In fact, the shinobi ran the entire civilian population, although they obeyed the daimyo's palace. But in a situation where the order of the daimyo and the order of the kage will sound, priority was given to the orders of the kage, since shinobi swear allegiance to the ruler of their village, and their country, and not to its ruler. This is already the duty of the kage. Well, I'm not listed as a shinobi of the sun, and the thought of quietly killing another ruler was more than tempting. In such thoughts, we reached the main building, where our headquarters was located, access to which was available only to its members and high-ranking guests, like the same Miwako. It wasn't the first time she had been here, but she still managed to wander ungodly in the corridors. For a moment, they were straight, there was no maze here, no matter what terrible rumors about us went. She was chirping something there, constantly asking about my well-being, and behaved like an exemplary girl, as if she hadn't been yelling at the ruler of the Suna just half an hour ago. Although, there is a controversial issue here, perhaps Gaara was so calm only because he knew about this whole production from the very beginning. Ugh, the infection. Gaara, are you awake? I am quietly interested, although I understand perfectly well that the spouse is already definitely asleep, the time is still late, and the working day has stretched out very decently because of a small harem. However, despite the late hour, I could not sleep. Intellectually, I understand that waking up a person for the sake of my whim is somehow not very good, however, I urgently needed to share my thoughts with someone. Not anymore. Gaara says in a voice hoarse from sleep, looking at me sleepily. Is something wrong? Imagine a rubber duck. Introduced. And she has the bottom of a train car instead of paws. Oh, gods. The dog groans in resignation, but... Are you sure you're okay? It couldn't be better. I report cheerfully, turning to face my husband, trying to make out turquoise eyes in the dark. It turned out so, the darkness was pitch black, because the windows of our bedroom were on the east side, and dawn did not allow us to sleep properly in the morning if the curtains were not tight enough. It reminded me of a fish licking a bald spot. He covers his eyes with his hand, and I tisk loudly enough. Biju tear you apart, it was a long time ago. There was no limit to my indignation, and I might have raised my voice if there wasn't a boys' room opposite us. It's not my fault that when I'm pregnant, I start having sleepy hallucinations. I think it's kind of cute. Kazekage laughs softly, and I couldn't resist kissing him on the nose. How are you feeling? Like a herring under a fur coat. I'm both cold and hot at the same time. I hate the first trimester. I admit quietly, trying to decide what was wrong at the moment. Was it too hot for me and it was worth moving away from the personal stove named after the Lord of the Sand, or was it cold enough for me, and vice versa, it was worth snuggling even closer to my husband? Despite the external coldness, Gaara had an elevated body temperature, and he literally warmed me on cold nights in the desert. While I, a sunny child, had a lowered body temperature and very often froze, rejoicing that I had a personal heating pad at my side. The laws of thermoregulation, damn it. Still, I turn my back to my spouse, moving my carcass closer. It seems that such a sleeping position is called spoons, or something like that. A warm hand presses me even closer, bending slightly at the elbow, and the palm rests next to my chest, lying on top of my arm hugging a teddy penguin. This funny toy was brought by Gaara himself when he was in the land of snow, and the funny thing is, he really remembered my passionate love for seals and penguins, so he brought just such a souvenir. I didn't even know they existed in this world, let alone their plush counterparts. You know, I've been thinking. My fingers slightly cling to the plush fabric of the toy, and I involuntarily smile. The penguin gives his beloved a perfect round stone as a sign of eternal love. And? Misunderstanding was so evident in the voice of the spouse that, apparently, he had already begun to fall asleep again, but my monologue again distracted him from this. The chakra stone. My hand involuntarily touches the pendant that has been hanging around my neck until now, and has never been removed since the day the chain was fastened. It is also perfectly round. Are you aware that during pregnancy you have strange thoughts? The voice sounded tired, and I myself understood that it was definitely time to go to bed, but such conversation seemed vital to me. Nothing strange. I pout involuntarily. Are you taking revenge on me like this today? The question hung in the air, but I didn't answer it, wearily closing my eyes. I don't know if I was taking revenge, or if I just wanted to chat, but for some reason such things seemed important enough to me at the current moment. My memory often failed me, and I even had to keep diaries in order not to forget something very important. That was one of the side effects of the force that it became a little sad. Try so hard to get the power and stay with it, and even pay for it. Objectively, I no longer needed all this power, I just needed a calm world where I could live my second life, happier than the first, and I even created this world. The question is how long it can be held, and in order to hold it, we needed strength, for which we paid. It turns out to be a strange Ouroboros. Although it was more like slavery rather than voluntary labor. You could have been yanked into another reality at any moment to fix something there, because they can't cope, and giving strength to someone else is not in our plans. From the outside, heroes, in fact, thieves, and there was nothing noble in this help, tearing down other people's flags and appropriating an undeserved reward. And no matter how anxious I was from these thoughts, I tried to abstract myself from all this, but the growing headache did not allow me to concentrate, and I realized that I could only dream of a dream today, to my great regret. Carefully getting out of the warm embrace, I slipped into the library, where there was a first aid kit with the medicines I needed, as well as a rather impressive stack of paperwork, which, apparently, I would have the rest of the night. Kabuki was not given to me, my dear Kazekage just pretended that playful conversation never happened, and I breathed a sigh of relief, and Kankuro, I think, too. Still, it was his fiefdom, even though our work was very closely intertwined, but keeping all the eggs in one basket was a stupid idea. I managed my guys very successfully, some of whom served in the ANBU, and that was enough for me, although to be honest, I didn't want to be at the head of all this at all. To organize, no problem, but to manage all this. Although from the words of others, I turned out quite well, and I was even respected and listened to implicitly as a leader, but I did not feel in my place. I felt good only there, in my cozy workshop, the management of which had to be left for the duration of pregnancy, but my soul feels that it is possible forever. She still belonged to me, but now, everything that was going on in her did not concern me as a leader, rather as a person to whom it all belongs. All I had to do now was to sort out a ton of documents regarding cleaners, carefully read the reports, and think how not to unscrew the heads of these careless idiots. The morning came too quickly, and a delicate knock on the door distracted me from the next report, and when I opened it, I saw a sleepy Shinki holding a mug of coffee in his hands. A charming child who will go to the Shinobi Academy this fall to study the same art as his parents. I didn't like the system of education in Konoha, so I managed to persuade Gaara to make the school year from autumn so that the children could spend the summer as they please, all 3 months, and not the miserable 1.5 that remained in the end, and minus all practical classes at all. 3 weeks that I gratefully accept the mug and put the child on my lap. Shinki was still nodding off, so he settled down a little more comfortably, burying his nose in the folds of his terry cloth bathrobe, and falling asleep almost immediately, which makes me smile involuntarily. A strange habit that appeared from the first morning in the house, as soon as he saw how much I love coffee. No matter how unsuccessful he was at first, I always gratefully accepted the drink over which the future shinobi had been poring for so long, who, as yet, did not know how to express his gratitude in words. And he didn't need them. Trying not to disturb the boy, I carried him back to the room, covering him with a blanket. It was a daily ritual, when by the time I woke up there was already a mug of hot coffee in the kitchen, and Shinki stubbornly pretended that he had been asleep all this time, and coffee appeared here in a mystical way, and the cunning boy had nothing to do with it. Involuntarily, I run my fingers along the edge of the golden mug, watching the reddening horizon line, from behind which the sun was about to appear. It reminded me of that crucial night when we were sitting in the small kitchen in my temporary home in Sun, drinking coffee and talking a lot, trying to get used to each other. That night, the small, embittered beast learned to trust people anew and tried to change his view of the world. How long has it been since then? In the adjoining dining room, the metal of pots rustled softly, notifying that the housekeeper came a little earlier than usual today, and had already begun to prepare breakfast for our huge family, which observed the traditions of breakfast, gathering all together. Yes, there is not much left until the end of this idyll. Once the boys go to the academy, it will mean that they will soon become shinobi, which means they could forget about a quiet time. There will be a fuss in the morning, there will be a lack of people at the table because of the next mission. And yet, it was better than having breakfast alone, as it once was. The coffee seemed bitter because of unpleasant thoughts, and I was already thinking of going back to the room and changing into a uniform to go to work in the office, but I didn't want to leave the clone in his place unnecessarily. Still, it was our family time, and you never know how the chakra could behave in such situations. The sun rose higher and higher, warming the crumbled stone of the desert with its rays. Surely, the Valley of the Dead Kings was now extraordinarily beautiful with its rocky faults and a riot of flowering plants that opened buds in the sunlight. Even though I was the only one who called this place near a huge training ground that way, but for some reason many were imbued with this idea, completely forgetting that it was in this valley that the Kage was buried, and not in a public cemetery, as it was believed. The ashes of the rulers found their rest among a small oasis, and creeping plants that bloomed in spite of everything. There were a lot of things to do today so that you could relax with a clear conscience, and maybe even have a nice walk at someone else's wedding. The beating of the chakra of the residents of the house gradually accelerated, and the first sleepy steps into the bathroom could already be heard, quiet arguments about the primacy, the light flutter of slippers on the wooden floor, and the riot of elements mixed in this house. The king's castle. I was waking up. Remind me, why am I the only one doing this? Uchiha was folding the last seals before completing the technique. Maybe because I can't use the chakra from the word at all? I spread my hands indifferently, watching as the paper, yes, fuck knows what it is, I still can't figure it out, clung to the bodies of suicide bombers, transformed into 4 vessels for dead souls. I promised to pull it off before I found out about the pregnancy, so don't refuse. You could have refused. Sasuke continued to thump, shyly averting his gaze from his animated father. He seems to have decided everything, so why does the guilt still torment him? All 4 of them looked at us uncomprehendingly, and if Minato and Kushina knew us, then Mikoto and Fugaku didn't know who we were at all. Although Uchiha's parents even seemed to recognize him as a son, and Mikoto was already preparing to hug him, but he just shook his head. Although okay, Kushina only knew me, she saw Uchiha briefly, and not to say that we had the opportunity to have a good chat, rather, to exchange a few words before I dispelled Edo Tensei. Is something wrong, Naruto? Minato asked worriedly, looking straight at me. But Naruto seems to be a boy, or am I confusing something? He inserted his 5 kopecks to Fugaku, but I ignored it. Your son is getting married today, he asked me to organize a small gift. And judging by who had to be resurrected, he still marries Sasuke. I put the extra tools aside, heading for the exit. We have to go, otherwise we will be late for the ceremony itself. It was unusual to see Konoha like this, yet we did not have a pain, which left only a bare pit on the site of the village. Many shops and cafes changed their location, which was a little confusing, since I could track with the help of sensors where Naruto's chakra flashes. Where it is, there is a temple, which means we had to go there, since the Uzumaki mask temple was not far from the place where we used Edo Tensei. Minato and Kushina briefly explained to the older Uchiha who we are and what happened in general, saving us from unnecessary headaches. In general, it's good that they took this responsibility on themselves. The narrator was SOSO from me, and Sasuke was so on his mind from the very morning, and as I understand it, he was going to get out of here as soon as the opportunity presented itself, and come back purely for me to move into our world. Rinnegan worked without a chakra, and I could safely walk between our worlds and unaccompanied, but probably Uchiha would be ashamed of the fact that he left me alone. Although Conscience and Uchiha Sasuke were diametrically opposed concepts, Mikoto and Kushina looked strangely at my loose attire, which successfully hid one important detail of my condition, and I pretended that I did not notice their looks at all, which stopped in the stomach area. At such moments, I was grateful to our sorceress seamstress, who, according to my crooked sketches, was able to create a loose garment from the times of ancient China, which did not restrict movement, did not emphasize anything superfluous, and was very comfortable to wear, and looked more than pompous, just for a wedding. The red robe was light, more than combined with the long gold earrings that I wore on the occasion of the celebration, and even the light chakra stone on my neck did not spoil the overall picture. The only thing that was inconvenient was the hairstyle, which was decorated with traditional hairpins, but alas, nowhere without them, otherwise the whole effect of the image was lost. Naruto's friends have already gathered, and we arrived almost last. I stepped aside, letting the parents of the couple go ahead, and I myself went to the Kazekage, who, along with Kankuro, were standing a little in the distance. Sasuke, taking advantage of the moment, simply disappeared, leaving me completely alone on this holiday of life. In a good way, I should have been offended by such behavior, but I myself understood how strange it is to watch your double marry someone who is your dear sister, and it's okay that in this world your beloved sister is a guy. It's still not long to catch cognitive dissonance, so the desire I understood escaping from here more than perfectly. Yes, but I promised Naruto that I would be until the very end of the whole holiday, and I didn't want to let this sunny child down. Kazekage greeted me with a nod of his head, and I bowed lightly in return. It was no secret to anyone, for those who know who I am, who my spouse from our world was, so the fact that I of all the guests went to the ruler of the Suna did not raise any questions. I also greeted Kankuro, but I was in no hurry to enter into a dialogue. He nodded distantly, immediately looking away, and for me it was a clear signal that I was not the most welcome guest in this particular company. And even more so at this whole wedding. Probably, it's still worth catching Naruto later, and saying that I'm leaving, so as not to embarrass other people with my presence, because not everyone knew about my identity. While the future spouses entered the temple, the crowd gradually mixed, ceasing to stand with lenten faces, and as soon as the doors of the temple closed, relaxed conversations immediately flowed. I stood with my back perfectly straight, not giving any extra reason to gossip about my strange appearance. It is logical that not everyone knew who I was, and the appearance of a stranger at this wedding was very unexpected for many present. The funniest thing was Konohamaru, who was wildly curious, but he did not dare to come up to me and ask me a question. It was very hot for May, and I moved a little into the shade, fanning myself with a fan I had brought with me. Of course, it was unpleasant to stand in the distance, but choosing between someone else's company in the sun and loneliness in the shade, I chose the latter. If there was such an opportunity, I would have sat down at all, but for lack of alternatives, my support was a flowering tree, in the shade of which I settled down. In General Gaara was supposed to accompany me to this celebration, but the council was postponed to an earlier time, due to the new composition and replacement of some elders, and there were issues requiring urgent decisions. There was nothing for me to do there, since I did not participate in the internal politics of the village, and fortunately the status of Kage's wife did not oblige me to such a thing. Although I was an ANBU of the sun, I am not a full-fledged shinobi of sand. I only manage cleaners who were considered shinobi yuzu. To be capricious and demand that Gaara go with me, just because we agreed on it, would be stupid on my part, and the safety of the village was a higher priority than my whims. But Uchiha could have stayed, but he did not agree to accompany me, and even he had a job that required execution. I didn't expect to see you here. A slightly mocking voice, literally sparkling with childish fervor, made me smile and feel a painful happiness rising from the depths. How are you doing? I turned with a happy smile to Jiraiya, whom I was really glad to see. Alive, as you can see. The man laughed merrily, lightly slapping me on the shoulder. I read your last book, but I still have some questions about the main characters. This is Ji and Orochi, of course. Kakashi did not particularly appreciate that the heroes of Petrol were written off from them. I laughed softly, covering my face with the edge of my sleeve. But I'm flattered that you're reading these pornographic stories. But where did you get them from? Did Naruto give it away, or Orochimaru? The silver-haired man awkwardly scratched his cheek with his index finger, carefully looking away, and it came to me to cover the entire lower half of my face with my sleeve so as not to frighten anyone with his wildly pleased grin. That's even so, right? Well, how did he get them? Did Naruto really decide to work as a pimp? Come on, the ceremony in the temple is already over. Since you're unaccompanied, then let me be your date for today. I think I'll refuse. You'd better go hoe the snake. I saw his dark crown in the crowd. The idiotic smile did not leave my face. And that's all you see? Jiraiya muttered discontentedly, giving me his hand. I gratefully accepted it, heading back to the Kage's retinue, standing slightly behind the fifth Kazekage. He watched me out of the corner of his eye, but quickly lost interest, shifting his gaze to the heavy doors of the temple opening, from where the spouses were now leaving, accompanied by their parents. Of course, the animated dead looked wild, but I didn't really care how it looked from the outside. For me the main thing was that I fulfilled Naruto's request. It was still left to get out of here, in Uchikovsky, preferably, but I absolutely did not want to offend Uzumaki on such a day, and I could only silently endure all these suspicious glances and keep my back straight, in the hope that they would leave me alone. Soon the whole procession moved towards the Uchi quarter, where it was planned to hold further festivities. I talked quite quietly with Mei, discussing the latest fashion trends of this world and talking about my outfit, as well as about the fabrics that were used in its tailoring. Chiffon and satin were not held in high esteem among shinobi here, since it was not very convenient to fight in outfits made of these materials, and shinobi should always be ready for battle. That surprised her outfit, because she knew that I was a shinobi, and dressed like a civilian. I didn't want to disclose my position, and I didn't want to explain the reasons why I wore this particular one. Anyway, I have almost no chakra, and if something happens, I will be protected by Kurama, who was vigilantly watching everything from the Yukai plan. I don't know who made the seating arrangements for the guests, but he decided that I would feel at ease in the company of sandstones, so I was sitting at the same table with a troika of sand, and Shikamaru was sitting on my right hand, which also felt like a fifth wheel at this table. I was just glad to be able to sit down, because my legs were a little sore, and I've been dreaming about it for the last half hour. Naruto was happy, and so was Sasuke. For so many years, side by side with my Uchikovsky splinter, I learned to recognize emotions on his face, so I could say with confidence that both spouses enjoyed the holiday and the company of long-dead parents. Naruto generally shone like a second sun, and this made me smile a little, returning my gaze to our table, which in general had a very relaxed atmosphere. The main thing is not to open my mouth and spoil anything. Why are you alone? Temari suddenly asked, and all the attention became focused on my person, which made me uncomfortable. Sasuke, in principle, it's hard to be here and see all this. He and I are like brother and sister, so he gets a little stuck when he looks at the two of them. Gaara's elders' meeting has been postponed and he needs to attend it. I move my shoulders a little, trying to throw off excessive tension. Uncomfortable. I want to go home. And the bodyguards? The Sandyheim did not let up, and I looked away. I don't think that the guests will appreciate the appearance of Kyuubi at such a celebration. And Kabuki's appearance would be out of place here. I'm drawing a line to finally end this conversation. They were uncomfortable with me, and I was uncomfortable with them, and it would be the height of stupidity to have empty conversations about anything. But if something happens? Kankuro suddenly chimed in. Listen, I'm pregnant, not terminally ill. If I get sick, there are enough medics here to help me. Yeah, we still need to get out of here as soon as possible. And how was it with you? Kankuro persisted. Here you are in all the worlds pissing me off. A smile blossomed on her lips by itself, slightly releasing the tension. It was fun. Kankuro was crying when we left the temple. Tsunade and Ei broke the table while competing in arm wrestling. Sasuke walked around in women's clothes for an hour. I walked like a female version of Gaara for about an hour, watched Karura deftly wield puppets, and it turns out that the fourth can hide very well if it concerns an angry wife. There were a lot of dances, strange contests, and resurrected ones, too. The circus is shorter, but it was wildly fun. And there are a lot of photos, for 6 albums. The most favorite is where Sasuke is in women's clothes. He is wildly furious every time that he allowed himself to be photographed in this form. Did Kankuro cry? Temari giggled, pushing her brother in the side. Wait, are you pregnant? The fourth, to be exact. I rest my face wearily with my hand, seeing how the eyes of those present widen. What, you didn't know about the number of children? Yes, somehow your Kazekage did not spread about such a thing. Kong is still dumbfounded, sipping wine from a glass, and I am bursting with laughter, which I try hard to restrain, but it turns out badly. Oh, but how happy Raza was. The only granddaughter after all. The atmosphere is improving, and I feel at ease again, even in a company that is alien to me. We have 3 sons. Temari has a son, Kankuro has a son. He ate all the bald that there is no princess in the dog clan, but why are you sure that there will be a girl? Shikamaru joins the conversation. A secret. The smile gets even wider, and I finally laugh without holding back. Well, I don't care what attracts extra attention. And then there were toasts. I don't know where Uzumaki got the Vinishko produced by our Orochimaru, but it took him oh so fast. There were already drunken outpourings, and endless gratitude to parents, and he was crucifying about me for 5 minutes. I was already tired of standing, and catching interested glances at myself, too. But it's only been an hour and a half since the beginning of the celebration. The chair on my left side was still empty, but apparently it was the place of Gaara, who could not attend. Therefore, what was my surprise when my dear Lord of the Sand did not stand on ceremony on my left hand, responding with a slight half-smile to my fucked-up look, and the others clearly did not expect another dog to appear, but at their table. He briefly told the essence of the meeting, outlining the current situation and how it will affect my department. I nodded my head, shaking the information in my mind, and thought how much work awaits me tomorrow, and not only me, but the entire cleaning department. It was unexpected that Matsuri decided to transfer to me, as she asked for it very much, which means she will find out who is hiding under the mask of Akuma, under the seal of silence, of course. Not to say that I was against it, but I was not particularly enthusiastic about it. And then there was dancing, and I reluctantly went out to dance with Gaara, awkwardly getting used to the music and the slightly changed center of gravity. After all, I have never had to dance in such a position before. And then suddenly the others from our table joined us, and I managed to dance something fast with Kankuro and even waltz with the local Kazekage. Of course, he danced so, but for a person who does this for the first time, he moved very well, which struck me. Apparently this is some kind of natural talent, considering how much I had to learn similar pa, which both of them did with ease. Or maybe I'm just difficult to learn. There were also contests performed by Drunk Lee. I cursed Naruto for deciding to pour the famous snake wine to Orochimaru Master Taijutsu, not on such a destructive scale as we had, but still there was no game. So the groom danced in a feather suit. Yes, it was my little revenge on Naruto, though I didn't know what exactly I was taking revenge for, but I could. Sakura swapped clothes with Tsunade, putting 2 weighty bags instead of a huge 5th breast. There was also a rap performed by Bai, to which I actively sang along with his students. The fate of the contests did not bypass Sasuke, but he only had to wear a wreath of white magnolias on his head until the end of the celebration. Everything around was improved by the fun and happiness of the spouses and their equally happy parents. I saw Kushina crying while no one was watching. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have thought of resurrecting my parents, so Edo Tensei was a gift more for Uchiha and Uzumaki Namikes than for newlyweds. Minato also managed to shed tears, but he and Fugaku went as far away as possible, and if it weren't for a sharp eye, I wouldn't even have noticed the men drinking in the distance. It was fun, but closer to night I began to feel godlessly sleepy, and I had to say goodbye to the noisy company from this world. The longest I said goodbye to the drunk Naruto, who clung to the hem of the dress and poured out his soul in gratitude for a very long time, forcing himself with the whole huge company to visit Sasuke's birthday. I swore that I would definitely discuss this moment with the Hokage himself and tell him his answer. Finally, closer to 2 o'clock in the morning, we left the holiday and I gladly slipped back into our world. Supported by Gaara's warm hand, the house was quiet and peaceful. I took a long shower, washing off all the fatigue of this, of course, long day, with pleasure untangled a complicated hairstyle and changed into comfortable pajamas, completely exhausted, climbing into bed and reclining on pillows. It's been a long day, too long. Without the usual late-night conversations, I settled down more comfortably in the arms of my spouse, and after saying good night, I began to make plans for tomorrow, until I finally fell asleep. How are you feeling? Gaara asks before going out, and I sway from side to side, checking my well-being. It will do. And let's go. They gently take me by the arm, and 3 boys run far ahead without even saying goodbye. It was already difficult to move around and I looked longingly at how the days of the calendar were changing. The bag with my things was thrown over my spouse's shoulder and I was walking steadily towards the hospital, sorting through the folds of my dress. For some reason, there was a strong feeling that a few more days would begin. And most likely all this action will have to be on my birthday. The boys came back, stroking their bellies goodbye and ran off towards the academy, not wanting to be late for classes. I drove Gaara to work. I was able to walk to the hospital, but the stubborn Kazekage twisted his lips and did everything in his own way, completely ignoring my protests. Finally, having handed me over to the white handles of the doctors, he calmed down a little, and managed to send him to his workplace, and I settled comfortably in the ward, looking at the ceiling. The Otsutsuki clan stirred at the wrong time, which Tonari and Hagoromo informed me about, but alas, I couldn't do anything, and I was afraid to send Uchiha. He already examined the ruins of the Otsutsuki temple completely alone, where Kaguya was buried earlier, but this did not add to my confidence. So it was decided to put me in the hospital, under the close supervision of medical staff, so that nothing irreparable happens. The last thing I wanted was to lose a child because of my own stupidity. Hakuto died not so long ago, having atoned for the sin of mixing the blood of brothers. Naoki was pure in this regard, so there was nothing to worry about, but both I and Tsunade took his death very much to heart, although they knew that time was running out and he didn't have much left. Naoki also knew that she let her father go in peace, unlike us. Thus, there are only 2 sinners left, but we will soon atone for this if we finally deal with the encroachment of Otsutsuki. I hope this will be the last thing that will be required of us. The boys went to the academy in the fall and wildly rejoice every new day, training hard to become strong shinobi, just like their parents. It was nice to look at, especially since Shinki had now completely joined this company, becoming the 3rd, and now they were considered almost triplets, albeit with a slightly strange appearance. I was glad that the guys liked the academy, in which so much effort and nerves were invested, but it worked properly, educating the generation in more favorable conditions. Even the ANBU gentlemen sometimes came to give lectures and practical classes, and the already high authority of the masked wrestlers rose to the heavens. And I was called, but because of my interesting position, it was not possible to attend these classes. The sad thing is that after the birth of Inari, I almost immediately need to move into battle, leaving the baby for a clone. It's not sad, but the danger hanging over our world was serious, and moments of delay could turn into a new war, which would entail even greater sacrifices than the previous one. Gaara also understood this, but he categorically disapproved of my actions, although we had no choice. That's what the pillars existed for. I used to think that we would just return the excess strength that we did not use, but first we were sent to Tonari, since he was a potential danger. He was no longer there. Hanabi's hand is heavy, he can only hit on the way, and strength might be needed. Then the barrier completely collapsed, and we worked as ambassadors, telling people on the continent about the blessing of the gods and signing peace agreements. Then it turned out that Hagoromo did not want to give strength to those Sasuke and Naruto, and we again began to destroy, and then everything turned so that we were enslaved by our own forces. This was called the pillar. Of course, there were no physical ailments from sin, and Hakuto and Gaara felt great carrying someone else's burden. And if Hakuto's sin was not so easy to atone for, and all this would take a lifetime, then Gaara did not strain at all that he could die because of some negligent uzumaki. But I was straining very hard, even though I had enough of my own firebrands. Sin did not affect your life and health in any way, you just needed to earn forgiveness. But the power of the gods was more difficult. My constant mood swings and chronic fatigue echoed with the persistent migraine of Uchiha, which could arise from scratch. A bunch of pills and antidepressants in my case to continue to function normally, but the body was still gradually destroyed. You can't give up this power until you have spent it completely, so the garrote on your neck pressed more and more on your throat, and your hands were shaking, and there was no way to get out. If I could exchange all my strength for freedom, I would have done so, because I no longer had the strength and I wanted banal peace. Rikudo sympathetically shook his head and continued to periodically throw all sorts of small work at us, distracting us from everyday life and not allowing us to enjoy it to the fullest. What a hemorrhoid it all is. I leaned back on the pillows and put my feet on another one, covering my eyes. My promised peace was bursting at the seams every year more and more. How long will I last is also an interesting question. There was a day and a half left until my birthday, which promised to be difficult. It was quiet. Baby Inari has already been taken away. I managed to cuddle and say goodbye to everyone, recovering in complete silence and solitude, run in with restorative pills just to zero. I didn't have any extra strength, I didn't even want to move, but surprisingly I felt relatively cheerful. My soul was restless, so I tried to recover as quickly as possible, and it seems that the front line is calling me much faster than I expected. The ass nerve was twitching with terrible force, and I was tossing on the bed from nervous trembling that did not want to subside. I left the hospital in the morning with a fully restored reserve, thanks to the seal, and even a normally functioning chakra center. It's not for nothing that Kurama worked all night on this. I was not calm, so I immediately went to Gaara, as soon as I changed into the Akuma uniform, but he was not there, and the light was flickering restlessly near the ANBU barracks. I immediately jump in there, grabbing the demon by the elbow and mentally demanding an explanation from him. The Kazekage exuded fatigue and a kind of doom. He obviously didn't expect me to be here, but a bad feeling has been haunting me ever since the contraction started and I couldn't stay in the hospital room for a long time, although I needed to lie down for a few more days. Orochi and Ji agreed to look after Inari, and my clone is on hand. No one in their right mind would go on a mission the day after giving birth, but intuition was beating like a wounded beast in the place where Kurama's cage used to be. Yours were ambushed and will not be able to get out alive without help. Gaara slightly shifts the mask to the side and I see a restless turquoise, covered with a thin film of anger. Where to? That's all I ask, preparing for a long jump. Kusa. Brrr, we still had graders with grass, and not only us. And how the guys managed. And most importantly, what the fuck are you doing? I didn't give out any missions. Without letting go of my shoulder from the grip of my fingers, I jumped to the nearest mark, and spread the net all around, trying to find familiar centers of chakra, and I find them, and next to them beats cold, unfamiliar energy. Holy shit. Although not even so, it was an ass. A huge figure wrapped in some kind of curtain and with brass knuckles very successfully pressed my people, most of whom were seriously injured, and a couple of people are no longer alive. A huge horn and whitish eyes without pupils made it impossible to doubt who exactly was in front of me. Otsutsuki. And they stirred at the most inconvenient time. Sasuke was right, going to the Kaguya temple. Hard times are coming. I'm urgently trying to contact our dear Hokage, who answers in a slightly sleepy voice, but as soon as I hear who exactly I found, he immediately cuts off the connection. And don't go to your grandmother, you probably rushed to get dressed. But we still need to buy time, and most importantly, do not use the Biju chakra. They came for the fruit of the tree. Do not count on the Biju chakra, you will have to cope on your own. Gaara nods, after which we take off. The clones distract the big guy with a pack, and I'm trying to find the second one, Momoshiki, if I remember correctly, but his aura merges perfectly with the natural background, which makes it difficult to search. Without shutting down the network, I go to the victims, and I understand that their wounds are too serious, and they need to be treated now, otherwise they will not reach the hospital, having died right during the move. Then he will deal with the conspiracy. A golden glow envelopes me, attracting the unnecessary attention of the big Kinshiki, who has already started wielding a huge axe, very deftly scattering my clones for his mass. No, I have no desire to be distracted by him. The clones will cope, and the lives of subordinates are more important. The chakra flows evenly, and heals wounds quickly enough, but my chakra canals, which I have not used for such a long time, itch. The main thing is to put up beacons, treat the wounded and run. Without an approximate plan of action, we have nothing to do here. Not in my current state. I almost missed the blow, which is tangential, but still grazed part of the face, chipping off the lower part of the mask. It's unpleasant, but the clones are already over. It is impossible to release kurama. They came for the tailed ones. Even if they returned all their chakra, it is not worth shining them once again. Thick stalks wrap around the body of the big guy, but then Momoshiki shows up, helping his hapless partner. Oh, that's definitely bad. I'm not in the right shape to playfully fight with opponents. Behind me is a squad that needs to be saved, next to a piece, which we will also playfully smash if the battle breaks up. The Otsutsuki will fall, but there will be no end of diplomatic problems. I grab the others with chains and move them to the hospital doors at my own risk. My mask hides almost nothing anymore and I tear it off in irritation, dragging the wounded to the intensive care unit. Gaara had completely lost his mask, holding his wounded shoulder with his hand, and his arm was hanging like a whip at all. Everyone survived the transfer, but they were in such a critical condition that I had to assist in order for everyone to survive. Shit. I was able to put marks, but no more. We need a plan. Sasuke's tired voice distracts me from the treatment process, and I shake my head a little. What the fuck is the plan? It is necessary to bring them down, and solve something with Urashiki and with the rest of the clan. And to look for a way to close our world to the entrance of outsiders. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, moving on to the next patient who was staring at me with all his eyes. Naruto-heim, be quiet. I snarl viciously and the shinobi falls silent, looking at the ceiling. This is the last one. It remains only to bring the younger's hand, but in order, Gaara had already been helped and he was bringing Kankuro up to speed. The situation was oppressive, the cleaning squad was assembled, and the headquarters transmitted information to the rest of the villages, going into martial law. Even with lighthouses, it's not a fact that we can catch them quickly. Uchiha has already reported that the traces of the two Otsutsuki have disappeared from this world, and you will not understand whether they ran away to themselves, or threw off the tracker. Hagoromo was silent and did not respond to mental appeals, and I was cursing the old man for what he was worth. Didn't he say that if we help Naruto's world, then our world will be invisible to the clan? So what the fuck? By lunchtime, the city was seething with news about 2 unknown shinobi, but the number one news was that the demon and Akuma were Kazekage along with his wife. They greeted me, shook my hand, thanked me for the lives that were once saved under the mask of Akuma. I nodded my head, and I tried to make my way to the tower, where Sasuke was already waiting. Shirjima met me with a pale face, politely bowing, but I growled at her, and the secretary hurried to get out of my sight before I got even more angry, and without knocking I broke into the office where the other heads of villages were. Darui didn't look very well and felt insecure. It's only been a couple of months since his inauguration, and we have an ass here again. Kuratsuchi didn't look much better, but she was more worried about her own daughter, who was a few months old. But Karatachi seemed the calmest, and it seemed that he even had some definite plan of action. He nodded to me in greeting, and I responded in kind, falling wearily into a chair and picking up one of the restorative pills from the table. It looks like the reserve seal has finally come in handy. So, the attacks of the Otsutsuki clan are on our agenda. I can't contact Rikudo, I only know the names of the attackers, and it's possible there's another one walking around here, Urashiki. They came for the fruit of the chakra, which means the hunt for Jinchuriki is open again. I put my fingers in the lock and inspect the assembled Kagedot, but Jubi's chakra has been transferred to the Yukai plane and it is not left in this world. Darui objects and I shake my head negatively. The chakra remained with Jinchuriki, otherwise we would all have died. The contract with Biju is built on the demonic chakra of the fetus. Yagura frowns, as if trying to remember something, but so far stubbornly silent, not taking part in the discussion. What is the plan of action? Tsukuri fidgets with her gloves a little and her anxiety gives her away. Relaxed during peacetime, oh relaxed, there is no action plan. The enemy's forces are unknown, they do not use a chakra, but another type of energy. Momoshiki can absorb techniques due to 2 Rinasharingans or Rinengans, I do not know exactly, in the hands, or in the hand. Kinshiki is not particularly dangerous with proper dexterity, but I'm more worried about Urashiki, with his fishing rod. I rub my chin a little, trying in vain to calm down. Yes, with the power of the gods, we can win, but how many people will die in this case? What about the temple? A decoding squad is working, but it's not that simple there. Rikudo hasn't been in touch since the temple was discovered, maybe things would be easier with him. Sasuke slightly spreads his hands to the side. I can't help you yet, there is no information that they came for the fruit. And for the tree to blossom, they need the demonic chakra that remains in this world. Karatachi leans on the table, once given to him by himself, and looks at us seriously. They will just take all the chakra and fruit, and then run away from here. Where did this information come from? Gaara turns his head towards Mizukage and looks for a long time, as if dissecting. Well, unlike Naruto, I know the continuation of the canon. The man grins, and my eyes widen in disbelief. Even though it was disgusting, I was interested in learning the story of adult characters. You're out of your mind, Mizukage. The fourth says wearily, covering her eyes with her hand. Your mother. I just exhale, and Yagura smiles contentedly. That asshole tricked me. You're the same. What are you talking about, Naruto? Darui looks blankly at the beginning of the skirmish. He's not from this world. Sasuke and Gaara's faces stretch out and all attention turns to Yaguru. He's just as reborn as I am. That is, you want to tell me that some miner defeated a member of the Otsutsuki clan, whom Kaguya herself was afraid of with an ordinary Rasengan? Yagura nods with an intelligent look, and I'm a little stuck, but Gaara intercepts my hand with that Rasengan, and Sasuke pulls me away from the hapless Mizukage by the scruff of the neck. How I wanted to go to his happy face right now. Otsutsuki. Rasengan yes to me to strangle. Who even had the brains for such a plot twist? It's not fucking logical, and Urashiki was also killed by Rasengan. No, you're kidding. Now Gaara's hands intercept me across the body, and Sasuke holds me by the shoulders while I persistently try to get out and kick this asshole. Yes, this can't be. Rasengan equipment of a class. Yes, Kaguya was strong and was considered a god, but she was afraid of these three, damn it, and even created an army to protect herself, and we fought with her day, Carl. I have been preparing for war since childhood, Sasuke, and I have been preparing for this for the last 3 years. Before the war, we had to ask for help from the gods, at our own risk, to accept their powers and ask for help from Rikudo to win. And you're telling me that some little kid killed both representatives of the clan with a pathetic Rasengan? How can this be? Naruto, calm down. Gaara calmly says, but these words turn me on even more. I'll show you, calm down. Yes, I'm burning so much that most likely even the toner is visible. I jump up from the sofa, starting to wind circles around the office, and my hands were cramping by themselves from the incessant desire to destroy. I am forcibly seated on the sofa, Sasuke is still pressing on my shoulders, and Gaara is trying to pull out Yagyu, who is huddled in a corner right on the ceiling, out of harm's way. I'm shaking all over with anger, my hands are shaking, so part of the smoking mixture falls on the milky sofa. Then I'll clean it up when I feel a little better, and I'll figure out how to kill Mizukage as painfully as possible without arousing suspicion. The fact that he was silent for so long was incredibly infuriating, because if he had told about everything earlier, it might have been much easier for us in the war than it was. And it was possible to prepare better for the attack. A slight smell of lavender floated around the room, and a little bitter from wormwood. The Kage were tensely silent, but I was thinking. Well, it's impossible. The child could not kill 2 representatives of the Otsutsuki clan with only one technique, not spontaneous, please note, while 5 Kages could not do it. The head is the strongest representative of the village, the elite, his mother, of the shinobi world. It doesn't add up. Either the cannon is Galami, although to be honest, I could not call it a cannon, or Yagura pours water into my ears. But the second option was not beneficial to him, since he is a Jinchuriki and also gets hit. My brain was working at its limit, but I still couldn't figure out what to do. The situation is stalemate. The beacons are not glowing, 2 Otsutsuki are wandering around the world somewhere, they want to kill my brothers and sisters by misfortune, and I just sit and flow around the current situation, unable to decide what to do. Fortunately, there is a mark of the Thunder God on each Jinchuriki. It is not so easy to pull out of them, and there are means of communication, you can immediately move in case of something. Detachments of cleaners have been assembled and are guarding the Jinchuriki, so if anything happens, they will also be able to give a signal. But I don't like all this. I am at a loss and do not understand what I should do at the moment. When one mixture ran out, I immediately filled another, shaking the burnt herbs into the ashtray on the window, and I climbed onto the windowsill with my feet. Sluggish conversations flowed, they clarified something from Yagura, he told something himself. Everyone tried to distract themselves as best they could, and I am no exception, although everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. We will deal with the news about the Karatachi hit later. Now we had to decide what to do with 2 aggressively minded aliens who clearly want to kill me and will stop at nothing. There was a knock on the office and I was surprised to find the boy's chakra on the other side of the door. Giving the go-ahead to Gaara, he allowed them to enter, and they immediately rushed to me, sweeping away everything in their path and even forgetting to say hello to other Kage. I slid off the windowsill, squatting down next to the children, trying to exhale in the other direction. I was still angry. I could not take medicines, even of plant origin, but herbs from the world of summoning were a completely different matter, not affecting my physical health. Is it true that you are an Akuma? Ashura asks without foreplay, and I nod in agreement. Shinki should have told you about it. After all, I was the one who pulled him out of that cave. The children shake their heads affirmatively, and I smile a little, but to hear confirmation from you is quite another matter. Indra joins the conversation, whose eyes were shining with interest. Go get your father, and say hello to Kage. He also lit up in this story with masks. I climb back on the windowsill, lazily watching the children that didn't even budge. Of course, I'm behaving wrongly in this situation, but it's better to shut myself off now and not cut with a hot, offending the guys. It's clear with my father, he's a Kazekage. We thought you were a civilian, and Akuma was our family's bodyguard. I shrug, looking straight into Indra's eyes. Well, the disguise as a civilian failed, but I really am the bodyguard of the Kazekage family in an official position in the ANBU. The ashes are sent to the ashtray, and she goes to the body storage along with Kizaru. And the head of the cleaners. Shinki adds casually. So, go to Grandpa. We'll discuss this after we solve our boring adult problems. Mom and Dad are having a hard time right now and need to figure out how to save the world once again. Obey the race and do not cause unnecessary problems, he is already old. Kuratsuchi snorted a little into her fist, trying to keep a lean expression on her face. And your grandfathers are ancient at all, so be good boys and wait until Mom and Dad sort out the problems. We will try to finish everything as soon as possible, and then we will celebrate the birth of your little sister, okay? The children nodded enthusiastically, changing their arms with all the Kage, lingering in Sasuke's hands for a long time and not wanting to get away from Gaara, to which he shook his head, kissing everyone on the forehead and escorting them out of the office for a couple with my clone. The atmosphere was noticeably lightened, but I still wanted to kill. Preferably comrades from Otsutsuki. Speaking of Otsutsuki, I hurriedly go through all the talismans that were lying in the body storage, trying to find at least one of the right ones. If you believe the words of Yagura, then Urashiki came to visit Tonari in the first place, explaining how wrong the latter was. Therefore, it was necessary to contact him or Hanabi, who was currently living on the moon, bringing Niji to hysteria with such an outburst. Well, as a trick, she just ran away, got married and confronted the head of the clan with the fact. The scandal was notable, of course. Niji still shakes at the mention of Tonari. Lunar Otsutsuki does not answer immediately, as if something distracted him, but at least he answers that he cannot but rejoice. Thus, we learned that Urashiki had already visited the moon and was very aggressively looking for Momoshiki and his partner. Tonari was unharmed, and Urashiki is wandering around somewhere in our world in search of fellow clansmen. Not to say that this news calmed me down, but at least our Otsutsuki are alive and unharmed. However, the goals of the head of the alien clan were still a mystery to us. Shirjima brought coffee for everyone, bowing to me with special reverence, as if I was sitting here in an Akuma mask. Wow, it was impossible to wait for gratitude from her, even when I helped with the escape of her sister, but she treated Akuma with a strange obsession, like fanatics worship their idol, and she was disgusted with me, because I, despite all my strength, gave up the life of a shinobi for the sake of the family. Her motives were incomprehensible to me, and it didn't concern me, for that matter, as long as she didn't get in the way. Therefore, this strange love for my person, which arose from scratch, was very annoying. I didn't want to contact her at all, hoping that everything would return to normal without my direct intervention. They drank coffee in silence. Despite the invigorating drink, I felt sleepy, and Gaara nodded at the high chair in which I was comfortably sitting, throwing my legs right on the table, having previously removed all important documents. The Kage continued to talk quietly, and under this monotonous babble, I fell asleep that I woke up from the presence of someone else's energy in the room, and immediately jumped up from my seat, exposing my fans and fully ready to fight, but the enemy was in no hurry to attack, greeting everyone in a friendly manner. Looking closely, I noticed that Urashiki was holding 2 clansmen by the scruff of the neck, very shamelessly, and the neck of the robe was probably pressing on their necks, but they continued to hang with rags in the hands of the head of the clan. It's a pity that these idiots killed some of your people, but there's nothing to be done, the strongest survives. The man shrugged his shoulders, more conveniently intercepting the 2 guilty palefaces. The tree will never be able to bloom in your world again, so no one from the clan will bother you. You can say that you are lucky. From now on, your world is invisible to the Otsutsuki clan, the blonde giggled, continuing his monologue in a cheerful and good-natured manner, while goosebumps ran down my back in herds. This is not Kaguya, it's a completely different level. We might have won the battle, but we lost a couple of limbs, there's no need to even guess. The head of Otsutsuki was still crucified for a long time, telling about the structure of the tree and fruits, and I could only stare at a representative of another race with all my eyes, and keep the fans on alert, or else you never know. But no, having talked enough, Otsutsuki waved goodbye to us before disappearing into the black portal, and I heard Karatachi's body collapse to the floor, which just slid down the wall, as soon as the oppressive alien energy left this world. Come on, Otsutsuki inadequate? Or is it adequate only because there is nothing to catch here, just like that, just walked away? Yagura says incredulously in a slightly trembling voice that, since the fetus will no longer appear here, then they are no longer interested in our world. But Naruto definitely has problems. I contact Uzumaki urgently, and then I start slowing myself down that I in their world. Kaguya did not have time to be reborn, which means they should not attract attention to themselves. The issue with Tonari also seems to have been resolved, but there was still a communication channel between our worlds, which we actively used, and which Urashiki himself could discover. He was dangerous, even if he wasn't hostile to us, but his very presence was annoying. The power we have was bestowed by the gods of this world, but the Otsutsuki clan could also be considered gods. It's a double-edged sword and you don't know which side to approach. So far, it was decided to go home and rest. Specifically, I needed a rest. How, and Kankuro, with the tacit consent of Gaara, dragged my unresisting body to the hospital for a full examination. You never know what, there were still no such repulsed kunoichi who instantly broke down on the battlefield, and could damage anything. There were no injuries or pathologies, but I was left for another day under IVs, for the sake of prevention. It was useless to resist, to run away too. The sand lizards were vigilantly watching my every move, so I lay still. Sulked, offended, but lay under the close supervision of Kazekage and was silent in a rag. It's useless to be indignant, they can even swaddle me in sand and add seals on top, so, for the sake of prevention, so that I don't get out particularly, Urashiki showed up the next day, bringing with him a huge footcloth with an imprint of his own energy, and we, as heads of the union and representatives of the human race, had to sign it. Nothing surprising, a standard truce agreement that neither side can violate, and a refusal to claim the shinobi killed by negligence. The head of the Otsutsuki clan apologized for the actions of his people last time, so there was no need to wait for a second apology. The contract was signed. I carefully asked about the world with which we were connected, and Urashiki slyly squinted, and this look made me uncomfortable. That's when Kaguya will be revived, then we'll see. He said, before leaving again, taking his part of the contract with him. I still contacted Naruto, briefly describing the situation, and what the shinobi from the world needed to do so as not to incur any kind of danger from a relatively neutral clan. For the time being, of course, they did not cause much trust. Zetsu was destroyed, Obito was executed for high treason, Madara's spirit could not be summoned, and therefore no one else knew the reasons for the war, and why the Tentail was needed at all. The tailed ones decided not to look for new Jinchuriki at all. Shikaku was sealed back to Gaara last time, and Kurama wanted to leave this world altogether with Naruto's death, which means that even with a strong desire, no one will be able to reassemble Jubi, no matter how much they wanted it. The entire Kubi was almost half of the entire Datara chakra. Amazing nobility on the part of the flighty Biju, who did not want to return to his true form, for fear of forgetting his Jinchuriki. I solved organizational issues from home, rocking Inari in a special blanket, ordering a funeral service for my people who were not lucky enough to meet with the Otsutsuki clan. I gently hugged the child to me, asking her forgiveness for everything that happened, and the girl laughed joyfully and pulled her little hands to my face. Relative peace and tranquility have been established. Epilogue 15 years later. Naruto and Gaara are 40, Gemini and Shinki are 20, Inari is 15. Happy birthday, Kazekage-sama. How? Sasuke's eldest son, joyfully says, and begins to crumple, as if trying to delay some conversation that was bothering him. Absolutely everyone gathered for the anniversary of the Kazekage, having abandoned their business in Konoha and other countries, in order to congratulate the Kazekage personally. Since the last encounter with the Otsutsuki clan, the real peace has come, which I have been striving for a long time, and which has finally come. Life flowed in a measured course: missions, training boys, raising Inari, conducting exams for Chunin, and other delights of everyday shinobi life. We finally managed to atone for our sin of birth with the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, but unfortunately, the powers of the gods still undermined my health, and I began to enjoy every day as the last, given that the feeling of trouble had not left me for years, but everything was calm. The children received the rank of Chunins, and then Jonins, expressed a desire to completely come under my command in the ranks of cleaners. Inari tried as hard as her brothers, earning her rank of Chunin already at the age of 11, and declared to everyone that she would become the first female Kazekage, and since then she has been studying hard so as not to lose face. Inari's memories as Naruto Uzumaki returned at the age of 6, and despite the fact that she was perfectly aware of herself as Naruto, she still called me mom, while her real parents were firmly entrenched in speech as grandparents. She was an exact copy of Minato, with her blonde hair sticking out in all directions, shining blue eyes and a good-natured smile, which her father liked to smile when he was experiencing an extreme degree of happiness. Therefore, it was no wonder that Hao, who had been courting the little sand princess since childhood, was now standing red as a tomato, blushing and turning pale awkwardly, but boldly looking into Gaara's eyes. "I'm asking for your daughter's hand in marriage." I rolled my eyes, and Gaara laughed softly, also ready for such a turn of events for a long time. This was not surprising. But Inari's 3 older brothers looked at the impudent red-eyed with hidden malice, and I feel that brainwashing for the elder Uchiha is simply guaranteed. You do understand that she will not give up her dream of becoming a Kazekage, and you will have to become part of the house, but? I ask, just in case, and the guy nods gravely. "Well, does your father know?" "I know." Sasuke's voice is frankly sour, and Sari shoves him in the side with her elbow, without ceasing to smile so sweetly. Yes, Madame Uchiha was not the kind of force against which one could fart. Okay, then, I personally don't mind. Me too. We'll settle the documents later, after the holiday. How bows in gratitude to Gaara, instantly disappearing from our field of view, to which Sasuke rolls his eyes, saying nothing. Both children were happily spinning, informing everyone present that Kazekage and Hokage approved of this marriage, and it can be said that they are officially engaged. The twins were literally burning with indignation. Shinki held them both by the scruff of the neck, although he himself, no less than Indra and Ashura, wanted to turn the head of the hapless Uchiha. Everyone looked so happy that a smile appeared on their lips by itself, and I snuggled up to my husband's warm side. It seemed that happiness would never leave us, but less than 6 months later, my life was filled with hopeless darkness and sorrow that lasted until the end of my days. That's the end of it.